Indiana area. Hey, $6 to get in. Go see a show, Wisconsin and Penn State. Get on in there.
Well, we've already speculated, by the way, if Clemson loses the ACC championship game to Virginia Tech, forget the winner of the Wisconsin-Penn State game leaping up. How about Michigan just moving up from 5 into 4?
That's why they're sitting in that number 5 spot.
Why is Michigan sitting at 5 ahead of Wisconsin and Penn State? Are they creating a situation where if Washington lost, which they did not, or Clemson loses, which they may, that Michigan moves right in with Alabama, Ohio State, Washington, and Michigan?
I think you're exactly right, Steve.
You think so?
The drum we've been banging all week. Jason Smith and I say, and he's just doing it because his wife is a big Michigan fan.
Right.
So I think he's just trying to keep peace at home.
But why is Michigan ranked ahead of Wisconsin and Penn State? I know they beat them, but...
Well, they beat them, plus let's call it what it is. It's a TV show. And by slotting them 5th, you get some debate, you get some conversation going about ifs, ands, or buts and all of the scenarios. You get the guys that build graphics for a living, the men and women. They have something to do this week as opposed to twiddling their thumbs. Hey, create some scenario graphics. Go, have some fun with it. And then there's the Jim Harbaugh factor. Who or what, other than Nick Saban, because we're always talking about Alabama,
yes.
What else have we talked about in college football more? Lamar Jackson we talked about for about 8 weeks.
Yes.
And then it's, all right, presumptive Heisman winner, so move on. And then they lost a couple of games. He fumbled away, as you were so quick to point out.
After taking the pose, by the way.
Yeah, well, you had to do he did the pose early, right? He did the pose on the first touchdown.
Then he drops the ball and loses the game.
Yeah, then they lose to Kentucky.
To a 4-touchdown underdog at home.
Yeah, to Kentucky. So that's one of the questions that I've been asking with Michigan all week, though. And look, Iowa finished 8-4. They lost to a couple of the representatives in the Big Ten title game, lost to Northwestern, obviously the North Dakota State. But Iowa was a 3-touchdown plus underdog.
Yes.
At home, and lost out, and Michigan loses outright to them. So why does that not weigh in a bunch on this? Why? Because it's a TV show.
No, but I mean,
Michigan has the huge alumni base, and what you're looking for is how do you pay off your $5.6 billion investment and make sure that people still care. Telling me you're going to slot them in the Rose Bowl isn't doing it.
I have figured out how the playoff could work even better.
Look at you.
How about this? I figured this out.
You just drew this up on a napkin just now.
So that we're not sitting here with controversy at this time of the year. Here's how you do it. You pick the 4 teams before the season begins.
Just cut through the noise. Where are our 4 best storylines and say, go play and have fun.
We will pick Alabama, Ohio State. In fact, have the same 4 schools every year in the playoff. That way you get the schools you absolutely want in the playoff. Now, USC is the prime example against Washington. So I don't understand how this committee is not giving USC more credit. Why is USC down at number 11? They whooped Washington. That was a one-sided game in Seattle. There is no question that USC is right now the best team in the Pac-12. And it's not even close.
Well, losing 3 of the first 4.
Yeah, that was since September, Michael Harmon.
September still counts, Steve.
And they also had Max Brown
you were singing "Wake Me Up"
those games.
Well, when you were singing "Wake Me Up When September Ends" and we'll play some actual football.
But that wasn't what this was all about. It's about who's playing the best football at the end of the year. I'm going to ask you right now.
Well, that's seeding in the NCAA men's tournament.
Okay. Would you say right now, USC, right now, today, is one of the 4 best schools in the country?
I would argue I'd like to see them fight for that chance to have a chance to win it all.
Look what happened last year with Stanford. I went to the Rose Bowl last year, watched Stanford blow out Iowa, and I'm like, how are they not? I'll take my chances with Stanford last year against Alabama. I'd like to see that matchup. We'll never see it. Never happen. Because Stanford lost games earlier in the year? Come on. That's not what it's about. It's where do you stand right now?
But that's the question. Now you go into a larger discussion of, all right, well, it's a 3-loss team, but they were early losses. One of them was to Alabama, where they got absolutely blitzed.
Right.
And, well, let's throw that out. And Stanford, which
at the time was ranked 7th in the country.
At the time.
This was the game right here.
At the time, they're not ranked 7th anymore.
Well, if they had won this game, the first game that Sam Darnold started was the game at Utah. And that was a game that the USC could have won. They sort of lost that game late. Obviously, if they had won that game, they'd be in the Pac-12 championship game. Or would have been in the Pac-12 championship game. And then if they had beaten Washington again, I think their spot would have been secure.
But that's it, though. You get into the great debate because they're still a 3-loss team, right? Or they would have been 2. So now they're in the pack of 2. and it becomes the what makes for a better television show, which is the same argument we're still having.
But it's
just
also
they would have had
USC.
L.A. in the mix.
You don't think the committee would much rather have USC right now than Washington in the playoff?
There's no question about it.
Come on.
Given their opportunities. Look, that's why people are saying, well, for the Rose Bowl. Sorry, Buffalo's got hammered, and they're not getting that bid. That's USC's bowl.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? There's no debate about it.
No chance of that.
And if someone makes the decision to go the other way, that guy loses his job the next day after announcing the decision.
Wow. We got some coaching vacancies I want to get to now. Yeah. I remember sitting here with Brady Papinga a week ago in the midst of Oregon State leading Oregon, and I said to him, Mark Helfrich has coached his last game. If they lose this game, he insisted, you can't blame Helfrich. Well, guess what? That Oregon job is available again. We're in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Is that a job worth going after if you're a top-flight coach? We're going to tell you coming up next.
From the ACC.
Takes a shotgun snap, going to run it right up the middle, cross to the far pin for the end zone, touchdown.
To the Sun Belt.
They got him, they miss him, he could go, he's in the end zone.
Your school colors are repped right here.
That's what it takes to win.
It's college football on Fox Sports Radio.
With TrueCar, you can see what others in your area have paid for the car that you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. But you know what? There's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part. And if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to TrueCar Certified Dealer. There are over 11,000 certified dealers across the country, and they're there to help you find the car that you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar certified dealer and get on the same page before you ever get to the dealership. That makes things really easy when you show up. And it's a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states.
Are you concerned about your prostate? Do you pee more often than you used to? Do you wake up to go? Be honest, is there a drop in your romantic life? These problems may not just go away, so you need to call for a free bottle of Super Beta Prostate, the #1 non-prescription formula for your prostate. The ingredients are naturally sourced. With Super Beta Prostate, you'll have less urges to urinate, less waking at night, and an improvement in your romantic life, guaranteed. Try it free. Pay only shipping and handling. Call 1-800-856-9109. Super Beta Prostate is so powerful, you'd have to take 100 saw palmetto capsules to get the same active ingredients in just one Super Beta Prostate tablet. Stop running to the bathroom and call us now for your free bottle. Hurry, this free offer won't last. Call 1-800-856-9109. 1-800-856-9109. 1-800-856-9109.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
A promise was made. A promise that hit the beaches of Normandy. A vow that captured Iwo Jima. A contract that weathered Tet. A pledge that stormed the desert in Iraq. An IOU that braved IEDs in Kandahar. A promise was made to America's veterans. DAV fights to keep that promise, so all veterans and their families get the benefits and support they earned. For help, visit DAV.org.
50 feet, turn left. Why are you driving so slowly?
After a few drinks, I'm taking it slow.
Well, you're not fooling the cop behind you.
What?
Get ready to pay in 0.1 miles.
Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
I never get the flu. My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate.
A flat tire can ruin your day, but an improper tire repair can put your family at risk. When that next pesky nail punctures your tire, remember this. Repairs are limited to the inner tread area only, never the sidewall. And punctured tires must be removed from the rim to assess and fix damage on both the inside of the tire and the outside. Learn more. Visit thetiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
And let your school colors fly high.
I had a success in 3 years.
College football is on and cracking through your speakers.
He's at 25 to 20. They dive at him. They miss him. He's in the end zone.
The plays.
How about that?
The breakdown.
You know what I want to talk about? College football.
And all the action that makes you scream. All of your teams are covered right here on Fox Sports Radio. FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Harmon and Harmon with you. So what does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more in car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. Beautiful day today. You know, we're getting to that.
UCLA.
Yes.
You were coming in dancing around. I had the reports
I haven't
of your
even
arrival.
mentioned that yet. You know, I'm a little torn on this.
Yeah.
Let me explain why. All right. When UCLA basketball decided to fire Ben Howland.
Yeah.
And I understand, and I knew, Ben is a gruff guy. He's not an easy guy to get along with. My point is, if you're going to fire Ben Howland, who got UCLA to 3 straight Final Fours, and ironically, in his last year at UCLA, had the #1 recruiting class in the country and won the outright Pac-12 championship regular season. Then lost one of his star players, and they went belly up first round of the tournament. I said, if you're going to get rid of Ben Howland, you better get to that next level of coach.
Sure.
I don't know who's that next level, but certainly Steve Alford is not next level head coach. So last year, the bottom fell out on Alford. They had a losing record. It was just a disaster. Nobody showing up at Pauley Pavilion for the games. And I'm thinking going into this year, I know they got Lonzo Ball. I know they got TJ Leaf. They got a couple of the top freshmen in the country. But in the back of my mind, I'm just thinking, make this a really bad year so that we have no excuses. Get rid of Alford and bring in a frontline representative coach for a school like UCLA. So what's happening right now? UCLA's steamrolling through their schedule. They're undefeated. They just beat the #1 team in the country convincingly, by the way.
On the road.
On the road, where Kentucky had won 42 in a row.
That's right.
And most likely UCLA will be, at the very least, top 3 this week.
Yeah.
They were ranked 11th. They're undefeated. Beat #1 on the road. They might be #1, but they'll be top 3. And so I'm a little torn right now because
I understand.
You know,
the greatness of the story and the resurrection of the school and its storied program
well, let me ask you
on
this.
the backs of these freshmen.
How many times have you been to Pauley Pavilion?
The new one?
The new one.
Once.
One time. So you're how far are you from UCLA?
I'm down in Redondo.
Okay,
so that's a hike.
But it's not like you're living in Arizona.
No.
Okay. So it's not.
I'm here a lot in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studio.
So at what point would it be a priority for you to say, you know what? Let's go to Pauley Pavilion to see UCLA basketball.
My daughter's 11.
Right.
If UCLA becomes the choice, then perhaps they. No, and to be fair, like they have a lot of options here. So it
you do,
difficult.
but I mean, there was a time when I went to UCLA.
Standing room only.
Forget it.
Sure.
Show you how the thing. I went to UCLA as a freshman just 2 years after John Wooden had left. In those days, they had what they call a student lottery.
Sure.
Where only 1 out of 3 students got these free tickets to go to the game, and it was a lottery. Now anybody can walk into these games. And it's a beautiful arena. They redid the arena. It looks beautiful. My boys like to go. I had season tickets for a couple of years there when they reopened Pauley. Wanted to go to games. I'm limited with my schedule to go to games.
No, but
my boys
fair,
like to go.
right?
But we were there. But it's crazy. I mean, here's the team that just beat the number 1 team in the country.
Well, they'll start knocking on the doors again.
You think?
Well, because the word is out on Lonzo Ball. He didn't score until the final couple of seconds of the first half.
Bombed that 3 in, yes, yeah.
Finishes with 14, and that's a name that, especially coming off this win, even though it was, 6 guys in double figures.
Well, that's all they have, though. They basically have a 6-man team.
Well, that's fine.
Right.
But it's enough to where that'll show up on magazine covers. That'll be the lead on your 24-hour
Well, is UCLA
news
basketball
cycle.
bigger right now than Rams football in L.A.?
Should be. Except for Eric Dickerson, Jeff Fisher, and Kevin Demoff. It would be.
Okay, so but
nobody cares about the.
Right.
What do you see when you go to a sports bar and you go around? You see throwback Dickerson jerseys.
I know.
That's it. Nobody cares
but
because
I'm
Todd
curious.
Gurley's been a bust for fantasy purposes,
All right.
so everybody's hateful of him too.
You're a man with South Side Chicago roots.
That's right, my friend.
Okay, I always you're a South Side Chicago guy. All right. But how long you been up in L.A. now?
Coming up on 8 years.
8 years. All right, so that's enough time to sort of, look at the landscape of L.A. sports. So when you look at L.A. right now, after 8 years in this market, prioritize the sports franchises right now as we sit here today.
People still live and die with the Lakers.
Lakers.
Even in the downtime.
Okay. Dodgers, Lakers, Dodgers. All right, no argument there.
Third. See, now it gets tough.
Is USC football number 3?
Football when they're winning.
When they're winning?
And out of the sanctions and all of the
have the Clippers gotten there yet? No, buzz.
Well, they had buzz for about a week, and then they lost a couple of games in a row.
One thing you don't do in L.A. is count Orange County. L.A. and Orange County are 2 different markets.
Sure.
The Angels, the Ducks, they do not count.
The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Are the Rams bigger than the Clippers?
No. Again, outside of this story, no.
All right. So
you have the Clippers, and then you have the Kings.
You're on the scene. What are people talking? It's Lakers, Dodgers.
Right.
And
Lakers,
then there's a drop.
Well, right now, for the last month, since the NBA season began, what do you hear? The Lakers are fun.
Yeah.
And nobody knows if they're any good
no.
and whether this is sustainable, but you at least see a product where they're competitive every night. You got guys running up and down, a lot of young, fresh faces. They're scoring 100 points a night. They're going to have games where they shoot themselves, into 30-point losses. Right. But Luke Walton, he came in at the right time. Sleeping giant, waiting for the young guys, and maybe a free agent comes in this next crop of monster free agents in 2017. But the Lakers are always a story. Even last year when Kobe Bryant wasn't showing up in any games. I went to 5 of those games. He didn't even come in a suit for 5 of those games.
Really?
He didn't even take the Mamba copper to come and wave at me.
You should have done what I did. I took my son Garrett to Cleveland because I knew he'd show up for LeBron, and he was there. And we got great seats.
As soon as I have my Steve Hartman checks,
you got to if you want to know when the guys are going to. Well, here's my point. Back in the mid-2000s, when USC football got to the pinnacle, right during that 34 game,
and Will Ferrell were running the show.
The 05 Trojans, after they won the national championship in 04, blowing out Oklahoma, and Shaq had left. So there was that window after, and the Lakers fell, and that 04-05 run of USC. They were number 1 in the city.
But that's it.
They
winning,
were 90,000 plus, packing the Coliseum. Well, that's my question about
winning
UCLA basketball.
Dominance.
Did UCLA basketball, if they continue undefeated, rolling, number 1 in the country, they get on a big roll right now. Could UCLA basketball ever get back to where they used to be back, 40 years ago when there's no way you could get a ticket to Pauley Pavilion back in the Wooden days? It was the hottest ticket around. Way hotter than the Lakers back in the day.
It's going to keep them, they've got to dominate this season.
Right.
And these heralded freshmen have to stay.
Oh, that's not happening.
No, which isn't happening.
Here's the
but
good
that's the
note.
problem. Is
Lonzo
can you
Ball's brothers coming in next year. We got 3
Well,
Ball
that's good.
brothers.
So there
Yeah,
you
there's a ball type thing. Yeah,
I like that. Ball. It's like listening to you mentioned my Chicago roots, like listening to a Bears game when there's a fumble. You don't know what the hell happened because someone's just yelling, ball.
Does the pecking order ever change in Chicago for sports? Do teams move up and down?
The Bears are always number one.
Always number one?
Always number one, even when they suck.
See, that's what I'm talking about, right? I mean,
even when they suck, the anxiety and stress over their losing.
Now, the Patriots changed the whole dynamic of Boston. Because I remember going back to Patriot games in the 80s. I mean, they weren't even a blip on the radar.
Sure.
You know, you had the Celtics, you had the Bruins, you had the Red Sox. I mean, it was Red Sox 1, it was the Celtics number 2, the Bruins 3, and the Patriots were an afterthought.
Sure.
But now
winning and sustained success and having a face of the league and a stable franchise and a coach that, look, we pull sound from him. And Wednesdays with Belichick. It's not Tuesdays with Maury. It's Wednesdays with Belichick on the Jason Smith Show, where we're always going to find at least one good one out of him. Like this week when he was praising, having heard about what Jeff Fisher couldn't do in terms of naming his running backs, when excessive with his praise of punter Johnny Hecker. Boy, he's a weapon.
He's
a weapon. And he kept going back to it. But in Chicago, look, the Cubs, you had a lot of people convert this year as they went on their run.
Oh, bandwagon Cub fans?
How about that? Well, no, I mean,
no Southsiders jumped the ship, though.
Oh, there's some frauds that jumped on board, I'm sure.
Come on. Seriously?
No, of course.
How many Northsiders jumped on the White Sox when they won the series?
Only to show up at the bars to get an extra free drink or two, but no, it was a blip.
Are you upset as a Southsider that no one remembers the White Sox winning the World Series?
I'll always remember Game 2 and where I was sitting when.
Is Ozzie Guillen a god to you? I mean, is he?
Is he a god? No. No, because Ozzie, that was a nice run, and he was helped by the fact that he didn't have to make a lot of managerial decisions in the playoffs.
Here's what I never
because the starters absolutely.
Here's what I
dominated
never understood about that World Series. So the year before, the Red Sox win their first World Series in 86 years, and the whole country's celebrating, right? The next year, the White Sox win their first World Series in 88 years. 2 more years. And no one even paid attention.
There were no stories of heartbreak and angst, right?
They don't remember the Go-Go Sox losing the 59 series to the
Dodgers?
Dodgers?
All the way back to 1959. we actually
they don't remember Lamar Hoyt and the 83 Sox right there? Ron Kittle and everything else?
When they lost the
Greg
Orioles.
Luzinski, man,
that was my guy.
That was your guy.
I was the baby bull. Kind of like his.
But they don't remember that kind of stuff. It doesn't resonate.
And Harold Baines in his third year in the league and all that. No, they were fun. That rotation, Dotson.
Well, I mean, that was when Fisk suddenly became the force, third in the MVP voting that year. Yeah,
and then they lose to Cal Ripken and the Baltimore Orioles in their rotation. But in Chicago,
Rich Dotson, one of your all-time favorites.
Oh, legend.
Yeah,
no question. Britt Burns coming from
Floyd Bannister.
Oh, everybody loved Floyd Bannister.
That's a rotation, man.
Back in the day,
but nobody remembers the 83 Sox,
except us, because we're nerds.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, in Chicago, you have the Cubs, and everybody got on it because it was story after story about losing. With the White Sox, you talk about 59, you talk about 83. Otherwise, that's it. That's it. Those are your two teams. Winning ugly in 83.
I always like to go back to Turk Loin, the bullpen ace of the 59 Go-Go Sox there. Yeah.
Loin.
Yeah, Turk Loin.
I got to go find that.
L-O-W-N.
Trading card.
All right. We're here at the Geico Fox Sports Radio
buddy.
Studios. It was very weird. We went out of body there. But we're also going to talk about a sport that finally is back on the map. But first, here's what's trending.
Well, gentlemen, 2 games of relevance going down right now. SEC Championship game, number 1 Alabama, number 15 Florida.
Not to give. Forward, first down, breaks tackles. He is in. Touchdown, Alabama. Again, Hale Hensis with a key block and hard running by Josh Jacobs for a 6-yard touchdown.
Start of the third quarter we go, and Florida with the football as we speak at their 34-yard line. That's the Crimson Tide on top comfortably, 33-16. Baylor taking on West Virginia. West Virginia leads by 10, 24-14. Earlier today in Big 12 action, Oklahoma over Oklahoma State, 38-20. College basketball, number 11 UCLA goes on the road, beats number 1 Kentucky, 97-92. In Major League Baseball, Carlos Beltran agrees to a 1-year deal with the Houston Astros. I'm David Gascon.
Everybody needs a little time away.
You may need some time away.
Whoa!
But never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1.
Harmon and Harmon. And we're coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. It's easy to save 15% or more on your car insurance at Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part, figuring out which way is easier. What's happening on the college football season or scene right now? Well, Alabama, they just started the third quarter there. Alabama leading Florida 33-16. And that's about it. I mean, we're going to get ready for the games coming up here in about an hour and a half. The ACC championship game, Clemson and Virginia Tech. Very simple. Clemson has to win in order to get into the four-school playoff. And then, of course, the Big Ten championship game, Wisconsin and Penn State. They're under the delusion that if Clemson loses, the winner of that game will automatically jump into the playoff, when they need to pay attention to why was Michigan ranked ahead of both those schools in the latest college playoff poll.
Like I always say, Steve, hope is a dangerous thing. I steal it straight from Shawshank Redemption. It can tear you apart, and that's one of the things as we go into this Big Ten title.
Remind me again,
game.
Did Michigan beat Wisconsin? Yes.
Yeah.
Did Michigan beat Penn State? Blew them out.
Yeah.
So if Clemson loses, it's not going to be the winner of the Big Ten championship game. It's going to be Michigan, right?
Should be.
I mean, Michigan can't.
Should be on a number of levels.
If you're not paying attention to where Michigan was ranked, Michigan is the team that gets in, not Wisconsin or Penn State.
Penn State destroyed by Michigan, 49-10.
Right.
In their only meeting. They have not. See, this is where the schedule, when you get to 14 teams, gets unwieldy, is that Penn State and Wisconsin, they didn't meet during the regular season.
No.
So here we are again.
Yeah. So this is going to play. And a lot of people are going to wake up like, wait, what happened here? Because they're going to assume that if Clemson loses, that the winner of the Wisconsin-Penn State game is going to be into the playoff, and they're going to wake up and find out, no, it's Michigan.
No, at this point, if you're looking to place a wager, I think that the only one that crashes the party is Michigan. And even if Clemson wins, there's still the out chance that the committee does something crazy and says we want Michigan, Ohio State in the Final Four.
But I tell you what, they better be careful. Now, the thing that's in Clemson's favor is that they're in the ACC, which is an ESPN property. Okay, that's the one thing in Clemson's favor. And again, it's an ESPN operation. But if Clemson wins and they put Michigan in instead of Washington, can you imagine the outcry? If they,
no,
no,
because it's going to come up from the people of Washington and our buddy Lincoln Kennedy, Dave Softy Mahler. Those are going to be the guys you hear from. The rest of the country says Michigan's more entertaining.
But Washington just won the Pac.
It doesn't matter.
The Pac-12,
it's a TV show,
but
Steve.
The Pac-12 will say, we're done with the playoff. We're out.
But that's the problem with college football in the whole. You got a lot of I don't know. You got people filling out ballots who don't watch
Fox
anything.
property. We're out. If we're not part of this, then you just can exclude us. And if we had an undefeated team that steamrolling through the season, don't bother inviting us. We're out. If they
but that's just it. You got a committee.
If they
that's
screw
looking
over
at the
Washington, I'm telling you right now, look out.
Someone right now is doing the cost-benefit analysis of that.
Well, and the other
thing.
part of it is this: last year they got cocky. Remember the first year of the playoffs, they put up those monster ratings for those semis. They got so cocky they scheduled them on New Year's Eve. What happened last year? Disaster.
Did you watch, Steve?
And guess where they are this year? Nobody did.
No.
And then guess what? They got them on New Year's Eve again. Now they're getting all nervous. Big money out there. For a network that's free-falling right now.
Having their issues, people cutting the cord.
Oh.
All right, if you want to go to either of these games later, because I love this part. I love the commerce, the way things work. ACC Football Championship at Camping World Stadium. That just sounds odd, rolling off my tongue. The get-in right now, about $35.
$35 to see Virginia Tech and Clemson.
There you go. You want to go to Lucas Oil, you're still getting in
now,
at $6.
What's the update on the Big Ten Championship?
Big Ten Championship, still $6.
$6.
Look, you just want to get in and be part of the party. I mean, we saw that game in Mexico City a couple of weeks ago.
There it is,
for the
$6.
NFL.
And a lot of good seats there. I'm in the 500 section right there.
Oh, that's right. Right? I mean, it's not awful. If you get a decent angle down on the field, you're all good. But we saw that game in Mexico City, right? When the Raiders and the Texans went there, they had guys behind fences that were still excited to be there. If you want to be part of the party, for $6, have at it.
Did you hear Brady Papinga? He was on the sideline for that game.
We heard him.
And he saw the laser. He could actually see the laser being shined in Osweiler's face.
He should have been the guy going up there. He should have done some stairs and gone and gotten the guy. I'm surprised that didn't show up on an NFL sideline.
By the way, I have a theory of saving NFL football in the city of San Diego.
I like this.
All right? So President-elect Trump is going to build a wall, right? And so it's going to be, there are still people that will find their way over the wall. But to make things easier, here's a special thing. So since the Chargers have such a hard time selling their tickets and they get run over by fans of the opposing team, here's what we'll let you do. We'll let you come over the wall, but you have to be at the Charger game, all right, rooting for the Chargers in Charger gear, all right? That's your ticket into the country. That's the only pass to the wall.
Are you trying to run for office down in San Diego now, Steve?
I'm trying to save the situation down in San Diego for the Chargers and the NFL. Because, I was thinking about this the other day. So the Chargers play Tampa tomorrow. Chargers are about a 3.5-point favorite.
Yeah.
Are you expecting the Chargers to win tomorrow?
No.
No. All right, but let's say play with me.
I'll play with you. Hey, they win.
All right.
Everybody's
Then
excited.
they go to Carolina. Panthers look like they've mailed in this city. So
ever since Ron Rivera was crying about playing a very early,
all right.
Well, playing the opener on a Thursday night, he was crying about the schedule. Then you had 7 months to prepare, man.
Yeah, unlike he wishes he had that Kareem Puff schedule he had a year ago.
No question.
When they were 14-0 to start the year.
He wishes he had Josh Norman.
So let's say the Chargers win these next two games, right? They're 7-6, still alive, right? And the Raiders come into San Diego. Do you know what the makeup of that crowd's going to be?
90-10 Raiders. And I'm being nice.
And you're trying to make an argument, right, with the NFL that, hey, we need to keep football in San Diego. This is where I go down.
But the problem is that Spanos goes, the seats were sold. I don't care. That's the problem.
Well, a couple of years ago, there was a fan that actually sent me a tweet of a photo of a letter. It was a Steeler game. It was last year's Monday night game.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And the guy sent in, he was a Pittsburgh fan. He said he got a direct letter from the San Diego Chargers, see if you're interested in coming to San Diego for the game.
How about that?
Yeah, he showed the letter. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Got to sell seats.
I'm tapping my glasses here, just thinking about all that crazy stuff. Hey,
your hair's going to fall out if you do that, Steve. Come on.
Let me. My Lego hair just sort of stays, just sits.
Say you're going to start pulling it out if you keep thinking about the Chargers.
Now, we talked about a sport that suddenly is back on the map. At least this weekend it is, and that's golf.
Yeah.
And as I'm watching Tiger Woods, and he had yesterday was a great round, 65. He had a double bogey to wrap up his round today, 70. Nothing spectacular from Tiger today.
But he's still in the top 10, buddy.
Well, and during the 17 golf.
Hey, that's okay. Don't kill the story.
Well, he's guaranteed a top 25, right?
There you go.
He's guaranteed a top 25.
Top 20.
Top 20. But here's the thing about what's going on this weekend. It's a reminder that in his absence, they have done everything they possibly can to promote Jordan Spieth, Ricky Fowler, Rory McIlroy, Jason Day, Dustin Johnson. They've been doing all this different stuff about these new dynamic stars in the world of golf. And here you drag out Tiger, 40 years old now, a shadow of his former self. And they've got more attention for this tournament, dare I say, than any tournament they've got all year long.
Well, and even if you mention Dustin Johnson, what does everybody say? That's the guy with Paulina Gretzky, right?
Yeah, that's about it.
You know what I mean? So you go through and...
Well, he also has no personality. That's the problem with Dustin Johnson. He's just so low-key, it's just the second he opens his mouth, you're gone.
But we've been talking about Los Angeles and the market and winning the market and having... your television ratings have been bad for your Rams product, and we're talking about dominance, right? We talk about any sport. What do you want? You want a villain that people have to chase. Tiger was that guy, right? Whether you tuned in to see if it was going to hold up, and then for a while it was, wow, can he even get to Sunday?
Right.
All these other guys, you can say they're the greatest golfer, and it's great to have all this competition. You don't have one guy that they're chasing.
No.
Because they're interchangeable. and they're not memorable in any way, shape, or form, and so people aren't coming back. They're just not, unless one of them rips off 9 in a row and starts flipping the bird on 18 at the rest of the field. It's not going to happen.
The one guy that should have been the rival of Tiger all those years, obviously, was Phil Mickelson.
Right.
But they never had that major golf championship where it was the two of them down the wire, down to the last shot to decide a major championship. Wouldn't this be a nice, interesting twist? It would be sort of like one more Mayweather-Pacquiao fight. Let's say at the Masters next year.
Yeah. Final
round, the 240-somethings, Tiger and Phil. Final pairing down the stretch. How big would that be?
Be monstrous.
Monstrous.
You know, one thing about Tiger, this weekend, all these examples, hey, flipping a ball to a girl, whatever else, he's doing the Kobe Bryant last year thing.
Yeah.
Right, when Kobe used to want to kill everybody in between the in between the sidelines and
by the way, he
and then
was
all of a
exactly
sudden,
that way.
But in his final year, all of a sudden he smiled, oh, you blocked my shot, isn't that cute? Tiger Woods doing the same thing. I need Tiger to be salty and hateful. I don't want smiley Tiger Woods. That's not competitive Tiger Woods.
I don't know. He was showing a little frustration out there.
That's what I need.
Yeah.
I need the angst. I need him to still want to crush you at every hole. And I don't know, earlier this weekend we didn't see that. Maybe it was because the game was coming together.
All right,
but
so
I need him angry.
You want angry. So were you a Tiger fan or did you root against Tiger?
I like watching the show. It's better for the story.
Not answering the question.
That's exactly right.
Were you rooting for him to win or rooting for him to lose?
Always wanted to see a collapse because I wanted to see what was going to happen.
There it is.
I want to see what he's going to do next.
So when Y.E. Yang beat him in that 2009 PGA, first time, only time, where Tiger had the lead going into the final round of a major and lost, you were like, Yang, Yang, Yang.
I might have yelled just that from these Geico studios, let me tell you.
All right.
I like chaos, Steve, in sports. Have you not figured that out yet?
I love that as well. We're in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Is Florida about to mount a huge comeback against Alabama? We're going to find out coming up next.
And now, not getting your football hits on the field?
I love football.
Our social media will get you locked in.
Hey, let's lock in.
From our Twitter account at Fox Sports Radio to Facebook.com/Fox Sports Radio. Your social media home for football is right here on Fox Sports Radio.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Mortgage rates have dropped again. In fact, recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. Now is the time for you to take advantage of these historically low rates and save serious money every month by refinancing your mortgage. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 4.125%. APR, 4.82%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how far we can lower your mortgage payment. For 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year, they also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. This ultra-low rate of 4.125% won't last long. So call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices. They're going to need advocates.
Paralyzed Veterans of America is here to help.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable for them to go back home and live.
Education benefits.
And we also focus on getting them a job.
And if something happens to the veteran, then, we're the spouse's advocate.
We help our veterans for free.
The way that Paralyzed Veterans of America does that is through their National Service Officers that are located throughout the United States.
Our work is important because people depend on us.
And they know when they come to Paralyzed Veterans of America, they're going to get the right answer. And they know that we are there for them 24/7. Because we are.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit pva.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Hey, this is Robert. And I'm Bob. We have the same shirt, same shoes, same haircut, same car, but not the same financial institution. I have my money in a bank where it's protected by the FDIC, and my money is in a credit union protected by NCUA. Of course, FDIC protects my money up to $250,000 per account. Hey, wait a minute. NCUA protects my credit union money up to $250,000 per account. And a new law makes this coverage limit permanent. Let me guess. For both. You got it. NCUA. FDIC. $250,000. $250,000. Both backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. So they're virtually, yep, identical.
Use the e-calculator at ncua.gov to make sure all of your money is NCUA safe.
The Big Lead. This is The Big Lead with Jason McIntyre.
Cowboys fans, there are some problems with the Cowboys. I know, you're geeked. Hey, the Super Bowl's in Houston. We just got to drive down the road. This will be great. I'm not convinced they're Super Bowl bound. I do believe the Cowboys are an awesome team right now. It's easy to get swept up in the Dallas mania. We got Dak Prescott. Ezekiel Elliott's a beast. So everybody's swept up in Dak mania, Ezekiel Elliott, the Tony Romo drama. But is that a Super Bowl caliber defense? In the postseason, are they stopping anybody? I'm worried about the Dallas Cowboys facing Atlanta in the postseason. I'm worried about Seattle. I want to brace you for the fact that the Cowboys, they're going to lose that NFC title game at home to Seattle.
This is The Big Lead with Jason McIntyre. Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Have you ever lost a cat? And have you ever wanted to get your cat back after you lost it? Hi there, I'm Andrew Hoffman. I went on this website called inventnow.org. Then I decided to make an invention of my own. It's called the Lost Cat Magnet invention. So you can get your cat back after you lost it. Just turn it on, and lost cats stick to it. That's a good cat. If your cat was hiding up in a tree, it won't be up a tree anymore. It will be stuck to the Lost Cat Magnet. And sometimes they fly toward you in the air. Just listen to one satisfied cat. See, that's proof. You should go to the inventnow.org website too. But just remember one thing. Don't do a Lost Cat Magnet.
Anything's possible. Keep thinking. Get started on your own inventions or just play some games at inventnow.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the National Inventors Hall of Fame Foundation, and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
The longest-running fan experience in college sports is back and coming to a stadium near you. We'll be giving away thousands of free stuff, playing games, and registering you to win big prizes. Go online to tailgatetour.com. Let's go! Or find us on Facebook for your chance to win over $50,000 in prizes. Tailgatetour.com is your destination to win big this football season. You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Harmon and Harmon. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more in car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to Geico.com 15 minutes ago. Let's check in on that SEC title game.
Let's head to the sideline. It's the grind of the game. With our Fox Football Saturday reporter.
Can Florida come back and make a game of it against number 1 Alabama? We head to Atlanta right now. Ryan Fowler is there. What's the latest, Ryan?
Hey, guys, Bo Scarborough just took it in inside the 5-yard line. Now it's a touchdown. So Alabama now leading, pending the PAT, 39-16 with just a few minutes, 3 minutes and 32 seconds left here in the third quarter. The PAT is good. Alabama has just now, on that 98-yard drive, they have just now taken the yardage advantage over Florida. This offense is really stalled out, but there was a massive goal line stand by this Alabama defense. Alabama took over 98 yards right down Florida's throat, and right now Alabama leads 40-16 here in the SEC Championship game in Atlanta.
All right. Thanks so much, Ryan. We'll check with you a little bit later on. By the way, in that game, Florida has been held to exactly 8 yards rushing.
How about that? We saw the fourth down stand, a play in the back of the end zone, tipped away, and now you go to Scarborough Fair. How you like that, Scarborough? Can you do that?
Are you going to Scarborough Fair?
There you go. Start talking about all
Parsley,
the
sage, rosemary, and thyme.
Showing our age, getting you the Simon and Garfunkel back when people can write songs instead of having someone working on their computer.
Believe me, I have a 20-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 15-year-old. My daughter's 15 right now. I try to make sense of what I'm listening to. I always ask them the same thing. How many of the songs am I listening to today are going to be holding up 50 years from now?
Good question.
These standards,
Meanwhile, you got parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. As they've now put 40 up and just getting rolling.
All right, so Alabama very secure right now with the number 1 spot in the college football playoff. The question is, which teams will be joining them? Ohio State will sit at number 2. Washington seems fairly safe. Well, maybe not. Then we'll have that Clemson-Virginia Tech game. Again, that game will be kicking off in a little more than an hour. I want to get into a little more NFL football with you, Michael Harmon.
Yes, sir.
Take advantage of the swollen dome over there. Thursday night, the Cowboys getting the win against the Vikings in a game where the Cowboys played lousy. I mean, they did terrible football. Yep. They lost the turnover battle, a lot of penalties. They didn't play well, and yet they still found a way to win. I'm a big believer. If you follow anything about sports history, you can always find teams of destiny. Like, there's really no explanation on how they end up where they end up other than the fact that the sports gods were smiling upon them. Are we there with Dallas? Are they as good as 11 straight wins would indicate? Longest in-season winning streak in the history of one of the most fabled franchises, the Dallas Cowboys. You watch this as closely as anyone. Are they really there, or they are still... I mean, again, we had Carolina last year sitting at 14-0, and we weren't quite sure, and they steamrolled through the playoffs in the NFC until they ran into that Denver defense. I mean, is there anybody to slow down this train that is the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, you look at the rest of their schedule. They're at the Giants. You got the Buccaneers, the Lions, and Eagles. So 4 teams that, in theory, could at least throw up.
I mean, the Giants are another team.
Well, nobody believes in them. They're a 6-point dog on the road.
6 straight games.
That's right. Nobody, smoke and mirrors is what people would tell you. With Dallas, the one thing you have to appreciate, if you've got the long view of the NFL, is that they do it by running the football and then maybe take a shot downfield once in a while. Obviously, Dak Prescott, that big 56-yard pass play to Dez Bryant. Otherwise, it was a lot of, that's what he does. He's 5 to 10 yards, dink and dunk, and it's all on the legs of Ezekiel Elliott. So one of the things that
it's really on that wall in front of Ezekiel Elliott.
Well, but that's just it. You've got a great offensive line. They haven't really been hit by injuries. Right? Dez Bryant out didn't matter because they don't stretch the ball a lot. As long as you can still run. And the defense, got to give them credit because coming into the year, we thought they'd be Civ-like, and they've held up pretty well.
I saw a stat, Pro Football Focus, and David Johnson and Ezekiel Elliott had the same number of touches, 266 touches, right? Mm-hmm. And David Johnson had 59 broken tackles. So he's breaking 59 tackles. The exact same number of touches, Ezekiel Elliott, 37. I mean, he is... when I watch Ezekiel Elliott, it's like watching Emmitt Smith.
Oh, go back
25 years ago.
Go back to that game against Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
He averaged 4 yards a carry before he was touched.
All 3 of the touchdowns he scored in that game, he was not touched on any of them.
Right. But you think about a running back with that many touches, that he's not even touched. I think that's the most interesting thing, though, is you look at the NFL, and it's just so haphazard, right? Gronkowski out for the Patriots. What's it mean on the AFC side? There's no great AFC team.
Right.
Raiders still have a lot of holes. NFC side, who do you trust? So this makes for a very interesting playoffs.
Well, for NFL information, I trust this guy right over here. We're in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. More of his expertise coming up next.
We are Fox Sports!
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Drink responsibly.
ADT presents What to Consider When Considering Home Security. An ADT sign is more than a sign. It's a line in the sand. On one side, your family. On the other, an uncertain world.
For over 140 years, more people have chosen ADT to help prevent crime than anyone else. Get ADT starting at just $28.99 a month.
Tested, trusted, proven ADT.
With 36-month contract for licensing and terms and conditions, visit ADT.com.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney. K-E.
I think Michigan fans are ashamed that they lost at Iowa and that they lost to the Ohio State the way they did. They've lost 2 of their last 3 games, and they're not in the Final Four. What they're doing is they're scratching their head going, ooh, I don't feel good. We're not any good. We might be good. We're supposed to be good. We got Harbaugh. He's God. He's the next Bo Schembechler, but we're not there. Maybe I'll wait till next year. And Ohio State has nothing to be ashamed of. They lost to Penn State earlier in the year, and their resume is much better than Penn State or Wisconsin. So even though Ohio State's not playing in the Big Ten championship game, their entire body of work is worthy of the number 2 or 3 seed. They happen to be the 2 seed.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio, WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
SEC championship game has turned into a lapper thanks to a 98-yard drive.
First and goal from the 2, handoff Scarborough. Touchdown Scarborough. Behind the big guys, Bo Scarborough powering his way to his 6th touchdown of the year.
End of the third quarter in the title game, and number 1 Alabama looks to go 13-0. as they lead Florida 40-16. A game that's showcased on FS1. West Virginia 24, Baylor 21. As far as finals from earlier today, Big 12 action saw Oklahoma State fall to Oklahoma 38-20. Kansas State trumps TCU 30-26. College basketball, number 11 UCLA continues to be undefeated, 9-0 now after beating Kentucky on the road 97-92. I'm David Gascon.
Tonight on FS1, don't miss the exciting finish to The Ultimate Fighter. Demetrius Johnson defends his flyweight title against the tough winner live from Las Vegas. I'm up in your face. Coverage begins tonight at 8 Eastern on FS1. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Come on, man! Come on, man! Your second half coverage is going deep.
Fires down the field, leaping grab made.
Fox Football Saturday with Steve Hartman and Super Bowl champion Brady Papinga.
This is what it feels like.
You want plays? You want coaches? You want the best breakdowns?
I got you.
Fox Football Saturday rolls on right now. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman. And sitting in for Brady Papinga, it's Michael Harmon.
And here we are once again, Hartman and Harmon with you, just rolling along on this beautiful Saturday, coming alive from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. As much as I love having you here, Michael, I have to admit that I was loaded for bear with Brady Papinga.
You're ready to fight with him about
the Joey Bosa situation.
Oh,
I don't know if you know the background on this.
There's a lot about Joey Bosa with Brady.
Yeah,
either that or you mentioned Pro Football Focus. If you said those words,
I know he goes.
Steam goes off the top of his head.
How about this? I did both with him. So,
I was going to tell you that the Heisman didn't matter, and I just kick my feet up and sit back for 4 hours.
Yes,
but Scott said I had to talk if I was going to collect.
Exactly. Well, you no problem there. Here's the thing about Brady. He's had this thing about Bosa, and it's not a personal thing about Bosa. It's just the fact that he's the wrong guy in the wrong place. That the Chargers made a mistake because he doesn't fit their scheme. And then I'm watching his last game against Houston, right? And he's having a good game, but here's where it came. The Chicago Tribune, of all publications this week, in the middle of nowhere, it's not often that the Chicago Tribune would do an entire article about a San Diego Charger player.
No.
But this was the headline to the story. Joey Bosa, not Dak Prescott, not Ezekiel Elliott, is the Rookie of the Year in the NFL. So I saw this article, and they're breaking down Pro Football Focus. He has the highest grade of any rookie player in the league, higher than anyone else. So immediately I had to get Brady Papinga on the show.
Right.
So he fired off. This is with a Charger audience, and just, again, ridicule Pro Football Focus, saying the numbers lie, Bosa's not nearly as good, and all hell breaks loose.
Sure. Well, that's good. That's good radio.
So then all of a sudden here I am ready to go with Papinga, and all of a sudden Brady was not there to answer the call. That's okay. We'll get to him.
Well, he was a little afraid. I mean, I don't unleash hell as you would.
What are your impressions of Joey Bosa? He looks pretty dominant to me. I just go eyeball test.
It's a guy that it seems like to me that you probably should have gotten him into camp early. Not that takes care of all ills.
Well, he missed the first 4 games, of which they lost 3 out of 4. Is it possible that they might have won one more game had he been there?
What's funny, though, is between all the noise up here in Los Angeles, the Eric Dickerson, Kevin Demoff, Jeff Fisher flap, and San Diego relocation, that's kind of gone in the background, isn't it? How they botched that whole thing over offset language and all of that. It's like,
it was crazy.
At some point, you just have to say, if the guy's a bust, he's a bust.
Right.
And get him into camp, because you're drafting that high for a reason. You're drafting to bring in.
I mean, let's also make it clear. You basically had the first pick in the draft.
Right.
Because obviously both the Eagles and the Rams traded up
to go get a specific
quarterbacks
guy.
who were not nearly as good as other guys on the board. So you basically you had the first pick in the draft. So as things were it was continuing on with the holdout and everything else, you're thinking this is a disaster. But now that this guy is on the field, he's unbelievable.
He's a monster. When I make him my Rookie of the Year? No.
He is, according to Pro Football Focus, and I'm not saying they're the end-all, but they have a certain formula. It's not even close. He is dwarfing the rookie numbers of Von Miller and Khalil Mack and J.J. Watt and other edge rushers. I mean, he is dwarfing their rookie numbers with his rookie season.
Already looking at 4.5 sacks, A lot of more
the
that
pressures
don't show
are off
up.
the
Right,
yeah.
they don't show up.
And
in
he's
these
equally
stats.
as good against the run, which if you watched him at Ohio State, remember 2 years ago when they won the national championship, he was unstoppable. But then last year they moved him inside. Right. And so a lot of people are sort of thrown off, like, is he still the same guy?
It mutes the numbers. Yeah. Right? It's going to put some more noise in where you have to really go back and watch it a little more closely for what he's doing on a play-by-play, which is why people don't get into offensive and defensive line analysis. It's not sexy as to what a guy's doing on the interior oftentimes. But Joey Bosa's been an impact player. There's no way around that as you go forward. And you look at where the AFC West is, Chargers win one of those games.
Any one game,
any one of
game,
those,
any one of
those first four,
yeah.
And all of a sudden we have a different conversation about where we're heading in the final.
They'd be the 7th seed right now instead of the 12th seed. I mean, one win would have made that difference. By the way, speaking of non-sexy, let's get a little fantasy football right now, because we were talking about this on Thursday, and you mentioned the fact that it ain't sexy, but you need to watch your defenses right now.
Oh, yeah.
Defense is critical at this point of the year?
Well, you're always looking to steal points wherever you can.
Right.
And the beauty of it at this juncture of the season, now this week's schedule really kicks people in the teeth because most of the games are actually competitive. You look at your point spreads, you look at your expectations, you're talking about 3 to 5 point.
But you
spread.
still have teams on the bubble. I mean, the Chargers are a perfect example. Like, one more loss and they're gone. You have a lot of bubble teams that are still holding out hope that we're still playing for something right now, as opposed to a couple of weeks from now when people have pretty much bagged it.
Oh, sure. And then
that's
a
tough read. Like, which teams are still, like Carolina. Is Carolina still engaged in the season?
I would argue it's probably done. You're still going to have guys looking for their own statistical milestones and whatever else, but beyond that, you're not getting a full 100% effort from everybody on that squad.
That's I would imagine week 13, that's the biggest problem, is trying to figure out which teams are still there and which teams have checked out.
I think in the NFL it's a little bit different because you don't have the monstrous guaranteed money that you have in baseball and in the NBA where you can mail it in for months at a time and still keep your job. With the NFL, given the fact that your average career is only 3 to 4 years, that guys are still going to be self-motivated. And once you take off a little bit, you open the door for that awkward injury issue or you're planted wrong and everything. It's a much different animal in that regard. But certainly when we go through the progression of an NFL season, first couple of weeks you're feeling out. You have your suspicions of who's good, who's bad, who's ugly. This NFL season's kind of been a mess because, like you say, you've got a middle that is a lot bigger.
Huge middle.
The tail's a lot longer on that middle as to whether a team's still competitive or not than we normally see at this juncture of the season. So for this week's matchup, the point that I was making is you don't have the obvious overwhelming favorite, with the exception of the Patriots and the Rams.
Well, let me ask you, are the Rams still engaged? I mean, this defense has played well. As I said a week ago, they certainly were engaged, and I thought they're going to ugly this game down with the Saints. I can't imagine. And if you had told me before the game the Rams put up 21, I'm feeling pretty good about my number. They gave up 49? I mean, what happened there?
Saints, too much. Ingram, Hightower getting it done. Hightower.
But it's not like the Saints have been putting up 49 every week.
No, but when you're at home, and look, at the end, what do we got? We got a very distracted team right now. Forget about the disinterest based on where their record is. Do you think any of these guys are engaged? If the coach doesn't even know who their opponents are, the players, hey, I'm going to name off some running backs. He got LeGarrette Blount right, so we'll give him credit for that. But the backups he's getting wrong, how much of a distraction has it been for them? Now, we haven't had a lot of sound bites from guys on the team about this, but when the initial report was, hey, guys on the team, the players aren't comfortable with having Eric Dickerson on the sideline, I'm like, really? They're not more interested in keeping their jobs and playing football?
I don't even know where that even comes from. I mean, first of all, if you're in a game, how engaged are you talking to somebody on the sideline like Eric Dickerson? You might see him before the game. You're not talking to Eric Dickerson during a game. First of all, he's not even in a position to be anywhere near the bench. When you have a sideline pass, that doesn't mean you're standing next to the coach. You're over in the end zone area. You know where you are if you have a sideline pass. That was the most ridiculous argument I ever heard.
But the fact that even gets brought up, right, that you're worried about these things, whether it's real or imagined, if it's coming from Demoff on down, the fact that you're vocalizing it, you're giving it credence, and you're making excuses, and now you're putting your players in. I don't care
Yeah, but the way it made it sound is like the players are standing there and Eric Dicker's walking up and saying, Fisher sucks, doesn't he? Like, he's like the worst
like
coach.
He's an agitator on the sideline.
Like he's walking up and down the sidelines. They're huddling up, talking about their defense. All of a sudden, Eric jumps in and he goes, why would you listen to this guy, man? He
doesn't know what he's doing, right?
But that's just it. Like, you set up this scenario. None of that's going on.
But the fact that Jeff Fisher spoke to that in a press conference.
Yes.
Just, and paid that any mind and tried to sell that, just tells me that the focus is not on winning. So
he was more focused on Danny Woodhead than anything else.
That's right. So even with no Gronkowski, when people said, they're vulnerable. Not vulnerable this week.
No.
They roll over this team. So, that's the one place.
All right, so you're not seeing any heroic effort by the Rams this week.
This is one place where if I'm looking for the defense to go in and roll, Patriots are going to be out there because turnovers hasn't been a monster season for them.
You don't think Belichick's frothing going after a quarterback like Jared Goff?
102-7 the last two meetings between Belichick and Jeff Fisher.
Really? I did not know that.
102-7.
Wow. That's a great number.
Yeah. Look for that to multiply this week as Jared Goff.
I did hear Jeff Fisher breaking down that Brady he thinks is a really good quarterback.
How about that?
Yeah.
That's good. And Bill Belichick talked about Johnny Hecker and what a weapon he is. One of the best sound bites.
Well, Hecker's going to get plenty of practice this week.
Yeah, no, that to me is about as good a sound as you get. Here he's trying to figure out the running backs, and Belichick comes over the top to praise the special teams. Hey, between Zerline and then Johnny Hecker. Johnny Hecker, he gave basically a Hall of Fame induction speech off of that. Yeah, let's hear Bill Belichick.
All right.
He's dangerous. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like a quarterback. He can throw, he can run. So, you got to defend him like you defend one of those guys. But, I mean, this guy's a weapon. I mean, he's not a good player. He's a weapon.
How about that?
So he's talking basically you have to prepare for Hecker like we used to prepare for Peyton Manning back in the day.
You just have no idea what you're going to get. That's the most important
Hecker,
player.
Manning, and I'm Manning at his peak, by the way, if we're going to talk about Hecker.
That's
Manning
right.
in the same sentence.
I mean, we're talking about a guy his net is 46.5 yards. He's got a lot of practice.
Well, this is sort of like Lou Holtz back in the Notre Dame days when he used to say, this Navy team is the toughest team we faced ever. This is the most prolific offense we will see all season.
Are you going to drop they put their pants on the same way we do?
Good stuff there. We can play Belichick sound all day long, but we'll need another update on that SEC title game. We're here in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Plus, a preview of both the ACC and Big Ten championship games coming up next.
When your school hits the ground running.
Up the middle, spins off. He's going to go 15, 10, 5, touchdown!
You know we've got the coverage you need.
I do love football.
You can't really argue with Clemson, LSU, and Ohio State. It's never been better to be a football fan.
It's college football.
We got you covered.
On Fox Sports Radio.
The thought of cold weather is, chilling. But not as chilling as the feeling you get when your battery fails on the road on cold, dark nights. That's why AutoZone is your home for tough Duralast batteries. They're tested to perform in temperatures 40 below zero and engineered to deliver more power during startup. So no matter how cold it might get, the thought of having a proven tough Duralast battery can keep you warm. With our help, you can always fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, the new album. The best thing they've done since the Black Album. 5 out of 5 Ks, says Kerrang! Magazine. Rolling Stone says it's full of crushing and thrashing metal racers. 2 discs with nearly 80 minutes of music featuring Hardwired, Moth into a Flame, and Atlas Rise. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Available at all Best Buy locations.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. See website for details.
Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 35cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000 with any type of credit discreetly from your computer or smartphone and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow as our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless regardless of your credit history. Visit 35cash.com and you can have up to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income, and you can get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 35cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 35cash.com. Type www.35cash.com.
It's time for Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, WFNN Erie. Now let's go to the ice with Aaron Cooney.
The road woes continue for the Erie Otters. The Sleeman Center, which had in previous years been a house of horrors for the Erie Otters, well, has found its way to be one of the Otters' bugaboos once again. As the Guelph Storm in a first period where they outshot the Otters 11-7, saw them take a 2-0 lead on the number 3 team in the CHL into the first intermission. The Otters responded with a late goal from Dylan Strom in the second period, and as they tried to tie the game up, into the third, out shooting the Storm 29-11 over the last 40 minutes of play. The next one was found by the Guelph Storm as James McEwen with a blast from the top of the circle sends it through Jake Lohr, and the Otters drop their 7th game on the road. And they'll look to figure it out because at some point you're going to be playing some more road games, especially come playoff time. The Otters enter the den of the Owen Sound attack, where Owen Sound has only dropped 3 games on home ice, and the last few weeks that they've had, winning 4 straight, 6 of the last 7, and flying high after another shootout victory over the London Knights last night. You can tell they're stoked coming in, looking to knock off the Otters from their home building. Erie electing to go with Troy Timpano. Got the rest last night. And as you expect with Chris Knobloch and his options, they'll see Troy back-to-back days, with the back-to-back weekend being a 2 p.m. start tomorrow. What we're looking at tonight, the Erie Otters and the Owen Sound attack. I'm Aaron Cooney, and this is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Special guest joining us in the broadcast booth, Steve Fitzsimmons, TV play-by-play voice of the Guelph Storm. He'll be with us on the other side of this break as we set the scene for you. Otters and attack for the 4th time this season. You're listening to the Erie Otters on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
This holiday season, my good friends gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match-day chances, 5 cash for 4 cash for lives, 3 pick 3s, 2 Mega Millions.
Pennsylvania Lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million Snowbank, with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Northwestern Pennsylvania winners, don't let them keep you from driving. Instead, drive more safely in an all-wheel control Mitsubishi. Among sedans, the Lancer is absolutely the lowest priced all-wheel control car in the market today. Only $17,700 right now at Interstate Mitsubishi. The all-wheel control Outlander Sport is the most affordable CUV in its class. It's priced right now at only $18,990. With the 2016 all-wheel control Outlander, you can drive up to 7 passengers more safely at the incredibly low price of only $21,990. All of our vehicles offer top safety features and are covered by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Buy an all-wheel control Lancer for only $17,700, an all-wheel control Outlander Sport for only $18,990, or a 7-passenger all-wheel control Outlander for only $21,990. Get outside this winter. Drive to Interstate Mitsubishi 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Price is based on 2016 model years MSRP. Stock numbers 3540, 4066, 3634 plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
On Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney with you from the J.D. MacArthur Arena inside the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center here in Owen Sound, Ontario. And for tonight's game, for tomorrow afternoon's broadcast, glad to be joined by Steve Fitzsimmons, play-by-play voice of the Guelph Storm on Rogers TV. Steve, thanks for making the trip from Hanover. And
no problem at all. It's my pleasure. Glad to be along with you for today and tomorrow.
And thrilled to have another voice on a game, or whether it's home or road, and always having that other viewpoint. The Otters' glasses can be on from time to time, but keep it fair and to have another voice. And you've watched the Otters for a long time now, coming into the Sleeman Center for a couple of years, and looking at last night's game with the Otters. Maybe they took Guelph a little bit lightly, but the Guelph Storm played a great game and got a lot of great goaltending and defense. They really slowed Erie down offensively.
They did. Liam Herbst played his best game of the year without a doubt, and that is saying something considering he was the CHL goaltender of the week in the opening week of the OHL season, but he was tremendous last night without a doubt. First star by far. They jumped on Erie early. I think Erie maybe had some bust legs. I know Dylan Strome alluded to that in our first intermission, but they were able to get that 2-0 lead, and when you get stellar elite goaltending like they had last night, Erie just wasn't able to come back and get any closer than that 2-1, and then Guelph got that late goal to make it 3-1.
That was pretty much about it. The Otters, goaltender pulled late, and there wasn't really much in the offensive end that they could become a threat. First up at the first period, Erie, they had some good scoring opportunities, unable to capitalize. I think the coaching staff, Chris Novak told me, Mag Simic had about 5 scoring chances, pretty good ones in the first period, and Erie just unable to capitalize. And you go from there. And goaltending, the story is William Herbst had his game, and the Otters, Jake Lohr still trying to find his way. He hasn't had a victory since against the Guelph Storm on October the 14th in that shootout victory. But the Otters had to come back again to defeat the Storm. But for this Otters team, and now high-powered their offense is, they have not been able to find the recipe on the road, as they fell yet again a 7th loss in total on the road, and now taking on an Owen Sound attack team that's probably one of the better teams of the last few weeks.
It doesn't get any easier tonight. I mean, Michael McNiven is the cream of the crop as far as it goes in elite goaltenders in the Ontario Hockey League, and with all due respect to Liam Herbst, Michael McNiven is considered a cut above without a doubt in terms of the opposition tonight. And he has been a huge difference maker. He stole 2 points last night for the Owen Sound attack in overtime against London. It was 8-0, the shots on goal favoring London, and Michael McNiven was a brick wall and took it to a shootout, and Owen Sound prevails. So the London Knights must be pulling their hair out, wondering what to do with Michael McNiven, but that's the challenge tonight for the Erie Otters.
Haven't been able to solve it. Michael McNiven, 19 years old, 6'1", 212 pounds, and a free agent signing of the Montreal Canadiens. How he ended up being a free agent and
shocking,
just
really
picked up that way. The last couple of years, since it was 2015, that offseason he was signed, and how he went undrafted.
I know his agent very well. They were absolutely floored, but it's actually worked out well, and he's getting mentored, from Carey Price, as if the Montreal Canadiens need more goaltending. But anyway, that's another story. But he's likely going to be the starter for Team Canada at the World Juniors as well, and he is definitely a challenge tonight for the Otters.
This is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons with you. We got a look at the UPMC the UPMC injury report and the Marsh & Marsh Real Estate Services lineup. As we preview, we'll get to that on the other side of this break as Erie Otters hockey continues on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzie's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzie's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzie's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzie's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Tim Hortons holiday treats? Oh, but there's so many. Okay, stay focused, Dave. Remember, it's for the office. Okay, definitely one peppermint hot chocolate, red velvet muffin. Ooh, I want a cinnamon bun iced coffee.
And some mint chip Timbits, and a gingerbread ice cap, and chocolate mint filled cookie with peppermint bark. Come into Tim Hortons and let our holiday treats bring out the child in you at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
I'll just take one of each, thanks. It's for the office.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena here at the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center. Aaron Cooney with you. This is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show, joined tonight and tomorrow afternoon by Steve Fitzsimmons, the play-by-play voice for Rogers TV and the Guelph Storm. And, well, we got to take a look at tonight's lineup and scratches, and also our injury report. But our lineup is brought to you by Marsh & Marsh Real Estate Services, with the Otters going with Troy Timpano tonight, 17-2, 2 shutouts with 2.44 goals against average and a .904 save percentage. As the Otters scratching number 3, Ryan Martin, number 8, Carson Edwardson, and number 46, Cade Robinson. As our injury report is brought to you by UPMC. One injury, that's Cade Robinson, who's out and will be out for a couple weeks, recovering from an appendectomy that he had Thursday night. And from what I was told, he was expecting to play at some point this weekend with 3-3, and then the appendectomy happens, and fortunately for him, he's recovering back in Erie, so we wish him a quick recovery. For the Owen Sound attack, Michael McNiven will get the start. 14-5, 1-0, 1 shutout, a 2.26 goals against average, and a .921 save percentage. Both of those numbers lead Ontario Hockey League goaltenders. Scratches for tonight, number 24, Maxim Sushko for the attack, and they did have one more. I saw it coming, either Cole Cameron or Nick King. They had them both slated on that last defensive pairing, but they may move it up because I think they're short of a forward, I do believe, Steve. But those are our lineups here for tonight, and you look at just by numbers, a goaltending duel between Timpano, third in goals against average, and He's given the praise to Michael McNiven and what he can do out on the ice and the way he's stymied teams, especially the London Knights of the last couple of weeks.
Very much so. You know, another interesting, compelling battle to watch tonight is special teams, and in particular, the Erie Otters power play ranked third, and that was without Dylan Strome, and now they have him back in the fold at 24% among OHL teams against this second-rated Owen Sound attack penalty kill, 86.7%. Of course, it never hurts when you have Michael McNiven as your main penalty killer, but, you know, that's a very stout part of their hockey club. You know, they play extremely strong defensively and are very well coached by Ryan McGill, who has a history of, you know, coaching defensive teams that get in your face and certainly don't give you much time and space. So we'll watch for that matchup tonight and see what the Otters are able to do on the power play.
We will wrap things up with the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Opening face-off is next, right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade.
Playport is more than just an arcade.
Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
The Otters skate here.
Fox Sports Radio,
1330, The Fan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome inside the Harry Lumley Bay Shore Community Center and inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena, where tonight the Ontario Hockey League presents the Erie Otters visiting the Owen Sound Attack. Logan, everyone, Aaron Cooney with you. Proud to be joined by Steve Fitzsimmons, the TV play-by-play voice of the Guelph Storm, joining me here, taking a short trip over to Owen Sound from Hanover, Ontario, to join us for the broadcast. Thrilled to have you on, Steve.
Well, thank you, Aaron. It should be a good hockey game tonight. Certainly, the Owen Sound attack come in strong, and we know what Erie has been doing. Barring last night, of course, it wasn't a great night for them.
As we get underway, the opening face-off controlled by the Otters, as I'm sure they have some energy to start out this one. And some frustration from last night they'll try to build up. As Paul Mulo going the other way, going cross-ice. Good stick from Darren Radish will deflect it out of play quickly. Just 18 seconds into action.
Of course, last night, Darren Radish, having his 16-game point streak broken off, was not registering a point against Guelph, and that, of course, is a team record. And I know he was after his brother Taylor's record of 17 earlier in the season, but he didn't quite get there.
Darren Radish back wearing number 24 tonight. The Otters and the snafu that was their jersey and equipment from missing the bus on Friday. Erie guilty of an icing call. The draw will come back into their own end. But everybody back into the regular numbers and jerseys here tonight. So we do have to give a thank you to the Edwardson family. Carson Edwardson's dad picking them up from Dave Brown, the Otters general manager. Those were shipped up to Buffalo from Jamie Szynski at the Otters office. To get them finally here in time for the game. So we're back in action. Patrick Fellows trying to get it out of the neutral zone. Negated there, pushed back in further by Justin Brack, but Erie able to recover and play it up the near side on down ice. Trenton Bork down behind the net. He's pestered by Kyle Pettit of the Otters, followed up by Brett Newman, but again, behind the net, it's Brack trying to get around to the Otters. Bork up ahead for Schmalz, who can skate out ahead, the overage forward. Poke check by Stambrick on the strip of the puck. Erie changing behind the play, however. On left wing side for Bork. To look ahead, up off the backhand of Hancock, rolls into the Otters zone. Darren Radish on back in the far side corner, stationed in his own zone. Erie works it on ahead, pushed out to center ice, controlled by Jacob Friend. Thursday up and intercepted by Ivan Lodney. He dances into the offensive zone. Drop pass to Darren Radish, poked away. Fergus, the only man back. He'll control, take this back to his own end now. Fired up into the neutral zone for Lodnia. Back for Max Simovich. These guys were buzzing early in the first period last night against Guelph. He's unable to get one behind the goaltender. Liam Herbst had a great night, stopping 35 and 36 as Suzuki, the takeaway, and looking for Price. Rolls off of his stick. Darren Radish in control one more time for Erie. On for DeBrincat. Now Dylan Strome out here. The leftover from that line. Lets a wrister go up high and stopped by McNiven. Who reels it in off the end boards for the face-off. Chris Knobloch electing. He started out that line. The big guns, DeBrincat, Strome, and Taylor Radish. And then the Otters cycling back into their regular lineups with Maximovich playing with Lodnia and Strome. DeBrincat out here with Taylor Radish and Alan McShane. The face-off taken by Owen Sound. Aiden Duditz on ahead. And then backhanded in by Matthew Struthers. Campano swinging around the near side for DeBrincat. He'll chip it up the wall. McShane looking to go to his right. The pass intended for Taylor Radish. Not enough steam on that. Marcus Phillips now gets it out to neutral ice. That's as far as it'll go. The Otters take back. DeBrincat's pass off the mark. Phillips one more time. Lifts up down ahead. Struthers pass missing everybody. Comes down on the Otters goaltender. Campano the slide to the far side. Hammered back towards the net by Matthew Struthers. That one goes wide, deflects out to the point. Erie taking off. DeBrincat into the offensive zone, right wing side, pulls the trigger. That one wide. Angles off the near side boards. DeBrincat flying in, runs over Santorami. That's the puck again, and another shot goes wide on the glove hand side. Kearney back to it. But the Otters keep it alive. Duditz lost an edge, went down on him, but slides it on for the captain, Santino Santorami. Erie changed behind the play. As Owen Sound up ahead with Schmalz, he'll lift it in off the glove. This one rolls towards the Otters net. Campano will slow it down just enough for Eric Cernak. Moving ahead for Sean Biley from the left wing. Cross-ice pass off the stick of Gurney, deflects in. McNiven will slow it, rip it around off the glass and out of play. 16:50 to play in the first period. No score here from Owen Sound.
Well, you just have to love the energy you get from Alex DeBrincat as he came through right in the high slot and undressed a couple of Owen Sound attack defensemen and almost got the game started with a goal there. And that's what you get from Alex DeBrincat. Hard work, determination, and 5'7", he plays like he's 6'3".
He doesn't back down from anybody.
Nobody. You
You see it on the other side, too. Petrus Palmo is the finish Alex DeBrincat for.
Exactly.
The way I look at it. He can score goals, smaller stature, and he takes his bumps and is looking, too, but keeps ticking. It's Owens down the other way into the Otters zone. Schmalz circles the wagons, gets off the Brack. Quick shot, kicked out Timpano. Back onto it. It's Zachary Roberts. Behind the net, Brack cycles it behind the goal one more time. Pass out in front off the shaft of the stick of Zachary Roberts, and the Otters can clear ahead. Skating out of danger is Patrick Fellow. He slides ahead to push it into the skates of King. It's followed up by Pettit. He'll rim it in. Erie changing behind the play. There is Paul Moo out on the ice. 19 goals this season. He leads Owens down in goal scoring and points. Pestered Darren Radish, who was unable to clear. Here's Paul Moo. Stick handling in the offensive zone. Flips it down right wing side. That's intercepted by Strome. Pushed ahead for Lodney out at center ice. Has a trailer in Maximovich. The drop pass. Maximovich with it. Shot blocked out of play by Sean Dursey.
Well, you see a lot of that with this Owen Sound Attack Hockey Club, where they get their bodies in blocking position to block shots and get their stick in the shooting and passing lanes, and they stymie forwards coming into their zone quite often just by getting in there quickly.
Yeah, two of the best teams in the shooting department stats-wise. Owen Sound leads the league. And it's 38.5 shots per game. They only give up on average 28.21. That's the third best mark in the league. The Otters lead that department. A little over 26 shots per game allowed. Owens down into the offensive zone. Gadjevic down the right wing corner. His pass in front, intercepted by Dylan Strome defensively. Out ahead to the neutral zone for Maximovich on the pass. Into the zone, slides it to the left wing corner, where that bounces in behind the net. Sean Dursey there for Owen Sound. Flicks it right back for Jacob Friend to take over. A free agent signing by the Owen Sound Attack, and eventually drafted by the LA Kings in the 7th round. Here's a stretch pass for Zapola now. He's got a chance. Fires it off the blocker of Timpano. It stays in play onto the far corner, bouncing. Taylor Radish with a chip all the way to the near side wall of the honor zone. Jordan Sandbrook is back. Slide it for TJ Fergus. As he heads to the circle, drops it off for Sandbrook. Fired ahead for Taylor Radish. On for McShane. Stick handles around. Phillips drops it off for Radish. Can't pull the trigger. DeBrincat finds it. Fired off a stick high. Got it right back. 12 in Navy. Shot from the point. Cernak goes wide. The near corner, Sandbrook activates. Keeps it alive. Taylor Radish within the circle. Pass across. Here's a wrist shot to DeBrincat. McNiven the save. And the rebound. Oh, they pick it up in front of the goaltender and work it ahead. Looking for Suzuki, who's ahead of the play. But icing calls could not take the pass.
Well, a good chance by Ethan Zapula coming in on the right wing as he got a shot away, and nice blocker save made by Timpano, but then the Erie Otters come right back the other way and led by Alex DeBrincat with another good chance, and an equally good save made by Michael McNiven, one of the best.
Shot from Darren Radish on the face-off win. Never made it on goal as Suzuki pushes it back on ahead. McNiven leads OHL goaltenders in goals against average and save percentage. Troy Timpano third in goals against average. As the Otters work ahead for Sean Biley. Here's a quick shot from the circle, and then McNiven again up the pass. Scoreless here. 5 minutes and 54 seconds into the first period.
Well, good little snapshot coming off the left wing by Biley there. Testing McNiven. You're not going to beat him from there too often, but he got some good mustard on that shot.
McNiven had a rough outing the last time out against the Honors. He allowed 2 goals on 5 shots. And eventually was pulled and turned for the backup. Here's a chance. Erie rips it off the post. Dylan Strome had it open 4x6 and hammered it off the far post. Here's a chance returning the other way. A backhander from Gadjevic. Would have went wide, but scooped up, held on to by Timpano. For Dylan Strome to be open, wow, that far circle, and then just fired.
Yeah, he had half the net to shoot at as McNiven was moving to his right and Strome was to his left and had an open side, just hit it off the bar.
Face-off win, Owens down. Trenton Bork couldn't handle that one at the blue line. Forced out of the zone by Brett Newman. Flying down the right wing corner with the puck. In front for Fellows. Pass was defended, and nicely by Cole Cameron. On ahead. The counterattack for Owens down. Petrus Paul Moo chips it on down right wing side. Looking for Aiden Dudas. Turned out to the blue line. Cameron's shot. That was blocked in front. That was a kick save from Josh Wayman, I believe. And it trickles all the way out to center ice. Well, turnover here at the Owen sound line. Newman has the puck. Gets off Fellows. One-time shot sticked away by McNiven. Ahead for Dudas. One-on-one against Mitch Byrne now. Tries to flip it on into the inside of the ice. Goes around. Byrne in onto the backhand. Oh, did he just miss the cage? It goes off the goaltender, Timpano. But what a move from Aiden Dudas to get around Mitch Byrne. And here comes the penalty on the Otters. I think they missed a call on the back end, and there's the makeup, and there, Erie going to be shorthanded.
Well, Aiden Dudas showing you some of that flash and dash that he was rumored to be bringing to the Owen Sound Attack in the minor midget draft, of course, drafted in the middle of the first round in last year's OHL draft, and a lot of people thought he might have went a lot higher. Not big in stature, but he reminds a lot of people of a former Owen Sound Attack player that was very prolific and was only 5'7".
Erie wins the opening faceoff on the penalty kill. They'll fire it on down ice. All those skates ahead, leaves it left side. 15th ranked power play unit for the Owen Sound Attack, and they can't get set up here. Eric Cernak, the big Slovakian at the right wing circle, fires it down ice. 90 seconds with the power play. 12:30 remains first period in a scoreless hockey game. Erie Otters visiting the Owen Sound Attack. First of back-to-back games to play again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Yashvik gets into the zone. He has TJ Fergus all over him as a shot to the point. Oh, let's skip just wide. I'm not sure if Stampano saw it in the last second. Leave it out to the point, looking for Paul Moo. Goes off his backhand out to center. Here he gets a free clear. They'll wind it up out from their own blue line. Skip on to the right side. Suzuki gets into the zone. Darren Radish able to find it. Puts it off with the stick of his younger brother Taylor Radish, but Erie can't clear. Paul Moo on in front. Off his stick, and Darren Radish will take it. Puts it up off the scoreboard here. That'll draw the whistle.
The Owen Sound Attack do an interesting thing on the power play. They play Petrus Palmu on the left point quite often because he's such a slick puck distributor, and it seems to move their power play around quite well when he's on the left side of it.
50 seconds left with it. On the man advantage, Alan McShane in the box for hooking was the call. Erie couldn't clear after the face-off win. Owen Sound looking to set up shop. Phillips from the left point. The second unit on. Down low for Schmalz. Looks from behind the cage. Powers his way over to the far side. Puts it off the skate of Eric Cernak. Couple LA Kings picks there. Schmalz leaves it on looking for Zapola. Off his skate and Pettit will clear for Erie. McNiven settles it down. Jacob Friend will slide through. With 20 seconds left on the power play. One last rush for Owen Sound, but they turn it over at the line. Fellows, I don't think he was expecting that gift. They got it right back, Owen Sound. And played on right wing side for Schmalz. Flipped ahead for Zapola. Got a chance. Shot save made from inside by Timpano. Friend holds down. Waits. Gives off the right circle. Zapola again. Off the body of Radish line. Zapola's got a couple great chances to start this one. Back behind the Otters net. It's Schmalz. Out of the box is McShane. We're even strength. Schmalz fires. Blocked. Zapola back to it. Looking for the touch pass. The Schmalz. No dice. Newman able to pick it up. Clear up his own end here. As we're even strength. Nearly midway through the first period. There's Brett Newman down the left wing side. Turn around by Centeremi. McShane follows up. Just flips it onto the far wall. Poked out towards the Otters line. As DeBrincat takes a little shove. Run into by Zachary Roberts. Keeps his skate. Puts it back into the offensive zone for Owen Sound. Wrist shot. Scoops up Timpano. And a whistle with the face-off coming in the Otters zone with 10:28 to play.
Well, Timpano looking sharp here in the early going. He's been tested a couple of times, especially by Ethan Zapula with two good opportunities. One of those coming on that power play, and he's been sharp.
Face-off pushed behind the Otters goal by DeBrincat for Mitch Byrne. He'll hand off to Josh Wayman, who looks ahead. Launch it out for Taylor Radish. Knocks it out of midair, but two Owen Sound Attack collide. Takes the puck from him with Roberts tossing it onto the near side corner. Timpano wanted to play it. Could not. They give out to the point. And that's intercepted by DeBrincat. Erie on the march on ahead. Taylor Radish to Dylan Strome. Walking in. Fires right into the red basket of McNiven. He holds it. No rebound. Could be teammates with Team Canada. Dylan Strome, Taylor Radish, Michael McNiven. All invited to Team Canada's training or selection camp They'll pick from there in just about a week. And Chris Knobloch will be watching as an assistant coach for Team Canada this year. Gurney with a shot, pass stop, rebound picked up Suzuki, launch it out to center ice. Eric Cernak controls it, slows things down, moving for Garrett Podubny, and a tie-up in front of the Owen Sound bench. Jostling ensues. It squirts on loose as Hancock directs it on back. Was trying to find Trenton Bork. He was in some trouble, able to dish it on left wing side for Nick Price. Back ahead for Kevin Hancock in the far corner. Price now, here's Suzuki trying to twirl on his way out in front. That was defended, and Bork takes over from the point. Right back for Hancock, trying to go behind the boards, behind the Otters net for Price. Erie wants to find that puck, though. Followed up by Podubny. They will have it. Play it to the line. It's picked up by Bork. Quickly on ahead for Hancock, right wing side with Suzuki. Veered away by TJ Ferguson. It's the Otters' turn on the counter. Biley just lost it on in. McNiven will chip it around the far boards. Was angled off the corner. Gadjevich trying to take it on ahead with Strome on his back. Lodnia steps in also. Jammed up the board towards the blue line. Erie slides it across. TJ Ferguson now wanted to curl it on for Maximovich. No dice with Suzuki providing the pressure. Otters wind it up one more time. Fergus through the neutral zone. Maximovich left wing side. Centurami stays with him. Takes it right off his stick. And the overage defender and captain flips it onto the far boards. Unable to clear. Strome has it for Lodnia. Loose on the right wing circle, but the Otters couldn't get it onto Maximovich, who was in front. Ball moved the other way. Right off the body of Fergus. It'll trickle down to the right wing corner. Gadjevich is there for Owen Sound. He shields the puck from TJ Fergus. Trickles loose. 25 will take it, but they can't get it away from Petrus Paul-Mou. Kept it in deep. The Otters control behind the net. Slow it down. Radish to Lodnia. Now cross ice Maximovich on the left wing. Enters the zone. Drop pass to Dylan Strome. Still has some left in the tank. Wrist shot off the blocker of McNiven. Tries a center in front. Newman just on. That pass intercepted at Owen Sound. Gets neutral ice. Josh Wayman on back. Under 8 minutes to play in the first period. No score here from Owen Sound. Otters in attack for the fourth time this year. Here's Fellows. Just keeps it in from the line for Pettit. And a penalty coming up. With Pettit taken down. A hit from Struthers. And an interference call coming up. Erie will go to the power play. With 7:44 remaining in the first period. No score from Owen Sound, Ontario.
Well, Struthers doesn't like the call, but he and Roberts kind of double-teamed the Erie player and sandwiched him. And unfortunately for the Owen Sound attack, they're going to the box. The Erie Otters power play, of course, third ranked, 24%, very prolific. Let's see if they can get things going with the power play.
Otters fans, remember, real food, real beer, real historic atmosphere. That's what you'll find at the brewery at Union Station. Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. This is the matchup you brought up, Steve, in the pregame show, the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. The Otters power play against the number 2 penalty kill unit. And the Owen Sound attack, they've only given up 15 power play goals this season. It's the third least in the league.
Well, Erie's been impressive on the power play, 24% and only having Dylan Strome for the last 3 games. You have to think that can give them an even bigger boost on the power play, maybe closing in towards 30% with him.
Well, this face-off pops up in the air, and it's Suzuki sending it on down ice. You got to watch for him. Nick Suzuki, 4 shorthanded goals this year, leads the league. Out here on the PK unit, but it's Darren Radish leaving ahead. He'll drop it off for DeBrincat. Overload on the right wing side. DeBrincat around 2. Wrist shot save made McNiven as DeBrincat, he had his Wheaties this morning. Played out to the blue line. Darren Radish all fumbled the puck at the line. Now tied up by Gadjevich at the Owen Sound bench. Erie offside, and allows Jacob Friend to drill it down ice. He's been shifty so far today through the first period. Alex DeBrincat for the Otters, but can't best McNiven just yet. Here's Kyle Pettit from the near side corner. Gets it alive for Dylan Strome, who's sticking out. Goes to the backhand, stop McNiven, and the rebound is cleared the length of the ice. Campbell will shuffle it, for Alex DeBrincat, who twirls cross-ice pass to Taylor Radish. 55 seconds on the power play for the Otters, and they'll leave the first unit on. Darren Radish lugs it ahead. Looks the middle of the ice, gets into the zone, leaves it on the left wing side for Kyle Pettit. He'll fire around the boards. Taylor Radish and Dylan Strome both there. 19 reels it in. Darren Radish to the top of the left wing circle now. Looks, waits, fires, deflected in! Kyle Pettit! Pepper needs new shorts. His 9th power play goal of the season, and the Otters take a 1-0 lead.
Well, Kyle Pettit standing right in front of Michael McNiven. I'm not really sure if he saw any of that. And it goes off Pettit right by McNiven. A power play goal for the Otters. Pettit, get traffic in his face, and that's how you beat him. You can't see it. It's hard to stop it. Nice goal by Pettit.
That's his 14th of the year as Kyle Pettit continues his best production season in the Ontario Hockey League. 29th point of the year, 14th of the season, finding the back of the net. The most he ever had in a year was 16 back in his draft year. Enough to draw the eye of the Vancouver Canucks for a 6th-round pick. As Owen's down, looking to get it back. They have a chance as Roberts gets around. The Otters defense chopped it just wide. With Timpano able to get the paddle down as well on that. Into the zone, the Owens down attack. The Otters just taking a 1-0 lead on the power play. Roberts gives it onto the far side corner. Struthers turned around. Roberts follows up in front for Schmalz. The Otters defend the pass away. They'll find it on the right wing side. It's Schmalz again from a sharp angle off the stick of Timpano. Kept alive by Phillips. That one off the body of Cernak. Erie controls. Pass out to center. Maximovich tossed it into the right wing corner. The Otters change. Try to get a regular unit out for them. Getting ahead, Marcus Phillips. Off the skates of Zappola comes to Gadjevic. Right back for Zappola. Pass behind him, but they recover. Into the skates, another pass for Zappola. Unable to corral it. And allows Josh Wayman to take it and just fire it to center ice. It's Cameron. He'll launch it into the far corner. Wayman is back. Paul Moo is watching. Here he plays the line, not out. Borka drive wide on the stick hand side. Fellows now for Erie. And right on top one was Paul Moo, the takeaway. Now Cameron for the point. Wrist shot, blocker, save made. Bodies in front too. They'll give to Gadjevic into the far corner. Tied up by Josh Wayman and kicked on loose for Paul Moo. Tied up by Kyle Pettit, but Paul Moo can be shifty. Trying to back down Kyle Pettit. Want to go back down low, unable to, but Bork will hold him from the point. This shot, save made between the legs of Timpano with Zappola right there on the doorstep. Timpano able to hold on.
Well, Zappola was right on the doorstep waiting for that loose puck to try to jostle it free from Timpano, and he held firm and was able to hold on to that. And Zappola had himself quite a period here for the Owen Sound attack, but hasn't been able to beat Timpano. The scoring play on the power play goal, Pettit from Darren Radish and DeBrincat at 13:39. So DeBrincat has a great first period, and he finally gets rewarded with an assist on that power play goal.
Hancock throws it in front. That's off the paddle of Timpano. Erie unable to clear. Friend with it. Wrist shot. Another one off the blocker. Bounces off the glass and nearly in front. Timpano bounces on it. But great response from Owen Sound after the Otters power play goal with a couple good shifts. Right back into the Otters zone. Draw to the right of Timpano. 4:20 to play. Strome out with Taylor Radish and Alex DeBrincat right now. TJ Fergus. He'll just settle behind his own net. Leave on for Darren Radish right side. On ahead. Lofted off the body of Friend, who cuts it off. Pushed out to center ice, and here they come. They flip it around Alan McShane, who just replaced Dylan Strome. And then on to the far corner, Hancock. Wheels behind it. Near side Suzuki. Give right back to Hancock. Blue line sent to Ramy. Wine fires off the stick of DeBrincat and out of play behind Timpano.
Good play by DeBrincat to deflect that hard shot by Centerami as he sent that flying out of play, but got into his shooting lane. Centerami with a bullet shot from the point, and he wasn't able to get it on goal there. It's deceptive because he actually has no goals and 16 assists, but they get a lot of rebounds on his shot.
Laid to the near side, looking for Aiden Dudas, who had a pretty good opportunity earlier as well, but the Otters escape out of their zone, give on to Christian Gurney. Looking from the right wing circle. Dudas able to take it away, move it on near side. Schmalz, blue attire, recovers, and still able to skate out to center ice with the puck. Tied up forward just in front of us here in the press box. As Schmalz gets around two, holds the break from the near side. Changes coming on the D side, and freshman just on Cameron with the one-timer blocked by Gurney. Has 7 in Navy, skates ahead for Erie. As Biley dropped past to Podubny instead. A wrist shot. And it was blocked by Bork. Bouncing onto the far corner, Gurney again. Trying to turn it out to the circle. Biley is there. Is right back on the cycle for Christian Gurney. Wanted to go behind the net. Nobody was home. Not enough steam on it. And Bork takes over to look up on ahead. Off the stick of Roberts. Slid back for the D. Cameron will fire it onto the neutral zone. That's intercepted. Good read from Sambrook down the left wing side. Leaves it on for Ivan Lodny. It's just on. Waits up the near side. Top of the circles now to the hash marks. Along the boards for Dylan Strom with the pass in the corner. Maximich now. Pass in front. Off his stick. They had Lodny. Just couldn't get it to him. On the deflection as Cameron moves it on for Matt Schmall. They lift it on near his bench. And they skate ahead with Kevin Hancock. Lines big drive. Kicked out by Timpano. They skip wide off the side of the cage. Hancock back to it, though. The far corner. Zapola now. Stick handles onto the circle. The blue line. They hold a wrist shot in front. Blocked by Darren Radish. They'll move ahead. Maximovich. On for Ivan Lodny. Offside. Thought he had brought that one in. But Erie whistled down the offside play with 2:15 to play in the first. The Otters lead 1-0. Kyle Pettit on the board with the power play goal.
Well, you can certainly tell the strategy of the Owen Sound attack is to get a lot of traffic in front of Troy Timpano. They've done a great job of it here in this first period, and Timpano has been fortunate to make a couple of saves that he's had a lot of bodies in front of him. I don't know how he saw a couple of them, but he's come out of it so far without allowing a goal. But you got to think that's their strategy as they move forward here.
Fergus runs into Hancock as Owen Sound controls off the draw. Here's Mitch Byrne for Erie. They'll slide it back onto the neutral zone. Erie bench. It's Byrne. Turning it up the boards. Friend recovers at his own line. Waits. Goes cross ice to Hancock, who's bumped by Kyle Maximovich. Will slide it back for Jersey. Friend one more time. D to D. Looks from the left wing. Off the skates of Petrus Paul Moon. The Otters go ahead. Dylan Strom. Waits. Gives off the Newman. Right wing side. Rich shot. Better save with the glove. McNiven.
Sharp stop there by the glove of Michael McNiven as he robbed Newman. A nice looking feed there. Coming out off the right wing side. And McNiven with a great glove.
There's Pettit on the draw. Tie up. Newman joins the fray, but it's pushed in the far corner. They'll slide it behind their own net. Phillips had it hop over his stick. Judas comes into the near corner, puts it back behind the cage. And up ahead on the far boards for Struthers. He's bumped by Eric Sternak, who keeps it alive. Sternak a little banged up in the game against Guelph last night. Left for a little bit at the end of the second period and returned in the third. And out here tonight, as Owen Sound lifts it onto the near side corner. Struthers chasing after it. Run into by Eric Sternak, 14 in Navy. He gets back his original number. As the Otters move it up the near side boards, Fellows directs back for Jordan Sambrook. Eric Sternak in the final minute. Here the first period from Owen Sound. Patrick Fellows only waited a little too long. They almost took it away from him. Sternak back behind the net. Here he can't get out of their end right now. Play with the puck too much, and a stick just blows up on Marcus Phillips as he heads to the bench. Would have kept that one in. Otters return behind their net. The final 40 seconds and a change upcoming for them as well. Chris Knobloch pushing the button to get thrown to Brinken and Radish out in the final 32 seconds. Pass missed for Dylan Strom, and Jersey launches it back into the Otters zone. Loaded by Timpano. Ever active, the Otters 19-year-old goaltender. Played out to center ice. Owen Sound directs it back to their zone. Jersey up the near side. They get the stick of Roberts. Nope. Icing called to Erie. On Owen Sound, and an offensive zone draw for Erie in the final 13.1 on the clock. Fades off to the right of McNiven. Strom, the draw against Zapola. Strom won it off his skate, gives to the blue line, Fergus line, fires one wide off the leg. Taylor Radish to it, 8 seconds left in the period. Comes out of the near side corner, in front for Strom, off of his skate, pushed ahead. Strom near steal, but they'll knock it out to the blue line and on out to center ice with time expiring on the first period. Kyle Pettit the only goal, but tied 11 apiece in shots. Rather even matchup for the first 20.
Absolutely, Aaron. It was very even, but the Erie Otters able to get that power play goal by crowding in front of Michael McNiven. Kyle Pettit doing a great job of that. The point shot from Darren Radish, and it hit Pettit on the way through to make it a 1-0 lead for Erie after one.
We will take a break. We'll come back with the UPMC intermission report right here on your home of Erie Otters hockey, Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
This holiday season, my good friend gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match-fix chances, 5 cash for 4 cash for lives, 3 pick 3s, 2 Mega Millions.
Pennsylvania lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million snowbank with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
My daughter needed a nebulizer for her asthma, so the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. There's no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Northwestern Pennsylvania winners, don't let them keep you from driving. Instead, drive more safely in an all-wheel control Mitsubishi. Among sedans, the Lancer is absolutely the lowest priced all-wheel control car in the market today. Only $17,700 right now at Interstate Mitsubishi. The all-wheel control Outlander Sport is the most affordable CUV in its class. It's priced right now at only $18,990. With the 2016 all-wheel control Outlander, you can drive up to 7 passengers more safely at the incredibly low price of only $21,990. All of our vehicles offer top safety features and are covered by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Buy an all-wheel control Lancer for only $17,700, an all-wheel control Outlander Sport for only $18,990, or a 7-passenger all-wheel control Outlander for only $21,990. Get outside this winter. Drive to Interstate Mitsubishi 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Price are based on 2016 model years, MSRP, stock numbers 3540, 4066, 3634, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena. It's the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney with you. Steve Fitzsimmons joining me on the broadcast, the play-by-play voice for Rogers TV with the Guelph Storm. And it's not too often that I get this opportunity to have somebody on the broadcast and join me and kind of have a OHL or junior hockey round table. I know we drew up some couple of conversation topics for us for the weekend last night up in Guelph and in the media room and scout room. And, I kind of mentioned this is a hot topic right now with everybody, a lot of countries releasing some rosters and names to their training camps or what have you for the World Junior Championship. But it comes up quick. And every December, you have your list of snubs. You have your list of who you thought would be there and who will be there and who's missing. And I know you talking last night, a couple of guys that could be there for Team Canada that are in the NHL, and it's amazing to think.
I mean, Connor McDavid literally could be playing for Team Canada. As shocking as that is, I mean, we remember how young Connor McDavid is, but of course he's not going to be doing that, leading the NHL in scoring. Just tremendous what he's been doing so far in his NHL career. But age-wise, he certainly could be on that team. Mitch Marner, of course, as well. Matthew Tkachuk, and there's numerous other ones that could be there as well.
There's a lot. And we can start first just to kind of take a look at who's going to at least camp and looking at Canada. I know Russia just was released either last night or I saw it this morning with that. But for Team Canada, what you have, and we see a lot of guys in the OHL side, but some snubs there. But
absolutely,
Dylan Strome going, Michael McNiven, Taylor Radish, just to the camp. 32 players invited. They have imagine being that guy, that decision making to get your roster down to 22, I believe.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at a guy like Adam Mascarin, who's the third highest scoring Canadian player in the CHL, who doesn't even get an invite. The Team Canada is so deep, but I mean, the Erie Otters are going to be hurt probably as much as any team in the Ontario Hockey League when you look at the players that are obviously going to go possibly and stay. Strome, you think, is a no-brainer for probably will be the captain of Team Canada, I would think. Taylor Radish probably will make that team. DeBrincat, of course, played for Team USA last year, and Cernak for Slovakia, and I think all four of those are probably going to be away from the Erie Otters for about 10 games or so. But other teams that are going to be hurt, of course, the Windsor Spitfires. I mean, they have Sergachev with Russia that was just named, of course, Logan Brown with USA, Christian Fischer with USA, and Julius Nattinen with Finland. So they're going to lose potentially 4 players. They can probably weather that storm. Erie can probably weather that storm. They have some other, players that can step up. I really wonder about the Sioux Greyhounds, though. They've got 4 players on that list, and not a lot of depth past those guys who are the linchpins of that team. Sinishin, Spears, who of course started the year with the New Jersey Devils, Otto Mäkinen, and Gustav Borman for Sweden. I mean, I don't know how the Sioux Greyhounds are going to cope with all of those players are gone.
And I mean, those guys, their offense, they've been pretty hot here recently. They've just leapfrogged the Windsor Spitfires for tops in that division. And, I mean, they're not doing it with great goaltending. Raymakers is, to me, just okay.
Average, yeah.
But to lose those 4 guys for them this long of a period, maybe they come back down to earth over that course of time.
It's certainly possible, and you wonder about Mississauga. They've been absolutely horrendous this year. 10th in the Eastern Conference. I don't think a lot of people thought they would win the conference.
They were slated to do it. Yeah,
I mean, the prognosticators, right? Yeah. All of the favorites, all of the media types like yourself and myself thought, Mississauga are going to be right there with the best there. They sit in 10th. Mike McLeod's going to go to Team Canada, and Sara Jarvi, who's just returned, of course, off the injury shelf for Finland. And how good are they going to be without those 2 guys? Because they've been terrible with them already.
14 of the last 15 games they've dropped, I believe it is, and just lost. Between the lopsided win for Erie on Tuesday, back-to-back games they dropped to Peterborough Pete's just yesterday and the day before. So, yeah, teams are hurting, and the London Knights are chatting. Maybe this is where they come down to earth, losing a couple guys. And
it could be. Victor Mete has stepped up his play. He's become, I would call him, an elite defenseman in the Ontario Hockey League now, from being just a good defenseman. He's going to be going to Canada. Tyler Parsons, their goaltender, USA.
Yep.
Joel Levy, of course, on Team Finland. Was a high pick of the Vancouver Canucks. There was some thought that he might stay with the Canucks, and he got sent back. And Jani Kukkonen, who has been a huge surprise for the London Knights. He's 8th in OHL scoring for Team Finland. That's a big loss for the London Knights. He's been one of those guys that has found a role offensively, replacing that huge top line that they had last year.
As we kind of wrap it up, you got to think Canada's the favorite at home either way. You play Montreal and in Toronto. Going to repeat what they did a couple years ago with that McDavid crew, and kind of disappointing for Canada last year, and not even medaling.
Yeah, 6th place finish, and certainly I think they have a burr under their saddle to get back into the medals, and probably gold is obviously their goal. But I think they're definitely a medal contender for sure, whether they're the gold medal team or not. But Michael McNiven will have a lot to say about that, and I expect him to be the starting netminder of Team Canada. And you know what? A gift. Dylan Strome coming back. I mean, an absolute gift for Team Canada. He's obviously going to be a major difference maker, and I think you could argue he's probably the best player in the CHL. And so when you get that kind of player sent back to you, wow.
Exactly. The Otters thought the same thing, too.
I'm sure.
When he came back. We're going to take a break. We'll have the recap, take a look around the league after this on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
It's time to celebrate. Tim Hortons is introducing new smoked ham as part of the 2 for $4 breakfast sandwich deal. That's 2 breakfast sandwiches with egg, American cheese, and your choice of sausage, bacon, or new smoked ham for only $4. It's the kind of deal that you should save for a special day of the week, like every day. Tim Hortons 2 for $4 breakfast sandwich deal at participating U.S. restaurants. Offer available on standard breakfast sandwiches and wraps for a limited time plus applicable taxes. Single sandwiches and wraps at regular price.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back to Owen Sound, Ontario. The Erie Otters a 1-0 lead over the Owen Sound attack after 20 minutes of play. As we step inside our Arctic Spas recap, it's the Otters 1-0, a power play goal. Kyle Pettit with his 14th of the season, his 9th power play goal of the year at 13:39 from Darren Radish and Alex DeBrinket. We will get the time to look at our out-of-town scoreboard. That's always brought to you by the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best, but we will get to that during the second period when we have some time, because we have to take a break, and the second is coming up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs.
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs.
In the Mill Creek School District.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100 plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and 1 round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade.
Playport is more than just an arcade.
Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey
on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan.
WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back into Owenstown, Ontario, the Erie Lumley Bay Shore Community Center in the J.D. MacArthur Arena. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons with you for the second period. Erie with a 1-0 lead after 20 minutes of play. Kyle Pettit, the power play goal. As we get back into action to start the second, Dylan Strom in control as he fires one through the goal mouth. That goes off a stick wide. TJ Fergus activates into the corner. Darren Radish at the blue line. His wrist shot sticks out of play by McNiven. That one isn't going to do much when McNiven has the exact clear lane to see that thing coming straight from the blue line.
Certainly not going to beat him from there, that's for sure.
29 seconds in to start the second. Again,
well, Darren Radish has his point streak started again after one night off without one.
Only been held pointless in 4 games now this season, Darren Radish. As the Otters, another point shot off the blocker, McNiven. Harmlessly put to the far boards, and Phillips will direct it up for Matt Schmaltz. Fires across ice, looking for Roberts, no dice. Eric Cernak reeling it in for the Otters, and Denise Stambrook looking for Fellows to pass ahead. Icing call to Erie, just missing on that stretch. The Otters 11-1-1 when leading after the first period. And leading after 2, it's even better mark, and his team has found a killer instinct since Chris Knobloch has come on board. We can look at that a little bit later on. Should Erie take a lead into the second intermission? This one played towards Timpano, who smothers it, and another draw to his left.
Well, certainly Chris Knobloch has had an embarrassment of riches to work with over the years as the head coach of the Erie Otters. Connor McDavid, Connor Brown, and all the excellent players that have come through this program and given them 50-win seasons back-to-back-to-back.
And with another gift of Dylan Strom back in, could be a fourth as Wladnia takes the puck head, drop pass to Strom, run into 2 men as he's hauled down, run into by Jacob Friend, who decks them in the other way for Owenstown. As Small's nice little move around a man, directs the puck behind to the near side corner, plays it to the blue line. Here's Friend. And he hops over his stick. Dylan Strom chases him out to center ice, puts a little shove. Now a whack back, and penalties are coming for Strom and Friend. Dylan Strom didn't like the check from Jacob Friend. And Strom tried to deke around him on that drop pass from Wladnia. And I believe they're both going to head to the penalty box.
Well, this is a terrible trade-off for the Erie Otters. Jacob Friend, good solid defenseman, but the best player in the CHL, when you take him to the box with you, that's a victory for the Owenstown attack. And, you have to keep your cool a little bit when you're, just hassled and jostled like he's going to deal with game in and game out.
For sure, and we're going to go 4-on-4. 2 minutes for roughing apiece. I think that's one thing the Otters did, that London did so well in the playoffs last year, was getting Dylan Strom off of his game. McDonald had him. I mean, he was charging rent for being inside Nordstrom's head. Here's Jersey. They'll play it onto the far corner. 4-on-4 we're skating here. Paul Moo. Able to knock it loose. Run into by Kyle Pettit. Still trying to move that puck. Paul Moo stays on his feet nicely and moves it out to the blue line. Jersey winds. Blocked by Kyle Pettit on the shot. Got it right back. Jersey gives the Paul Moo left side. Down to the top of the circle. Hits the hash marks from the wall. Angles it behind the net. Jersey out of the corner. They'll leave it there for Nick Suzuki. Right back to Jersey. For Petrus, Paul Moo. Inside quarters. Jersey again fires a puck. Was looking for Suzuki. More of a pass on that one. As they battle down to the far side corner. Suzuki for Paul Moo. And now Jersey at the blue line. His left side. Bork walks in. Back cross ice. Was looking for either of Paul Moo or Jersey. And he split the difference. Paul Moo has it now. Elevated down to the near side corner for Trenton Bork. Here he's still chasing in their own defensive zone. Here's Suzuki. Directed out to the blue line. Sean Jersey with a minute on 4-on-4 action. Paul Moo at the blue line. Almost lost the handle. Recovers. Poke checks along the near side by Sandbrook, but keeps it in. And down deep. Cernak battling with Suzuki. They're changing behind the play. Owen down. Phillips just on. Suzuki is off to Petrus, Paul Moo. Suzuki stays on here, keeping from the right point. Now walks in from the circle. Wrist shot blocked by Pettit. And the Otters can finally take control of that puck. Almost the entire 4-on-4 play here has been in the Otters zone. And they almost got the puck back from Cernak, who was knocked down. Able to push ahead for Sandbrook. And off goes Taylor Radish, right wing side. 20 seconds left, 4-on-4. A minute and 40 of that spent in the Otters zone. Here's Phillips. Unfortunately, going down, nothing to show for it. Otters missed on the play. TJ Fergus wanted a hooking call, and he lets the officials know. But Erie back from their own end. 5 seconds, 4-on-4. Hancock strips the brink of the puck. Fergus is back behind his own goal. Out of the box for even strength. Long stretch pass for Strome. Has a chance, right wing side. Hits the break. Taylor Radish follows up. Knifed away by Phillips on the poke check. He holds now. Marcus Phillips from the left side dumps it in. Hooks it onto the far side corner. Off the stick of Timpano. As Jonah Gadjevic in action. Battling away. Zapola now behind the net. Will he drive in front? Goes to the backhander. Kicks out Timpano. And Gurney spins to the near side. And just loses an edge. And now he caught Suzuki with a stick. No call coming. Otters got away with one there. Dylan Strome. Poke check on Bork. Puck loose in the Otters zone. Owenstown was offside, so Fergus has a little bit of time. But man, Owenstown is really bringing it here in the early goings of the second period. They're down by one. And Suzuki with a steal. Here's Paul Moo. Back on. Flying down the right wing side. Slows it up. Slip in front. Suzuki with a chance. Save made. Rebound. Off the post and in. Gadjevic who touched it last and put it off the post, and the Otters ended up knocking it into their own net. Either way, it's a tie game here from Owenstown.
So Gadjevic, Johnny on the spot, and he bangs home his 9th of the season. Some good hard work by the Owenstown attack. Set this up, and they have come firing here in the second period. They dominated, as you said, for about a minute and a half, but the puck squirted back out in front from behind the goal off the stick of Aiden Judas, and Gadjevic right there before the Erie defender could get to him.
Bounces off the skate of Christian Gurney, and that's how it ended up directing into the net after Gadjevic put it off the inside of the far post. Gadjevic has his 9th of the year. All tied up here for Owenstown. Hancock, and they're back into the zone. Zapola down the near side. To the point. Fourth wrist shot. Sticked out of play by Timpano. And the Otters. They've been running around in their defensive zone here to start. A lot of pressure from Owenstown. They got 4 of the first 6 shots to begin here. And they've been really entrenched in the Otters zone to start.
So Gadjevic from Paul Moo and Suzuki at 4:23 is the scoring play on the goal. It ties it up at 1.
Tied up along the near side circle. Zapola laid out to the point. Bork now tipped off a stick of Hancock, and Cernak will find it on the far wall for Fellows, and out ahead Newman's at center right. Just lifting it enough to get it to the line of Owenstown, but it's quickly sent the other way out to center. Zapola drops back for Trenton Bork. He'll look ahead. A seed-rated prospect in the November rankings from the NHL Central Scouting Service. Left it into the Otters zone. Mitch Byrne out ahead. A little too much air for Newman. And it's taken by Owenstown. Into the zone they come. They'll direct it in and change. And Timpano fired on the right wing side. There's Paul Mood just on. The top of the circle. Gives to Friend at the blue line. His shot. Glove save. Rebound in front. It comes to Dersey. Holding. Fires in front. Kicks out Timpano. Aiden Dudas for Paul Mood behind the net. Wheels on the far side. From the half wall all the way up to the blue line. Just puts it right back down to the far side for Aiden Dudas. And it travels out to center. They'll have to reset. Tipped in onside. Erie gets there. Launches it ahead. Sat out of midair on the bounce by Friend. Mitch Byrne will set it in. As Erie gets it into Owenstown territory. Not very long though. Paul Mood trying to deflect it. Little one-touch pass for Dudas. No dice. They'll go behind their own goal. Dersey leaves it onto the near side. There's Paul Mood. He'll play this one high off the glass. Where'd it go? I think it might have caught the ceiling. The whistle sounds. Face-off will be inside Owenstown territory with that one coming out. Hitting something in the low ceiling here in the community arena. So you can easily hit Darren Radish on the Costa center ice scoreboard. Tie, game of 1, 13:45 to play in the second. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons with you. The draw inside Owenstown territory. Deflected up on the far side, and the goal scorer for Owenstown, Jonah Gadjevic, gets it out to center. Otters take control, though. DeBrincat launch it in off the blocker of McNiven. And moves onto the right wing side. Poke check by Fergus. Taylor Radish has it in the offensive zone on the keep. Drop pass for McShane. No go. Here's Suzuki taking off Fergus without a stick. Suzuki flies on the left wing side. Cuts the middle of the ice. Has a pass in front. Oh, he had sent to Remy with the man without a stick. Fergus, they jam in front. Still whack it away at the Otters net. And it comes out to be pushed ahead to center by Alan McShane with Alex DeBrincat. Buck bounces down to the far corner. Here he avoids that one as Taylor Radish. Pass intended for DeBrincat. Taken by Owenstown, and Phillips will escape from the left wing side. All the way out to center red, and a limit around into the Erie zone. Price is there to shuffle it back behind the net. Stanbrook has a chance as he looks ahead. Ivan Lania takes it, skates the stick. Not a lot of speed, but he goes cross-ice to Max Simuch on a nice pass. Down to the corner, 9 in Navy. He's poke checked by Paul Moo. Lania looking for the biscuit in the far corner. Max Simuch with a shove on a man, but Dersey able to find Paul Moo, who calmly has a second, plays it on the near side, but they were unable to clear at the moment with a keep by Burns. Ahead is Roberts, however, to tip it into the Otters zone. Paul Moo, who just let it fly. That one goes wide. Dersey keeps it alive, blocked by Darren Radish on the play through net. Here's Max Simuch off the far wall. Elevated ahead for Ivan Lania, has Strome on the toe. Strome with the drop pass, rather. Lania wheeled behind the net. Wraparound try, denied by McNiven. Rebound pushed behind the net. And out ahead, Paul Moo. Room to skate out at center. I think he's left the ice this period. There's Paul Moo.
Doesn't seem like it.
Finally push ahead, and Dylan Strome on the counterattack. Right wing side. Flip it towards the cage. Off a stick. Biley looking for it. Gurney knocked down to the ice as Struthers holds Biley along the far board. Works loose to the wall. Or it's worked back behind the net and taken by Nick King. All tied at 1. 11:34 to play. Second period. Launched ahead for Dudas, but Cernak takes it away from him at the line. Sambrook on for Christian Gurney. Couldn't get the motor going, and Struthers takes the puck from center and dumps it in. They don't lose on home ice often, Owenstown. This one bounces on the top of the cage. Whistle will sound. Trying to knock it off. Unable to in time. Only 3 losses on home ice for the Owenstown attack. 8-2-1 here at the J.D. MacArthur Arena.
Yes, traditionally it's always been a tough team for the road, or tough building for the road team to come into. Narrow confines and tight corners, and certainly very interesting bounces. You see that the home team is aware of, off of the backboards and glass that is an advantage for the home side.
And it fits right to their style of play.
Absolutely.
You got to pay for every inch of ice you want out there. And as you mentioned, one of the smaller rinks. Inside, the community rink, pushed out to center of the Otters. Third over, here's King launching it back into the Otters zone, all the way around the boards. And Fellows will stop it up, playing for Sambrook. Dish behind the net. Found by Eric Cernak up the near side. He couldn't get out of the zone. Newman can't either. And Struthers has it, puts it to the goal off a leg, and it bounces the near corner wide. Price down the near side. Bennett takes out of the corner for the Otters. Directs it onto the far wall. Patrick Fellows there for Erie. And it's knifed away off of his stick by his own man, Jordan Sambrook. And he'll lead the march out to center ice. Give it on right wing side for Newman. Drops off looking for Patrick Fellows. That's tipped away. Man ahead. Stretch pass for Struthers. Rolls off his stick, and Zampano will launch it off the body of Struthers. It bounces to the near corner. I've seen that how many times. The goaltender playing the puck, and it catches the man it's chasing. Could have bounced into the net. There's Fellows in front of his own board. Wraps up Petrus Palmu. And still out to center. Palmu continues that. Just uses that low center of gravity. You can't take him off the puck. It's hard as Suzuki into the zone. A little drop pass on the near side. As moves on to Hancock for Phillips at the blue line. Launches to the net. Deflected down wide. Off the side of the far post and covered by Troy Timpano with 9:57 to play in the second. We're tied at 1.
Well, certainly the effort of Petrus Palmu in this period has kind of willed his team back into even terms with the Erie Otters. And, he gives you that offensive dimension and a little bit of spectacularness, if you will. He's got a little, as a comparison, of course, Alex DeBrincat would be a great comparison to the way that Petrus Palmu plays. He is kind of the Owen Sounds version of that. Top 10 scorer in the Ontario Hockey League right now. Yep. So, he's a legit player.
An assist tonight. Helping to set up Jonah Gadjevic for his 9th of the season. Otters fans, keep your clothes in top shape with Chido's Dry Cleaners, complete with an easy, accessible drive-through and free pickup and drop-off. Chido's Cleaners is second to none. That's Chido's Dry Cleaners, the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters. This one coming as advertised between these two teams. You expected a hard-fought battle, deadlocked at 1 at the midway point. At 9:57 to play in the second. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons with you. On the call, Suzuki, the face-off win, sent a Ramy shot off a 6 to the near side. Paul Moo gives off to Suzuki. They have a great chemistry too, Paul Moo and Suzuki. Here's Hancock with it. He drags and fires. It's blocked by Darren Radish, skipping out of play on the far side.
Well, good job by Darren Radish to get in the way of that one and deflect it out of play. The attack have been the aggressors here in the second period. They've outshot Erie at this point 8-4 in this frame. And they have the only goal in this second period. Certainly have come out with some fire to get back into this one.
Pull in the face-off win. Here's Jacob Friend leading from the left side. Puts it in behind the net. Hits the side of the cage. Gadjevic on for Roberts to the blue line one more time. Jersey's wrister. That's blocked by Kyle Maximovic. Out of the near side corner. They win the race to the attack. From behind the net, you almost trip it out in front off the stick of Sambrook. But the Otters working onto the near side wall. Pushed on ahead. Ladnia turns it over at the line. Still inside the offensive zone. Zapola coming down left wing side. On for Gadjevic behind the net. Gives off to Roberts. Looking from the far circle. In front. Nice little move by Gadjevic. Defended by Burns to negate the opportunity. Ivan Ladnia stretched it out for Dylan Strome. Left wing side. Strome fires. It's stopped by McNiven. And for McNiven, some work here since early in the first, or early in the second, I should say.
Yeah, he hasn't been overly busy, but Strome coming in off the left wing with a decent shot there from just inside the circle, and Michael McNiven making an equally good save. Funny, the things that turn the tempo in a period, Jacob Friend taking Strome to the box really got the Owen Sound attack underway when they had that 4-on-4. They dominated, and then they come back and get a goal not long after that.
Here's Wayman. Erie back to their own end after the clear. Somebody lost the stick. I believe that's Aiden Dudas. And Wayman has a chance to pass ahead for Christian Gurney out at center. Flip it along for Biley on the left wing side. And here's Biley. Tied up by King. Pushes it behind the net. Bork puts it off the body of Sean Biley. Still battling down around the goal line. Split onto the near side corner by Owen Sound. Trying to move it on for Nick King, but it's up the near wall. Cernak has it at the blue line. Wayman Wrist shot. Off a body and in! Garrett Podubny. It went off of his leg, or part of his body deflects past McNiven, but traffic in front results in the Otters reclaiming the 1-goal lead.
Well, that's called going hard to the net, as Podubny kind of cruises through just above the blue ice there and gets a deflection on his way through.
They caught him right on the rear end, and as he spun trying to get away from that shot. But one way to get him by McNiven.
You know what? That's the kind of way you have to beat Michael McNiven. You're not going to beat him on shots that he can see. You got to get in his face, and there's another one. Both of their goals have had traffic in front of them.
Out towards center is Taylor Radish again. And for that, maybe it slows the momentum a little bit for Owen Sound. They have been in control most of this second period. Darren Radish from the near side circle as he swirls, knocked off of his skate. Taylor Radish follows up into the corner, but it's Phillips with a hand off to Hancock, who looks ahead. The pass intercepted by Wayman. Oh, they had Taylor Radish, couldn't get it to him. Flipped back down by McShane, intercepted as Marcus Phillips sends it out to center, launched right back into the Otters, the offensive zone. Here's DeBrincat. His pass intercepted. Pushed ahead by Hancock for Petrus Paul Moo. He'll set it on to the right wing corner. Paul Moo trying to dish it back for Hancock. It was intercepted by DeBrincat, and the Otters elevated out to center ice. And back in by Jacob Friend. Erie making changes, as is Owen Sound. As the Otters reclaim the lead, Garrett Podubny's fourth of the season. The second one that Garrett Podubny scored, having just been in the right place at the right time, and it deflects off his body. His first goal in the OHL. Probably not as he drew it up, but it went off his skating into the net. Take them as they come, I guess. Here's Friend. Still in the neutral zone, Owen Sound. Jersey will hammer around the horn to the near side. Darren Radish tips to the blue line, comes in front. Gadjevich, now the shot blocked by Fergus. Out of play with that one pinballing in front. Gadjevich loosened the slot, but TJ Fergus able to block it out of play.
Well, TJ Fergus very adept at getting his body in the way of shots. He certainly likes to pay the price and adds that dimension to your back end for sure. And we saw earlier, of course, without his stick, doing the same thing. Yeah. Doing everything he can to keep his team in this one.
Fergus on the season plus 23.
Impressive.
Fourth highest mark in the OHL. As Dylan Strome able to take this one out to center ice, fired on in. Pushed around the near side boards by McNiven. It's cut off by Paul Moo. He battles with Maximovich. Taken by Hancock. Thrown out for Suzuki. No icing as it comes into the Otters zone. Directed by Erie's goaltender, Troy Timpano. On for Eric Cernak. He to each Sam Brooks. And ahead for Lodnia at the line. Drops it back for Cernak. Erie's got to reset now. Off the near side boards, Sambrook looking to reel it in. Hopped over his stick, but recovers to find Maximovich. Strome just pokes it ahead for Lodnia. Was run into by Jacob Friend. Into the zone, however, and battled along the near side. Just flipped out by Owen Sound. Under 6 to go, second period. Otters weather a storm from the Owen Sound attack and able to reclaim the lead 2-1 on a Garrett Podubny goal. Here's Strome poke check. Guys up into the air. Bounce down just in front of the circle, and Paul Moose skates to center with it. Into the Otters zone, blow it towards the net. Stopped by Timpano. Good rebound control as Aiden Dudas was right on the doorstep looking for any bit of loose biscuit to whack at.
Well, you put it the right way, Aaron. I think the Erie Otters have certainly weathered the storm here in the second period and are on even terms in terms of goals in this period and have the lead again. And the attack is certainly throwing everything at them.
They got it again. It's Brack. Puts it down low for Struthers. Pushed out in front. Popped into the air. Timpano able to catch that one out of midair and hold on. And 18 do it again tomorrow afternoon. 2 p.m. start here from the J.D. MacArthur Arena. And the traditional weekend back-to-back games, the doubleheader. Erie already did their first 3 games of this series at the Erie Insurance Arena. The Owen Sound Attack, the only team to hand Erie a loss of any kind on home ice. Maxim Sushko, who's out of lineup tonight. 9 goals, one of them an overtime winner back on October the 21st at the Erie Insurance Arena. As Darren Radish takes the puck away out at center ice, turns around in front of Alan McShane as Struthers can toss it into the zone. Darren Radish follows up on the far side from the boards. McShane stepped into, but Struthers had the puck. His pass intended for man on the left wing side as the Otters spin it back the other way. McShane dropped in front. Taylor Radish with it at the far circle. In front for McShane. He just had it roll past him as DeBrincat fires one. Got underneath the stick and lifted over the net. Still in play off the glass. Here's Alex DeBrincat from the far side corner. Pushed in front. Looking for Taylor Radish. Deflected to the blue line. They'll give to Fergus. Doesn't shoot. But Darren Radish, he'll wind. He'll let this one go. Blocked by Aiden Dudas. Got him up high. Bounces onto the near side corner. McShane coming off on a change. Taylor Radish trying to get the puck loose out of the near side corner. Finally, DeBrincat taking it out. Podubny on. Here's Podubny. Oh, he shanked the shot. Loose in front, just on. Rack will send it up the far boards, but not out. Erie keeps it alive. Going on down to the near side. Taylor Radish still out here. DeBrincat heads to the bench. Push behind the net. Centorami has control. Turns away from Garrett Podubny. Biley in, reinforcements as well. The Otters got him hemmed in a little bit here. As Biley steps into Centorami, looking for Phillips as he's poke checked to the near corner. Has a little time from the near side. Podubny looking for it. They put it out in front. Owen down now, just played out ahead. Here's Zapola with the final 3:40 to go. And look out, a big jumble in front of the bench. They're making a change and couldn't play the puck. Owen down for a while. And finally worked off the stick of Zapola into Erie territory. Eric Podubny, who has the go-ahead marker right now. Ahead off the stick of Sean Biley, turning is Sean Dursey. He's just roughed up into the far boards at the Otters bench. He's on top of the puck, and the Otters trying to move it ahead. Dursey able to swipe it back towards Erie territory. Where Campano settles it down, dusts it off for Darren Radish. 3:05 left in the second period. 2-1 hockey game here from the J.D. MacArthur Arena. Otters ahead. But Owens down. It's been a lot of Owens down here in the second period. And Zapola back into the Otters zone. Tried to center for Paul Mood. Directed off the boards by Darren Radish. Hit the referee and they keep it alive. Zapola going to work it behind the Otters net. Taken by Dylan Strome. Sent out the center for Ivan Lania. Ducks around a check. Has a 2-on-1 with Max Sivich on his left. Lania in on goal. Fires wide on the glove side. And off goes Owens down with the counter. Hancock directed around Wayman. Cernak is there. Gives off to Lania and Erie. Heading right back offensively. The pass for Dylan Strome into the zone. Max Sivich is ahead. Peels off at the half wall. Played it off the body of Phillips. Didn't know it was between his skates. Recovers and moves it on as Suzuki pushes ahead for Hancock. Lifted onto the near side corner. That bounces down. Cernak, a stick lift on Suzuki. Right, gains body position and able to move it as he's falling down on for Josh Wayman. To Kyle Pettit in the final 2 minutes. Cernak one more time. His pass off the stick and they take it away. Price left wing side with Gadjevic. Price trying to pass in front off the skate of Wayman. Newman recovers for Erie and sends it out to neutral ice. Eric Cernak to Josh Wayman. Right back for Cernak at the Otters' own circle. Ahead to Fellows. He'll softly send it in. This will go for icing. Well, Pettit thought he might have beaten it out, but Bork, first one there. Whistle sounds. The minute 31 to go, second period. In a 2-1 game, the Otters ahead.
Well, that defensive pairing of Wayman and Cernak, they picked up the helpers on the goal by Podubny. That coming in 11:40 to give the Erie Otters this 2-1 lead that they currently enjoy with just 1:31 left here in the second period. Shots favor the attack 20-17 overall.
It's Jordan Sambra on ahead for Dylan Strome with Alex DeBrincat now. Followed up by Strome into the zone. Curl and drag. Fires. Blocker save made by McNiven. Tried to use the defender as a screen. Dylan Strome. Zapola will find the puck. Didn't get enough on that one. Battled for along the near circle. Kicked loose by Zapola. Strome comes on in, but Friend able to move it in time for Roberts. Played off his skate. Roberts got it back. Slid on left wing side. DeBrincat is there. The Erie Otters will take this one. DeBrincat cross ice pass to Taylor Radish off the stick. Left on for Hancock in the final minute of the period. Stretch out ahead for Zapola. We'll try to play the bounce. Campano out to play it. He got tripped up here. Still moving the puck from down along the pads in the butterfly. Erie recovers. That could have been dangerous with the goaltender out of the net, and now a penalty coming. Fergus going after Zapola. This will come in behind the play, and now back in front of the benches in neutral zone. DeBrincat mixed up. Strome going after Friend, and we remember this one. Here they go. Big tie-up. DeBrincat in also. Roberts on top of Alex DeBrincat. Stanbrook in as well. Everybody grab a man. The only one that can't do anything is Fergus. It's down to the ice goes Roberts and DeBrincat. Fergus has been ushered into the box by Sean Reed.
Yeah, there was a double team between Centurami and Zapula on Taylor Radish as a result of that. And now Radish still scrambling with Centurami as they tie each other up.
Strome's still there with Jacob Friend. And a linesman in between them. And a yard sale of equipment here at center ice.
Well, again, the Owentown attack will take this trade-off any time when you have all the high-end Erie players out there. And the guys that are out there for the Owentown attack, you know, Petrus Palmu nowhere to be found, of course. But they'll put the top Otters in the box here. I'm sure DeBrincat, among others, Radish. We'll have to see how many guys are going in.
And I think the initial call here was going to be shorthanded.
Yeah, I think so.
Fergus behind the play. I didn't see what happened with Zapola. I think Owentown's coming out of this with a power play.
Well, I think the initial part of it was that Erie was not happy with how goaltender Cimpano was roughed up out of his crease as he came out to play the puck. No penalty coming in that particular part of it, but then Erie responded to how they felt Cimpano was kind of roughed up just outside the crease area, and that's what's led to this whole melee, if you will.
Fergus has the only penalty on the clock right now.
We're going to need 5 minutes to figure it all out. There's going to be quite a few here.
And the work coming for the Scores official score sheet. But Paul Moe and company are heading to the man advantage. And now it's changed to Dylan Strome with 2 minutes. Whistles down. Ryan McGill barking away. But TJ Foster. And on the Otters, they got their 4 penalties to get it out there.
I mean, you have to really give credit to Jacob Friend. He's getting under the skin of Dylan Strome, and there's another Dylan Strome penalty on the board, and here Owentown has the power play from him.
37 seconds to start. They're left here in the period. This will carry over. They're not able to score in the next 30 seconds, but the Otters clear to start. They'll wheel up on ahead. Give it on right wing side. Suzuki into the zone. 24 seconds left. Paul Moore at the blue line. Put it down low. Off the inboard. Gadrick flip it in front. Covered by Cimpano. And a shove there since one of the Owentown attack down from Darren Radish. Oh, Kevin Hancock in front.
So out of all that skirmish, Fergus gets a penalty. Strome gets a penalty. Friend is the only person in the box for the Owentown attack, and they have that power play as a result of that.
Penalty killers for the Otters. You're missing Dylan Strome, big on defensive draws. Paul Moo holds. 13 seconds left. Right wing side. Wrist shot off a body wide from Suzuki. And Taremi pushed on for Hancock. His shot off the end boards. That one missed on the blocker side. Suzuki has it. 5 seconds left. Give it out to Paul Moo at the point. Able to hold it in from the blue line. Fires. That's caught. Gadjevic in front, I think. One that made it on goal as the buzzer sounds. But like most of the games that I've seen here between the Otters and the Owentown attack, they get heated at some point. Always right when you have the game on the next day, Sunday afternoon, I'm sure. These guys will remember come 2 p.m. tomorrow.
Absolutely. They're going to be sick of seeing each other, and there's going to be a little hostility built up, and we've seen it already happening here tonight. The Otters with a 2-1 lead after 2. I think they're very, very fortunate to be up 2-1 after 2, as they were thoroughly outplayed in the second period, but they are able to get that kind of fluky goal by Podubny as he kind of skated through the high slot and went off him and behind Michael McNiven. Of course, Gadjevic replying for the Owen Sound attack, and it's 2-1 for Erie.
Erie outshot 9-7 in the period, being outshot in the game 20-18. They have the all-important 2-1 lead heading into the second intermission. We'll take a break. We'll hear from the coach next. Chris Knobloch during the UPMC Intermission Report right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
This holiday season, my good friend gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match-fix chances, 5 cash for 4 cash for lives, 3 big threes, 2 mega millions.
Pennsylvania lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million snowbank with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
Whether you're a student athlete, a seasoned competitor, or a weekend warrior, UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is the only regional program with more than 30 years of experience treating sports-related injuries. From sports injury prevention to specialized treatment, visit us in our facility located in the Bayview Center at 100 Peach. UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is recognized for its expert treatment and rehab of any sports injury. Count on UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine, the choice of area athletes. Visit upmchammett.org for more information.
Northwestern Pennsylvania winners, don't let them keep you from driving. Instead, drive more safely in an all-wheel control Mitsubishi. Among sedans, the Lancer is absolutely the lowest priced all-wheel control car in the market today. Only $17,700 right now at Interstate Mitsubishi. The all-wheel control Outlander Sport is the most affordable CUV in its class. It's priced right now at only $18,990. With the 2016 all-wheel control Outlander, you can drive up to 7 passengers more safely at the incredibly low price of only $21,990. All of our vehicles offer top safety features and are covered by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Buy an all-wheel control Lancer for only $17,700, an all-wheel control Outlander Sport for only $18,990, or a 7-passenger all-wheel control Outlander for only $21,990. Get outside this winter. Drive the Interstate Mitsubishi 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Price is based on 2016 model years, MSRP, stock number 3540, 4066, 3634, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
It's Erie Otters hockey
On Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan.
WFNN Erie.
Welcome back inside the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney with you. At this time, joined by head coach Chris Knobloch of the Erie Otters. Chris, I did want to look back at last night's game, and despite the team falling 3-1, I thought the team played pretty well. I mean, there's scoring chances, well blocked a lot of shots, and had a great game from Liam Herbst. But your take on last night and how this team will build on it coming into this weekend with 2 games against Owen Sound.
Yeah, it wasn't awful. Definitely not one of our better games. It was probably a game where it was just good enough to win, but we still weren't playing in the way we should have. 2 goals against. We didn't do very good supporting the slot, allowing them access to carry the puck into the middle, and offensively not doing enough to make the game difficult for Herbst. Herbst played a great game, made some big saves, but we had some point shots where we didn't have a good screen and we're standing off the side of the net and just stuff like that. So I think we weren't paying enough price, big enough price to score the goals, and thinking that the goals were going to come easy, like they came easy against Mississauga. So overall, game was just okay.
Now, when you look at the lines now, and Dylan Strom came back, and everybody was like, oh, he's going to go hop right in and play with Alex DeBrincat and Taylor Radish. But with the production those two, DeBrincat and Radish, have had themselves, does it make more sense now as things have kind of played out to have Dylan Strom centering his own line and kind of split up and maybe make the team even deeper and more of a threat when you look at your lines 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Well, scoring chances, the last three games, or last two games, with Maximovich and Lodnia with Strome in the middle, have done really well. The other night, Maximovich could have had 3 or 4 goals and really had a lot of good quality scoring chances in the first period. Herbst played very well, and we couldn't quite get those goals in, but I think it's maybe better if we spread it out, but depending on if they've got a team that's maybe a little more deep and doesn't have a true shutdown unit, maybe it is better to go with that top line together, but it all depends on the game situation.
Is Dylan Strome the complement for Ivan Lodnia? It seems like Lodnia's bounced around for most of the part of the season with a couple of different pairings and other line mates to try and make something work. But does Dylan Strome complement his game and make him more effective out there for you?
Team-wise, we hope so, because Ivan's an excellent hockey player, creates a lot of offense, and I believe he needs a centerman that can play give and go with. And, I think we've got, Alan McShane's an excellent centerman, plays a very similar game to Strome, but we really want Lodnia to really take off, and we expect that he can be a top point producer in this league.
Owen Sound comes into this one hot. Four straight wins. I think they've won 6 of 7 games now, and Michael McNiven has been lights out. They got home ice advantage for the next 2 games. They were the best you once on your building. Coming into tonight, and after their momentum from last night's big win over the London Knights, what do you expect from them tonight here against the Otters?
Yeah, the team's been playing really well, and they've been playing really well against the top teams in the league. You look at the top 5 teams in the league, in our conference, they've got 9 games, 7 wins, and the only 2 losses have come to us. So I'm not sure what it is about this team, but they really make it difficult for the opposition, not making mistakes, giving away opportunities. And you really have to fight and work for any scoring opportunity that you get. Tonight and tomorrow, it's going to be very difficult games, and we're going to need a little more effort than we had last night as well.
Thanks for this, Coach. Good luck tonight against Owen Sound.
Thank you.
That's Chris Knobloch of the Erie Otters. Face-off is next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzie's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzie's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzie's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzie's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Tim Hortons holiday treats? Oh, but there's so many. Okay, stay focused, Dave. Remember, it's for the office. Okay, definitely 1 peppermint hot chocolate, red velvet muffin. Ooh, I want a cinnamon bun iced coffee.
And some mint chip Timbits, and a gingerbread ice cap, and chocolate mint filled cookie with peppermint bark.
Come into Tim Hortons and let our holiday treats bring out the child in you.
at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
I'll just take one of each, thanks. It's for the office.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena. This is the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons with you on the broadcast. And after 40 minutes of play, it's 2-1 Erie here from the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center. We'll get right into our Arctic Spas recap. How we got there is the Otters fighting first blood. 13:39 it took into the first period. Otters on their only power play chance of the night. And it's Kyle Pettit deflecting home a Darren Radish point try as the Otters took a 1-0 lead. And that first period, pretty evenly matched up, Steve, and much different story heading into the second because Owen Sound, and you mentioned about that 4-on-4 early in the second period when Jacob Friend got under the skin of Dylan Strom, and from there is all Owen Sound.
It really was, and on that 4-on-4, you would have sworn that the Owen Sound attack were on the power play, the way they were just dominating in the offensive end. And Erie could barely get a stick in the passing lane for about a minute and a half, and it kind of gave them some momentum and put some wind at their back, and they were able to get that goal, of course, by Gadjevic, and then Podubny getting, I think, a pretty lucky goal, but you have to be in the right position to get those goals. And he was cruising right down Broadway, and it went right off his behind into the back of the net. And that's the strategy you have to employ with Michael McNiven, is get traffic in front of him and make him have to, try to see the puck, if you will, and also, just have odd deflections and that type of thing, because you're not going to beat him on shots that are going to be easily seen, that's for sure.
He stopped 16 of 18 in both of those. The ones that have gone in have been redirections or deflections or the odd bounce for the case of Garrett Podubny. And the Otters have a 2-1 lead after 40 minutes. Erie being outshot 20-18 on the night. They were outshot 9-7 in the second period alone. Otters 1 for 1 on the power play. Owen Sound 0 for 1, but they have a minute and 15 seconds left on a Dylan Strom penalty. See if they can capitalize, tie this one up. We're going to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard real quick. Brought to you by the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels. Proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You Otters be staying with the best. One final already. That's from overtime. The Kitchener Rangers over the Ottawa 67-5-4. Connor Bunneman with a hat trick for the Rangers up in Ottawa. The Windsor Spitfires the 2-1 lead over the Flint Firebirds 2 minutes into the third period. In Hamilton, the Bulldogs and the Kingston Frontenacs all knotted up at 2. The Sudbury Wolves with a 3-0 lead over the Barrie Colts with 12:36 to play in the third. The Guelph Storm and the Peterborough Petes. It just said 2-2, and now it's 4-2 Peterborough. And a quick catch-up with the live scoring. So 4-2 Peterborough over the Guelph Storm. Nearly 6 minutes into the third period. And then the Saginaw Spirit with a 4-1 lead over the Niagara Ice Dogs midway through the third period in Saginaw. Looking at heading into the third period here, you got to think Chris Knobloch and his crew, they want to get Dylan Strom and some of those guys, got to get it together and can't be blowing off steam like that and taking yourselves out of the game.
Yeah, exactly right. You have to, have some discipline and not respond to your opponent when they're, getting in your face and, jostling you and just causing havoc generally. You have to respond by putting the puck in the back of the net, not taking yourself into the penalty box. And Dylan Strom, unfortunately, has had that where he's went into the box twice. And the first time it was a momentum killer for the Erie Otters, and Owen Sound actually got quite a bit of momentum from that. And you know what? Jacob Friend, as good a player as he is, he's nowhere near as good as Dylan Strom, and they're going to take that trade every single time they can. And you have to think, Jacob Friend's probably smiling that he's been able to take Dylan Strom off the ice twice.
I'm sure they're maybe not smiling with a 2-1 deficit right now, but yeah, to get that guy off the ice, to Brinkets off the ice for another couple minutes, and no TJ Fergus as well. And those are three key parts of the penalty kill unit. You got a chance to tie this thing up. Fresh ice and a minute 15 of power play time. More than enough to get out there and utilize the home ice advantage to yourselves and tie this thing up.
Absolutely. The Owen Sound attack probably unfortunate to be down 2-1 at this point, because I think for the majority of the game they've outplayed the Erie Otters, but the Erie Otters have capitalized on a couple of breaks and find themselves with a 2-1 lead, and sometimes it goes the other way. But, you know, you have to earn that good luck, and they've done that. Podubny especially cruising through there, and a fortunate bounce. And you know what? He's a guy that comes in highly touted, of course, and maybe a little more expected of him than what he's delivered so far. But maybe this will be the kind of break that gets him going, and you know, he finds the back of the net a little more successfully with his stick than the way he did tonight.
We will find out what the conclusion of the third period next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance, and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained, or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back here in Owen Sound, Ontario, the J.D. MacArthur Arena. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons with you for the conclusion of this one. Third period coming up. The Otters with a 2-1 lead, but a big-time power play for Owen Sound to start. Fresh ice, a minute 15 to work with. And a couple top penalty killers in the box for Erie. Dylan Strome, Alex DeBrinket, and TJ Fergus all sitting because of the brouhaha towards the end of the period. And it's Paul Moo. I mean, it seemed like he never left the ice in the second period, leading ahead. On for Suzuki, right side. They'll chip forward by Zapola. Suzuki trying to slide it behind the net, taken away by Cernak, and fired down ice. 50 seconds remain with Dylan Strome in the box. That's Arami on left wing side. On for Zapola, cross ice pass. Flipped in front. Suzuki swipes it just wide. Onto the far side corner. Didn't get much on that at all. Here's Paul Moo at the point. Dangerous at the point, distributing the puck, as Steve mentioned back in the first. Sent to Rami down to the right wing circle. In front, looking for Hancock. Tied up by Fellows. Puck is underneath them. Sent to Rami, digs it out. 30 seconds left. Cross ice Suzuki. Center point Paul Moo. Quickly on right wing side, Sent to Rami. Wrist shot blocked by Darren Radish. To pull it behind the net. Put out in front. Through a few legs. Off the side of the cage by Sent to Rami. Both teams have missed wide open net. Got it again. Eaton White sends it over the cage. Suzuki will find on the far wall. Tied up by Taylor Radish. Works to the point. 5 seconds on the power play. It's Suzuki left wing circle. Backhanded in front. Set to Rami. Pass stop made Zimpano. Out of the box is Dylan Strome. We're even strength. Suzuki still out here. Hancock swirling. Put it in front. Goes off the end boards. then chipped off a stick of Darren Radish. Erie got to get clear here. Get the line out that they want, but Phillips has it. Strom attacks him. Erie cannot get it out. Finally, Fellows a chance. Will skate out the center and send it in to the Owen Sound zone. Oh, just coming up, Santino Centorami could have his first. It would have tied this one up and missed an open net. Even strength here in the third period. 2-1 hockey game. Jordan Sambrook at his own line. Trying to angle it up far boards. Ivan Lodnia. Cross ice. Maximovic gets it into the zone. Following up, Dylan Strom. Sends it off the side of the cage, where it settles and covered by McNiven for the whistle. And the offensive zone draw coming for Erie Otters.
Well, you're not going to see much more of a glorious chance than Santino Santorami had from about 25 feet out on the power play, as he just absolutely mishandled, I would say would be a good word, to, as he had an open side to shoot at and not very far to shoot, and he fired it over top of the net. It's almost like he panicked. He just had such a good chance there.
There's Wainman's drive kicked out by McNiven to the near corner. I didn't expect to be open and the goaltender down and out like that.
Exactly.
Definitely understand. Owen Sound countering left wing side. Here's Hancock battling against Jordan Sambrook. Sent down to the ice as Dylan Strom follows up. He'll put it off the boards out the center. There's Jacob Friend. Hasn't been too friendly to Dylan Strom here tonight.
No.
I'll take that trade anytime they can, but Suzuki getting out the center, trailing by 1 with the Owen Sound attack. They'll dump it in on Mitch Burns. Push along the far boards. Here's Ivan Lodnia. The center has the body of Paul Moo. Try one more time. Reeled in on the back end by Maximovic. He'll send it in, then change. 2-1 Erie Otters. Nearly 3 minutes into the third period. Taylor Radish on. Alex DeBrincat takes the puck. Into the zone he comes. Little shake and bake. Rich shot wide on the blocker side. Friend will find it on the near side corner. Sent on ahead for Kevin Hancock and lifted off the stick of Petrus Paul Moo behind the Otters net. Timpano will guide it there, leaves it there. Paul Moo, the steal. Leaves it sent to Ramy. Fan on the shot. Off a stick, loose in front. They turn it to the goal. Pops into the air. And it's Timpano coming up with it. On a couple good chances again, sent to Ramy in the middle of it.
Well, bouncing puck in midair, and you saw, well, I guess you wouldn't see, but we saw Aiden Dudas taking a swipe at it there as it was going in midair, and a nice glove stop there by Timpano to keep it out of the possession of the Owen Sound attack.
As Ferguson and Zabola still barking at each other, and TJ Foster has to tell them multiple times to knock it off. And them two barking at each other. Fergus comes off to the bench. Off the draw, lifted onto the near side. Erie couldn't get it out. Roberts had a chance in front. Here's Dudas. Stick handling top the left wing circle. Throw it to the net off a stick wide. Bounces off the end boards. Pushed behind the net for Roberts. Thrown in the back of the cage by Darren Radish and allows Jordan Sambrook to skate ahead. For Gurney, tossed in. All the way behind the net. McNiven. Oh, he passed it right to Sean Biley behind the cage. On the back door, Gurney scores. Fields at Gurn as Christian Gurney on the board, is 6th of the year on the turnover. 3-1 Erie.
Well, what a nifty play by Biley behind the Owen Sound attack net as he sends it right out front for Gurney. McNiven came out behind the net to try to play the puck and got caught out of position.
Yep.
And a nifty little pass by Biley right to Gurney, and like you said, field of Gurn.
Not too often that McNiven makes a mistake like that.
No, not at all. He's a good puck handler.
Loses the handle behind. Sean Biley sets him up. The Otters up by 2. Gurney in a career year for him, surpassing last year's goal total and point total now. Here's Price on the right wing side into the Otters zone, trying to get this back. Sure, after the couple opportunities that Owen Sound had to start in the first 3.5 minutes, takes the wind out of your sails a little bit. Gurney on the near side, leaving it for Biley, trying to set up the man that set him up. But out to the neutral ice goes Nick Price. Doing it around Darren Radish. It sits here at center red for Struthers to hand back to the defensive side. Here's Paul Moose, steps around to check a Radish. Paul Moose sliding down the right wing side now. Tries the cage on the side. They made on the backhand try as well from Struthers following up. Timpano holds on.
Well, certainly Petrus Palmu is going to try to get his mates going here, and a nice little rush coming in on the right wing, and tried to jam it home on the short side. Not able to beat Troy Timpano.
The Otters have only been outshot 4 times this season. 2-1-1 in those games. Here's Jersey on right wing side. Suzuki put it behind the Otters net. A little too far out of the reach for Paul Moo. As Fergus chases him up to the blue line. Friend is wide open. Lets the shot go. Suzuki loose in front too. That one trickles wide off the end board. Suzuki now for Paul Moo. Deflected off a stick looking for Zapola. Maximovich can take out the center and just guide it down ice. Jersey is there to Friend. Up near side for Suzuki. Skate the stick. On ahead, Paul Moo for Zapola. Going to drag in front. Here's Paul Moo. Oh, he clangs it off the iron. Friend to the goal. Stopped by Timpano. But a great setup. Zapola and Paul Moo. But cannot get it past Timpano.
Well, Timpano lucky to post his friend on that one. And then he makes a nice stop on as Friend actually fires one right at him. So a fortunate break for the Erie Otters. Their third goal, Gurney from Biley at 3:40 was the scoring play on that nifty little pass from behind the net by Biley.
There's Brent Newman down the right wing side. Tried to center. The Otters took the face-off, went all the way down ice. Nothing comes from it. Here's Schmalz. Ahead for Roberts. Turned around by Byrne. And here come the Otters get out to center. Newman knocked off his skates by Schmalz. Pushed ahead for Brack down the right wing side. Pettit crashing into the boards. Able to take possession, moving on for Fellows. Softly on for Brett Newman. Out to center ice one more time. This time trying to duck around Jersey as he flips it in. Friend finds it behind the net. Now for Roberts on the left wing. Cross ice pass to Schmalz coming into the Otters zone. Right wing side. Schmalz fires a shot wide on the glove side. All the way out to the Otters bench. Right in front of it. Taylor Radish just on. Moves it on for McShane. DeBrincat ducks the check. Into the zone they come. DeBrincat to Taylor Radish. Fires. Glove save by McNiven.
McNiven anticipating that well from his knees as he reaches up to snare that one out of midair on a good-looking rush by Radish and DeBrincat.
Seth Durami had Alex DeBrincat lined up in the track, able to make a last-second adjustment out of center ice to avoid the check, and ends up setting up Radish for the opportunity. Owen down takes control, and they'll skate out to center. Can't get past Eric Sternak on the left wing side as Hancock is turned around. Phillips back at his own end now. 6 minutes in for the third period. Erie ahead 3-1. Christian Gurney on the board. His 6th of the year. Otters will find it here behind their own net. Sambro around the horn for Taylor Radish. Looks out ahead for Alex DeBrincat. Picks it up down left wing side. Directs it down for Alan McShane. Phillips will reach first. From the near side, lifted off the glass. Sambro caught it, but he was behind the blue line. Not going to get the call. Harrington right there, the linesman to make the call. Marcus Phillips, pretty familiar with Chris Knobloch. Chris Knobloch coached him at the World Under-17 Hockey Challenge last year in Canada Red. Brett Newman a part of that team as well. Here's Owen down, sliding it all the way down ice. On goal, so no icing as Dudas puts it in the near side corner. Now behind the net, Struthers will chase. Christian Gurney on for Garrett Podubny as the fourth line, producing 2 of the Otters' 3 goals tonight, and has them ahead by 2. Otters send it to the near side corner. Here's Bork in control. On for Nick King. Out ahead, Darren Radish steps in front of Struthers. He'll lead the march back the other way. Radish throw it towards the cage. That goes wide. Angled up the near side, Fergus. Try to put it on further down deep, but it's pushed away by Dudas out to center. And Garrett Podubny turns it right back in. Controlled by Bork. In front of their own bench, then launched towards the Otters zone off the near side boards. Both teams will finish a change. Darren Radish will push ahead for Fergus. Cuts across the red line. Little flip as Strom and Maximovich nearly collide. But Erie gets it into the zone along the near side. Jersey trying to slide it up the wall. Zapola will find it. Here's Paul Moo. They just connected a little bit ago for a great opportunity that Paul Moo sent off the iron as icing waved out. A good foot race. Hancock winning the race. Jersey, their friend at the blue line. Wrist shot. Save made Timpano, who is dialed in here tonight.
Yeah, Troy Timpano, he looks sharp here tonight. He has made every save that he's needed to make. some very tough ones, especially on Zapula and Palmu tonight, who have both had 3 or 4 good opportunities. The attack only able to beat them once so far.
Faced off right at Timpano, won by Strom. Fired around the horn for Maximich, who stepped into by Jersey. They keep it alive on the near side board. Palmu takes it out of a pile-up, holds along the line, just launches towards the goal, blocked by Cernak. They'll skate out ahead for Maximich. Right wing side, Lodnia twirls into the zone. Directs it down low for Kyle Maximich, in behind the net. Further to the near corner, Sambrook and Strom are there. Strom will take it up the wall to the blue line. Sambrook takes control on the drop pass. Battle for along the near side as down goes Jersey. And a tie-up with Sambrook. The puck gets out to center, skating Zapula, heading towards the left wing side. Forced off the wall by Lodnia. They'll drop it back to the D. Quickly out ahead for Paul Moo. Off the end boards. Didn't get a piece of it. Petrus Paul Moo. And icing call here to Owen Sound with 11:21 to go. Third period. The Otters ahead 3-1.
Well, with the Otters ahead 3-1, you wouldn't think necessarily it would be your fourth line leading the charge with all the firepower the Erie Otters have, but tonight that's exactly what's happened as Podubny and Gurney, as well as Biley with that nice assist, have led the way offensively here for the Otters.
This one sent off a stick, deflected into Erie territory after the win, as Mitch Byrne are close with a high stick on Paul Moon. Nothing called here. Going to let him play. Inside the Otters zone, chipped ahead by Fellows as Brett Newman trying to deke between two, uses speed, but it's cut off. Fellows follows up as Roberts stood up by Kyle Pettit. And like that here in the crowd, Suzuki fires one that goes off the body of his own man, comes right back to Nick Suzuki. Pettit comes on in after that collision, puts it out to center ice, down the left wing side into the Owen Sound zone. Here he changes behind the play. They quickly go ahead with Brack. Launch it towards the net. Just across the line. It's right into the mid. So Troy Timpano holds on, squeezes in for another face-off. So the replay of the hit with Roberts turning at center ice. Pettit had him in right in the sights. Roberts is defensible. Right right at Timpano. Strom against Kevin Hancock. Pushed up. That one was won by Owen Sound with the Otters follow up. Just by willpower. Taylor Radish gets there, plays it off the goaltender. Jabrinkin has it, center in front. Off a stick, it pops through the air. Fergus pinches in. Able to keep it alive nicely. Gets on to Strom. Cross ice. Jabrinkin loose in the slot. Fired wide on the glove side. On ahead. Strom knocks it out of midair. Between the legs, Jabrinkin looking for it. And he continues to spin and ends up out of neutral ice. Taylor Radish fired on for Strom left wing side. Drops it off to Brinket. Right back ahead for Strom along the goal line. Trying to go back. And he's poked away by McNiven. And off goes Owen Sound down the left wing side where Hancock directed it towards the Otters zone. When he's at the end of his shift, Pettit takes it back behind his net. Midway through the third, here the Otters ahead by 2. Gurney, the third period goal to extend the Otters lead and adding a little insurance. Here's Maximovich on for Lodney as they cross paths. Holding from the left wing circle, gives to Fergus at the blue line. Holds back for Lodnia. Tip it towards the net outside the gate. Centering past 2 men there. Otters couldn't put it home. And out ahead goes Paul Moo. Taken away on the pass by Maximovich. Lodnia now. Sent it on to the near side. Lodnia took a check from Roberts the team didn't like right in front of the bench. This one bounces towards McNiven for the whistle and the cover with 9:21 remaining. The Otters ahead by 2. It's 3-1. Otters fans, remember, meet our neighbors at the new Arena Bar and Grill, located at 723 French Street. It's your official before and after game meeting place. That's the Arena Bar and Grill, a saucer pass away from the Erie Insurance Arena.
Well, certainly Erie holding their own here in the third period, and time starting to become a bit of an enemy of the Owen Sound attack as they trail by 2 with just 9:21 to play. And really, tonight, I mean, Timpano has looked incredibly sharp, and it's going to be tough to beat him. The only goal that eluded him, of course, was traffic in front. I'm not sure he saw it, and it's going to be tough to get a couple more against him with a stout 2-goal lead for the Otters here.
sure he came in this one dialed up with two of the best goalies statistically wise in the OHL, McNiven and Timpano. And we were talking about just looking at save percentages themselves back in the Veer Room team. Timpano only a 904, and I told you sometimes it's often leaky goals it seems for him, but he's made the big saves at the moment that you need that stop.
He's been nothing but rock solid here tonight. 27 saves thus far.
Draw inside the Owen Sound zone. Won by Dylan Strome. Sandbrook has it. Deflected on down low, Maximovich. Chips it onto himself, the near side corner. Tied up by Suzuki. Off they go. Airmailing it out to center ice. Tipped by Roberts. Trying to get around Sandbrook. Flying down the right wing side. Roberts, a backhander, shrugged off by Timpano. And the Otters out ahead to center themselves. On the counterattack, Maximovich hits the break. Trying to hand off to Dylan Strome. No dice. Run into by Fred. Here just backs up to their own line. Cernak from the right side. Cross ice pass to Strome. Trying to flip it off for Maximovich. Good D by Jersey to slide it ahead for Paul Moo, right wing side. They backed off, making a change. Paul Moo still holds. Cross ice pass just on Hancock. In front, the tip by Suzuki is stopped by Timpano.
And Suzuki tried to go 5-hole, and shutting the door was Timpano right in time as he cruised right into the low slot area, right in front of Timpano, getting that deflection. Good save made by the Erie netminder.
We've seen 30 shots so far tonight. Stop 29. The other one put in was off his own teammate skate, Christian Gurney. Has two tonight, really.
Yes, he does.
Here's Judas with the steal. To Hancock. Fires. Blocker save made. Bounces into the circle. Still loose. They hand off to Judas again. Another one. Just trickles wide. Sliding through the crease. Centorami lets one go. Blocked by Pettit. Bounces onto the far side wall. Going down, trying to get some momentum and turn things a bit here. After the Otters' third goal, but the Otters clear to center to chip it down the right wing side. Centorami tied up by DeBrincat. Still able to chop it up the left wing boards as it bounces on near side circle for Phillips. Centorami and DeBrincat still tied up on the far side. There comes that part where the Otters don't want to take penalties and lose some of your top guys as McShane gets into the zone, drops it off to Brinkett, looks off a player, fires a shot, blocked there by the goaltender McNiven, and Schmalz takes over on the far side. Looks it ahead off the skate of Hancock, still in the zone, they turn it over, McShane with it, leaking down to the near side circle. Wait for Taylor Radish, give and go, fired wide by McShane. Darren Radish will hold in. His shot through traffic, that was blocked, swiped away from DeBrincat before he could pull the trigger. Out ahead, Owen down. Looks around, TJ Ferguson, the big body of Matt Schmalz fires from a sharp angle side of the net. Brack with it. They come down for Jersey into the zone. Wrist shot blocked by Gurney. Fired in front, kicked out on the try by Brack with the bank open. Here's Darren Radish behind his net. Played up the near side. Gurney takes, but it's chopped away from him, and they hold in the zone. Schmalz wheels and waits for the reinforcements to come in. Sends it on down behind the net for Struthers. Two Otters there. Poked onto the corner. Struthers will take it. Up for Gurney. Got to get it out of the zone. Gurney skates. Backhands it out to center. Podubny over skates, and Gurney again was able to move it to the line. The Otters, well, at least they clear the zone. And now find the puck in the offensive zone. Here's Gurney in front for Biley. That's off a skate of Bork, who defends. Paul Moose dangerously skates out in front of his own goaltender. Gets the return pass. It's poked around. Here's Paul Moo with a 2-on-1 with a man in front. Standing on the pass. Cernak may have gotten a piece of it defensively. And the Otters clear to center. Here's Paul Moo down the right wing side. At the bottom of the circle. Paul Moo tries to spin it up towards the point. That's cut off. Here's Garrett Podubny. He flips it off the near side. Glass DePola there. Down away with Newman. Chris Knobloch rewarding the fourth line with some time here late in the game. And a 3-1 score, the Otters ahead. And it's Newman who clears. Onto the near side, Nick King. For Paul Moo. Directed on to the blue line Bork. And that's good for the Otters. If you can spread it around, you're going to play again tomorrow, 2 p.m., a third game and a third day. And the same thing for Owen Sound. You're going to have some tired bodies, you'd assume. Under 6 to go with the Otters holding a 2-goal lead. It's Fellows out ahead for Brett Newman in the neutral ice. To Pettit, but offside is Kyle Pettit with 5:38 to play here from Owen Sound.
Well, Chris Knobloch showing tremendous confidence in the way his fourth line of Biley, Podubny, and Gurney has played tonight, and why not? They've rewarded him with 2 goals here that has the Otters in this 2-goal lead, and they go head-to-head with the number 1 line of the Owen Sound attack and looks good doing it.
Danbrook's pass picked off by Dudas after the Otters won a face-off. As Jersey launched ahead, Dudas deflected towards the Otters blue line, and Wayman able to glove that one down on the intercept. Left back to the Owen Sound line where they control. Put off a stick towards the Owen Sound bench. Here's Roberts. Right back for Jersey. Still in his own defensive zone. Pushed on ahead for Dudas to direct it around Stanbrook, who recovers and backhands it out to center. Here's Maximovich. Chip and chase. Friend gets the puck first. Put out in front of his goal for Hancock on the pass. And Suzuki left wing side with some speed, trying to back down Fergus. Suzuki fires, shoulder save made. Loose on the circle. Bounce down for Zabola. In front, Suzuki turns. His shot goes wide on the blocker side. Here's Maximovich. Flip it up, but not out. Held in. Zabola on the right side. Slide it in front. That one wide through the goal mouth, and Lodnia just chops it down ice for the clear. 4:30 remains. Here from Owen Sound, the first of a doubleheader back-to-back games against the Owen Sound attack. Here's Paul Moo from the circle. Give it out to the blue line. Open. There's a wrist shot. Getting a piece of it was Timpano with the glove on Marcus Phillips. Another centering pass for Suzuki. Circled off the stick of Zapola. Tried to give to the blue line. And that rolled out to center as Taylor Radish buries Marcus Phillips on the dump in. And the Otters take the puck. Off their own glass to center. Sent to Remy. Fields the puck. Gives off to Paul Moose. Keeps right back into the zone the final 4 minutes. We're going to hear a lot of Paul Moo here as this shot blocked away by Timpano from a sharp angle. Darren Radish able to get enough of it out to center ice. As DeBrincat chases sent to Remy, who spins and heads down the right wing side. Ducks around Darren Radish. The puck into the Otters zone. Tips for DeBrincat on the near side. Comes out to the point. Darren Radish able to get the poke and turn it out to center ice with 3:35 to play here in the third. Price leading the march. Trying to give on to the left wing for Roberts. Stood up by Brett Newman, and they're back at their own zone. Trenton Bork back off for Price. Poke checked on the sweep check by DeBrincat with the twig, and Newman couldn't get deep into the zone as Roberts takes over at the line. Gets to Erie's territory. Finally fired in by Struthers. Owen Sound makes a change themselves. Looking behind his own goaltender is Jordan Sambrook. Tipped out the center for Patrick Fellows. He skates into the offensive zone now. Erie on the other way. Fellows stops at the corner. Looks to the blue line. Doesn't go that way. Shuffles it behind the net instead. Erie wants to keep it down low. With their third line on, just kill some clock. That's the enemy right now of the Owen Sound attack. Newman has the puck in the near corner. Skates up ahead. His pass on for Fellows with a man on the far side with Strome open. Takes it off the wall. Fires to the goal mouth wide. Sambrook lays it down to the corner. Friend. Strome chasing. That did kill off sometime. Down to 2:23 to play in the third. The Otters ahead by 2. This one will be an icing call. No, waves out on the race down to the end boards. Burns with Gadjevic. Now Hancock in the far corner. Watch the goaltender to our left. Behind the net, trying to bank it off the goaltender. They do. Suzuki did it. It's 3-2.
Well, Suzuki knocks it in. He's standing right in the blue ice as he gets it to go in behind goaltender Timpano. Lots of pressure from the Owen Sound attack in the offensive zone, and they just kept working away down low there. The Otters not able to clear, and it goes into the back of their net. And this sets up with only 2:06 to play. An interesting finish here.
Just for Timpano, has been excellent. Another unfortunate bounce. And Suzuki just lifted off the back of that shoulder area of Timpano, and it trickles down his back and into the net. It's a one-goal game here from J.D. MacArthur Arena. So stop the press. We're not done yet. Bounce down the center. Struthers has control. Look the game. Get it in the Otter zone. They've been good down low, and they get the goaltender off in McNiven. This one sent into the Otter zone. They thought about going, but they're making a change behind the play, and Erie controls. Back from their own corner, Fergus angled up the far side boards, but Erie unable to clear. Hancock to it, gives out to Suzuki at the left wing circle. Goaltender still on with a minute and 15 to play. Played onto the blue line, but intercepted by Taylor Radish. Marches on ahead, gives to Alex DeBrincat. Goes on for Pettit on the right wing side, a burst of speed. Just directs it down low, and Pettit wanted to pin it along the boards and do what he does best. That's kill clock. Now he's got control. Just keeping along the end boards. We're under a minute to go. 3-2, the Otters lead. Puck still down behind the Owen Sound net. Finally trickles loose to the near side. DeBrincat takes control. Puts it on the blue line. Stanbrook able to shovel it back down low, but it's played by a high stick. And the whistle. I believe they stay inside the zone. That's the argument from Owen Sound, saying that DeBrincat got a piece of it before it's played by the other member of the attack. But 42.2 on the clock in a one-goal game and a offensive zone draw for Erie. And a timeout upcoming. This will be Owen Sound.
So the Suzuki goal was from Hancock and Gadjevic at 17:54. So Gadjevic with a goal and a helper here for the Owen Sound attack tonight. They trail by a goal here with not much time left against this Erie Otters club.
The Otters 129-4-2-0 when leading after two periods since the 2013-2014 season.
An incredible record.
All under Chris Knobloch in his first full season. They'll have to kill off another 42 seconds to improve the stats. Face-off is to the right of McNiven. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons on the call for you. And the final seconds of this one. The Otters clinging to a one-goal lead. Outshot 36-23. Face-off one. Owen Sound hammer around the boards, and it's dumped into the near side corner. Off goes McNiven. Into the near side circle. Erie angles up the near side. DeBrincat could not clear. Kept down low. Zapola in front. Here's a chance. Duda fires high. Give him out to the blue line. Centurami, 23 seconds up. His shot wide. Off the end boards. Paul Moo gathers it in from the blue line. Suzuki now, 17 seconds to go. Centurami in front. Hancock blocked in front. The Otters will ice it. 10, 9. They got to get to the circle as Suzuki wins the race. 9.18. The clock reads a one-goal game.
Well, it's a nail-biter here at Owen Sound, that's for sure. The faceoff will be deep in Erie territory to the left of Timpano here with just 9.18 seconds left.
Suzuki on Strome. That's our faceoff matchup. Erie gets onto the corner. Zapola, though, gets there first. Couldn't center. Darren Radish shoveled on the near side. DeBrincat trying to poke it. Could not. Paul Moo has it. Shot was blocked. Gloved down by the Otters as time expires. Pushing and shoving at the end. But it won't change the score. Otters prevail 3-2. Despite the late heroics of Nick Suzuki to climb them within one. Troy Timpano stopped 34 of 36. And the Otters will pick up the road victory. They'll do it again tomorrow at 2 p.m.
This is one of those games where good teams find a way to win. They maybe didn't have their best game tonight, but Troy Timpano did. And the fourth line coming through for the Erie Otters tonight. They're outshot 36-23, and they find a way to gut it out here in a 3-2 victory here on the road.
And all these goals bounced around, not the most orthodox style of scoring.
A lot of scrambly goals tonight, and for the most part, the goaltenders didn't see the goals that eluded them tonight. Both goaltenders playing very well, and you would have to think Troy Timpano a candidate for the first star tonight.
We'll have those for you as we're going to take a break, and the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show is up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
This holiday season, my good friend gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match-race chances, 5 cash for 4 cash for lives, 3 pick 3s, 2 Mega Millions.
Pennsylvania Lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million snowbank with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall off the bone ribs, made from scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade.
Playport is more than just an arcade.
Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey
on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan.
WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back here inside the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center at the J.D. MacArthur Arena. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons joining me for the broadcast tonight and for tomorrow. You want to tune in for that as well. A 2 p.m. start. Pre-game show will be at 1:45. But this is the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. Duskus Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity. And right into our Arctic Spas recap. As always, the home ice advantage for the Owen Sound attack. Tight confines here at the J.D. MacArthur Arena. But the Otters, in the first, they escape with a 1-0 lead. Kyle Pettit with the power play goal. Coming at 13:39 from Darren Radish and Alex DeBrincat. And the Otters have a 1-0 lead. And for Kyle Pettit, his 9th power play goal of the season, that ties the lead with Adam Mascarin. Into the second period we go. The Otters, in that first, rather even, and things kind of turned in ice tilted one way, and it all comes from 2 penalties called. Coincidental minors to Dylan Strom and Jacob Friend. And that 4-on-4 play, Steve, we talked about it both intermissions, and man, Owen Sound just took control and had the puck in the offensive zone for nearly the entire minute.
About a minute and a half, it was just complete domination on a 4-on-4 that looked like a 5-on-4 the way they were moving the puck around, and it put some wind at their sails, and they got going with a goal not too far after that to get in flight. But it wasn't enough tonight against this gutsy Erie Otters club who dug deep, got some contributions from unexpected sources tonight that you don't normally get 2 goals from your fourth line, and you don't normally see Dylan Strom with no points. So that's what happened tonight, and the Erie Otters able to win.
As it was tied at 1, Garrett Podubny had the go-ahead goal that they shot wide from Wayman, that bounced off of the equipment in the body of Garrett Podubny and into the back of the net. Otters led 2-1 after 2 periods. Christian Gurney able to finish off the play in front after a steal behind the net by Sean Biley on Michael McNiven, who came out to play it early in the third at 3:40. No mistake from Gurney with the open net. Otters are ahead 3-1. Suzuki, a late one to draw within 1 at 17:54. But that's the kind of win. I mean, you mentioned Dylan Strom. It's the first time he's been held off the score sheet points-wise for a game since returning from the Arizona Coyotes. And role players getting the job done for the Otters. And you go down the road of a season, you're not going to be carried as much as you think. You need some help from all around, and everybody chipping in. The Otters got exactly that tonight.
Lots of depth, and their depth players came through for them. Podubny and Gurney both contributing with a goal tonight. And, I thought that fourth line played very well in Guelph last night, and they came through tonight with a couple of big goals. And I'm sure that Dylan Strome is probably going to be having a chat with Chris Knobloch about the fact that you can't let Jacob Friend get under your skin and take you away from the game that you play. He didn't have a good night tonight, but his mates bail him out, and they escape with a win here.
The Otters pick up the 2 points, and that'll, for the time, launch them ahead of the London Knights by a point. The Knights do have a game in hand and sit with 41, but two teams will see each other tomorrow, and at least for Owen Sound, they know we keep grinding these guys. It gets under their skin, and he's got to take advantage the next time around, and that'll be at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
The 3 stars tonight, surprising what the in-house decided on the 3 stars as well. The third star, Podubny, of course, he had a key goal tonight, of course, for the Otters as the third star. Jonah Gadjevic with a goal and assist for the Owen Sound attack, the second star. And Kyle Pettit, the first star. I wouldn't have picked him. I would have probably went with a certain goaltender named Timpano with the amazing night that he had, making 34 stops. He's not in the top 3, but Kyle Pettit, he had a key goal to get the scoring rolling for the Otters to start off the game. But, 2 Otters, you can't really fault them, I suppose, in selecting 2 from the winning side, but I think we would have picked maybe a different star for number 1.
I think I would have taken Timpano as well. He was off doing the post-game interview with the Rogers TV crew here in Owen Sound, but that was our Iron Workers local Union number 3's Iron Men of the game. And here's the 3 stars, and a one from up here in the booth, Troy Timpano, much deserved, is rounding out the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. As looking ahead to tomorrow, and Steve, you'll be joining me once again to deliver the broadcast. I thought everything went smoothly. I would love to have you on and adding
appreciate it. It was
voice,
a lot of fun. Yeah, it was great. And, the key tonight, of course, was performance from Troy Timpano, who was very, very solid in net for the Erie Otters. That fourth-line effort tonight from the Otters, getting those contributions, and on good hard work, really, and on goals that, some mistakes made by McNiven behind his net, getting caught out there on that game-winning goal, and also just not being able to see the other goals that Erie was able to score tonight. And certainly that's, something that's going to be mentioned, no doubt, by the coaching staff, that's the way you have to score against Michael McNiven.
Yep. Sure. Maybe the other countries will take a look, too, as McNiven will be heading off to Team Canada selection camp along with Chris Knobloch, Dylan Strome, and Taylor Radish of the Erie Otters next week, actually. And for tonight, though, the last thing I wanted to mention, too, you said in the pregame show we're going to watch the power play of the Otters against the penalty kill of Owen Sound. Well, Erie went 1 for 1 on the power play. And there it was. Steve Fitzsimmons right on the ball from the start of this one.
I do what I can.
On the pregame show. But, Steve, thanks again for joining me.
Hey, no
really
problem, Aaron.
It.
Look forward to it tomorrow again.
Do it again tomorrow night. Final score, Otters 3, Attack 2. And for John Kleiner, I want to thank him, our producer, back in studio, as we rack things up. The Otters, the big victory away from the Erie Insurance Arena, trying to figure out the road game. They get it done tonight, 3-2. I'm Aaron Cooney saying so long. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2 o'clock, the matinee on Sunday afternoon, right here from Owen Sound. You've been listening to the Erie Otters on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, gentlemen, and thank you. Just about 9:51, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan. John Kleiner at the Boston Store. Aaron Cooney up there in Owen Sound. The Attack and Otters just now. And back at it tomorrow afternoon. Only 1:45 airtime right here on 1330 The Fan. Then face off at 2. Over on our sister station just now, Jet Radio 1400, Erie Bayhawks basketball versus the Westchester Knicks. Knicks upending Erie near the end there, 105-103 in Erie Insurance Arena. Chris Red, he was on that call. Benny Mitchell handling the electronic back fence in the Jet Radio 1400 studio just off the State Street side of Front Center. FSR on here, rest of tonight into tomorrow morning. 5 a.m. Donor Songs of Zion, DJ Dennis Hunter. DJ Dennis hosting Erie's single oldest locally hosted radio show. Good DJ now for nearly 50 years. February 1967, his first show on Songs of Zion. Half-hour program at the time. long since evolved into the 5 hours I trust you enjoy. DJ Dennis L. Hunter, Songs of Zion, 5 to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning here and only here on Fox Sports Radio 1330 The Fan, as every Sunday. Never Know Football, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. from the Plymouth Tavern. Here tomorrow, Sean Abcucci, Alex Warner, and Jack Quinn. Just going to sing all things football and a little bit of other things as well. That's Never Know Football from the Plymouth Tavern, right here on 1330 The Fan. Tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. until tomorrow afternoon at 1. The Pittsburgh Steelers on Rocket 101. 4:25 is kickoff time for that affair. Right now, fan weather for meteorologist Dan Zabosian and Jet 24 Weather Authority. Overnight, brisk with showers or mixed in Erie wet snow inland, traced to 2 inches south and east of I-90. Well to know, Lake accumulation Erie and Lake Shore, low 34 Erie, 20 to 32 inland and mountains. Winds west-northwest 10 to 20 miles, except 15 to 30 in Erie. Church tomorrow, chance of morning mix, Lake Shore or snow inland, and chance of afternoon showers, Lake Shore mix inland, west, then inch of new accumulations. 36 to 42, west winds 8 to 18 miles per hour. Tomorrow night, mostly cloudy with diminishing winds, chance of showers, sprinkles or flurries. Lows 34 Erie, 25 to 31 inland and mountains. West to southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, chance for morning showers, high 44. Right now, outside the historic Boston Store downtown area, it is 42 degrees. But do it for yours truly, John Kleiner. This end of things, think for your patriots, your patients, your family. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. God bless one of the good stats be yours. And I think I'm going to read that forecast because it's a bit of off detail here. We'll start from the top. Tomorrow night, rather tonight, mostly cloudy, diminishing winds, chance of sprinkles or flurries, low 34 Erie, 25 to 31 inland mountains. West to southwest winds, 5 to 10 miles per hour, 5 to 12 miles per hour, rather. Church tomorrow, mostly cloudy, chance of late day shower, light snow, shower, high 37 to 41. West to southwest winds, 3 to 8 miles per hour. Monday, chance of morning showers, high 44. Right now outside, 42 degrees. And that will do it for sure, for Shirley John Kleiner. Thanks for your patriots, your patience, your family. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. God bless one of the good stats be yours. This has been Erie Otters Hockey here on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan. More loyal at OttersHockey.com.
Name on it. It's my most favorite ornament ever. Thanks, Mom.
Each Christmas, moms everywhere carry on the tradition of placing special ornaments on the Christmas tree. Ornaments represent stories and memories. And PersonalCreations.com has over 1,000 to choose from in their ornament workshop. They have adorable ornaments that can be designed to look like anyone in your family, doing the activity, hobby, or occupation they love. Each ornament is expertly hand-painted or laser engraved with any name and ships within 3 days. Radio listeners, for a limited time when you order any ornament on the site, you'll get a second one absolutely free. That's 2 amazing ornaments for the price of 1. And personalization is included. But hurry, because this exclusive offer ends this Friday at midnight. The only way to get this incredible deal is to go to PersonalCreations.com. Click on the orange star in the top right corner and enter the secret code 0700. That's PersonalCreations.com, secret code 0700.
Former NFL quarterback Drew Bledsoe joining us. When did you know that Brady was going to be this kind of Brady?
Man, probably not for a couple of years after he first started. You know, I mean, he was a kid when he came in, man. Everybody had great affection for him. You know, just kind of infectious personality, and he was over at our house a bunch. And we took him in and took good care of him, and still cheer for him because he's just done everything right. That it makes it easy to cheer for him, even though ultimately he took my job. But I don't think anybody saw him as one of the all-time greats kind of quarterback. For a number of years after that initially happened. But going into that season, I signed a 10-year extension, and as far as I could tell, as far as anybody else knew, I was going to finish my career as a Patriot. But I got some great experiences after that, and it was a lot of fun.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
It slices, it dices, with razor-like edges that never need sharpening. It's not a blender. It's not a set of steak knives. It's car windshield. And now, it can be yours. Here's how. Next time you're in a car and the driver's driving recklessly, simply say nothing. That's right. Let them change CDs. Let them text on their phones. Ignore that little voice in your head that's trying to warn you. And you too can experience car windshield. Passengers who have tried car windshield agree. It's a smash. Car windshield may not be for everyone, as it can lead to severe side effects and even death. Please consult your physician after you've experienced car windshield. Passengers who wish to avoid car windshield can do so by following simple steps, like trusting their instincts, speaking up, and telling their friends to slow down.
In the real world, there is no spokesperson to prevent reckless driving. There's only you. Speak up.
Act now. Paramedics are standing by.
This has been a message from the Ad Council. For more information, go to youarethespokesperson.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
I don't think it's possible to overhype Marcus Mariota, because is there anybody else who even talks about Marcus Mariota? If Marcus Mariota played for the Jets right now, he would be a household name. He just won the Player of the Month for the AFC, something that only Warren Moon and Steve McNair have ever done in the history of the Titans franchise. Marcus Mariota right now is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And if you're driving around right now shaking your head like Clay Travis is totally an idiot about this, no, I'm not. You just haven't watched Marcus Mariota play. I watch a lot of NFL football. I watch the Red Zone. I go back and watch a ton of highlights. I've seen every snap that Marcus Mariota has taken this year. There is nobody that I would rather have right now for the next decade as the quarterback of a team than Marcus Mariota.
It's Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
It slices, it dices, with razor-like edges that never need sharpening. It's not a blender. It's not a set of steak knives. It's car windshield. And now, it can be yours. Here's how. Next time you're in a car and the driver's driving recklessly, simply say nothing. That's right. Let them change CDs. Let them text on their phones. Ignore that little voice in your head that's trying to warn you. And you too can experience car windshield. Passengers who have tried car windshield agree. It's a smash. Car windshield may not be for everyone, as it can lead to severe side effects and even death. Please consult your physician after you've experienced car windshield. Passengers who wish to avoid car windshield can do so by following simple steps, like trusting their instincts, speaking up, and telling their friends to slow down.
In the real world, there is no spokesperson to prevent reckless driving. There's only you. Speak up.
Act now. Paramedics are standing by.
This has been a message from the Ad Council. For more information, go to
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stewart, AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio, WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Halftime in college football's Big Ten championship game on Fox TV. A top 10 matchup with Wisconsin leading at the break 28-14 against Penn State. Corey Clement, 13 carries, 113 yards, and a touchdown. In the ACC title game, 3 total touchdowns for Clemson star quarterback Deshaun Watson. Tigers 21-14 at the break over Virginia Tech. And in the Mountain West title game at Wyoming, it's now the Cowboys trailing 17-10 to San Diego State early in the third quarter. Number 1 Alabama still undefeated after winning the SEC 54-16 against Florida. Oklahoma and West Virginia as well winners. Temple won the American Conference. College hoops, number 11 UCLA, a 97-92 victory at number 1 Kentucky, ending the Wildcats' 42-game home winning streak. I'm Steve DeSaga.
We are Fox Sports. I wanna get freaky with you.
You're thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1. Drop the bomb. Hold up. Time to get after it.
So follow me up, cause it's about to go.
This is the Broussard and No Show.
What?
Chris Broussard.
Yeah, I think you're crazy.
Brian No.
No.
Yeah.
No.
They're dropping knowledge like Broussard is dropping sources.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
And now, live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Brian No and Chris Broussard.
What's going on, everybody? Hope you're enjoying your championship Saturday. It's Broussard, and we're coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. I want to welcome in Dan Wolken. He is live in Indianapolis for the Big Ten championship game. He covers college football for USA Today. I was all prepared, Dan, to ask you where Ohio State is headed after being left out of the college football playoff. But Penn State is not cooperating, so I think this shifts to seeding. Where do you see Ohio State being seeded with the unknown, not knowing how the Big Ten championship game is going to shake out, and also Clemson only ahead by a touchdown at halftime?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Look, they're number 2 this week, and you could certainly make an argument to keep them there, but they didn't play. They don't have the 13th data point in the language of the selection committee. So, they could drop down to 3, potentially drop down to 4. Washington was very impressive. Clemson got off to a good start, but it's 21-14 at half. We'll see what happens in the second half. I would probably say they end up either 2 or 3, but it's not inconceivable that the committee just says, hey, you didn't win a conference championship, you didn't play the 13th game. We're letting you in, but we're going to put you at 4. I think all those things are on the table.
Dan, you mentioned conference championship. Is it a problem that these conference title games, or whoever, if a team wins a conference championship, a lot of them may not have or wouldn't have made the playoff? I'll give you an example. The Big Ten champion, technically, is not going to make the playoff unless, Wisconsin blows out Penn State and then Clemson loses. But most likely Big Ten champion not making it. We know the Big 12 champion probably won't make it, Oklahoma. If Florida had upset Alabama and been the SEC champion, technically they would not have made the playoff. Same thing with Colorado or Virginia Tech. If they pull the upset, they're still not getting in the playoff as the conference champion. Is that a problem that you could see a lot of conference champions not make the playoff, or theoretically you could have?
I don't think it's a huge problem, because I think you have to look at college football, especially now with the ACC's got 14 teams, the SEC's got 14 teams. They don't play each other that often. And like on the East and West in the SEC, Auburn and Florida are only going to play each other 2 times every 12 years. So really all conferences are anymore are kind of random groupings of teams, and they give you your schedule. So, I'm not, and really the conference only accounts for like 2/3 of your schedule. So I'm just not sure, in this new paradigm, how much the conference championships should really matter when the schedules are so unequal.
Yep.
I think that it definitely is a tiebreaker. It definitely can give you a little boost. It's another opportunity for the selection committee to see you. And I think 90% of the time the best team is going to win their conference. But the reason you have a selection committee and a human element is to be able to cut through sort of that noise and really evaluate who the best team is. And Ohio State is a better team than Penn State or Wisconsin, and they're fully qualified to be in the playoffs. So I just don't think it's going to be all that controversial.
From the Geico Studios, joined by Dan Wolken. He covers college football for USA Today. Washington won. Clemson, let's just say they win also. Do you see any type of curveball here where Washington or Clemson, having won their conference championship games, don't get in?
No, not really. I think especially Washington, they were very impressive against Colorado. I think their schedule's maybe a little better than people want to give it credit for in the Pac-12. Especially the last 2 weeks, they beat pretty good teams. They had the win at Utah. They had the Stanford win. They're going to get in. In Clemson as well. I think having beaten Louisville, having beaten Florida State, if they can beat Virginia Tech, another top 25 team, you have 4 or 5 top 25 wins, you're going to get in. So I think that it'd be hard to knock any of them out. You can certainly make a compelling argument for other people, whether it's Wisconsin, who looks like they're rolling in this game, or Michigan. I don't think there's a really compelling case for Oklahoma, to be honest. But yeah, look, I think it's going to go according to form, and that's just the way it's going to be. And I don't have any problem with it because I think those 4 teams really earned their way there.
So Dan, who's the biggest challenger to Alabama of the 4 we expect to make, or the 3 other teams?
Well, I mean, there's a few different ways you can look at it. I will say that when Clemson is playing well, they're a handful. And I think you saw in the championship game last season, Deshaun Watson, when he was on his game, he was giving them fits. And the one thing about Alabama, if you can throw deep, that's where they're maybe most vulnerable. And Deshaun Watson is the best quarterback in the country. And I think, as good of a year as Lamar Jackson had, I think Deshaun Watson is still the guy, with everything on the line that you want in there because he's proven it. He's done it at the highest level. He's played great games against Alabama before. So, if he gets on a roll in a game like that, he can give them a lot of problems. I also think Washington, defensively has so much speed that they can really cause problems for that offense, and it would be a struggle for Alabama to score points offensively. Now, obviously, defense, special teams, they tend to generate things, but, I do like Washington a lot, and I think they present some unique personnel challenges for Alabama.
Dan, the committee, as you know, they try to find the 4 best teams. Do you like that, or would you be of the mindset of looking more at resume, looking at the 4 most deserving teams?
Well, I think most of the time those 2 concepts converge. I just don't think that, I don't think there's going to be many examples where somebody who doesn't, quote, deserve it gets in just because we think they're a good team. Most of the time, the best teams win, if not all their games. They only lose 1. So I just don't really see a huge distinction there. I think Ohio State is, if you're referring to them, they have a win over the Big 12, undefeated Big 12 champion in Oklahoma on the road. They beat Wisconsin, who looks like they're going to be the Big 10 champions. So they've beaten 2 of the 5 power conference champions head-to-head. So I don't know how you can say that they're not deserving.
All right, Dan. Well, thanks a lot, my man. And we'll talk to you later.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
That's Dan Wolken, covers college football for USA Today, joining us here. What do you think about the last thing, Chris? Because the committee, their job is to find the 4 most, the 4 best teams. The best teams in the country, that's what they try to find. And I've got a big problem with that because I think you should try to find the 4 most deserving teams because you might be wrong about who you think are the 4 best teams. You might not be correct. And if you're breaking ties based on who you think would win hypothetical matchups or who you think is the best, I think it's the wrong way to approach it. Look at USC. You might be able to make an argument that they're one of the 4 best teams in the country. But they're not going to sniff the college football playoff because they're not deserving of it with 3 losses.
Well, I think like Dan said, in most cases, I think it's going to be very similar, who the best is and who is the most deserving. You're right, USC isn't among the most deserving teams, and I can even poke holes in the argument that they're one of the 4 best. Just because they did lose so many games. So I don't think it's that big of a distinction between best and most deserving. So, the teams are Alabama clearly deserving and clearly among the best. Ohio State, I believe, and I think most people believe, clearly among the best and deserving. They, like you said, they beat Oklahoma, undefeated Big 12 champ. They beat Michigan, the 3rd-ranked team in the country at the time. They've beaten Wisconsin, which looks like it's going to win the Big 10. They've got a very deserving resume. Washington, we can shoot down the Pac-10 all we want, but they ran through it, and they've got some very good victories, and then Clemson. Assuming they finish off Virginia Tech, they're very much deserving and among the best 4 teams. So I don't think it's going to be, much of a distinction between those 2 adjectives, if you will, in most cases.
Yeah, you've got the College Football Playoff Executive Director. That sounds very fancy, by the way. College Football Playoff Executive Director Bill Hancock. He says, quote, the committee's job is to pick the 4 best teams, not the 4 most deserving. And you had Jim Delaney. He was the former chair the last time. He's the Big Ten commissioner. He was on ESPN's College Game Day today. And he said he argued that it should be the 4 most deserving teams. And that was voted down, where they're like, we're going with the 4 best teams, not the 4 most deserving. So while it seems like those two things converge, it's best in the committee's mind. That's what they're seeking over most deserving. So I
would like to hear them. Have they given how do they define best versus most deserving? I mean, are they? It sounds like they're trying to say most people would think most deserving is a team that wins the conference, right? The conference championship. Because you could argue if Virginia Tech pulls off this upset, they're deserving.
Yeah.
I think that's what it comes down to. Nobody would say they're one of the 4 best teams, but somebody could try to argue, we won our conference. We beat Clemson in the championship games. We are deserving.
Yeah,
maybe
you got 3
that's
losses.
the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue deserving with the 3 losses, but it's subjective. It's like, how do you come up with the NBA MVP? There's no, breakdown of what everybody subscribes to. It's very subjective. But I would bring that up in terms of Michigan, because I've heard a lot of people say, well, Michigan's one of the top 4 teams in the country. They're one of the 4 best teams. It's like, you got to have the resume, too. You can't just go off of hypothetical make-believe matchups and who you think is actually better than who. You got to go by body of work.
Well, would you say, I would not put them ahead of Washington. And maybe to your point, I think I like
neutral
Michigan
field.
a lot.
I might like Michigan to beat Washington
I might
on neutral
think they're
field.
better, but you're right. I would not put them over Washington. That's a case where you could make a distinction between best and most deserving.
Yes.
But if you're talking, let's say, Clemson loses, Wisconsin wins, then I think most people would say Michigan is the better team. But that'd be tough to argue who's them. I think they could be considered most deserving too. And you could argue it for Wisconsin just because you could say, well, they won the conference championship, but Michigan would say, well, we beat them and we beat the team that they beat, Penn State. I mean, you can really get into all types of debates and arguments when you're trying to split hairs between best and most deserving.
Yeah, I really think you can. I dislike it's. Well, we'll get into it a little bit more, but I just don't like when you're saying best. You're almost saying, in spite of these losses, let's just almost pretend these didn't happen. We still think they're really great or better than this other team. That could be completely wrong. Happens all the time in sports. All right, coming up next, we've got from the Geico Studios, we're breaking down the Dr. Pepper Push Shot Challenge. I've got a couple of thoughts on that, Chris Broussard. And also, are you on Team No or Team Broussard? And it has nothing to do with the college football playoff. We'll get into that as well. It's the Broussard and No Show right here on Fox Sports Radio.
When your school hits the ground running.
Up the middle, spins off. He's going to go 15, 10, 5, touchdown!
You know we've got the coverage you need.
I do love football.
You can't really argue with Clemson, LSU, and Ohio State. It's never been better to be a football fan.
It's college football.
We got you covered.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Did you know that every Chinese food takeout box is designed to flatten into a plate? Or that by turning the tab on a soda sideways, it doubles as a straw holder? Or that hole in a pot handle is actually designed so you can rest your spatula in it? It's amazing how some of the things people use most can be easily overlooked. It's just like TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right. TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. So whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and give you a better buying experience through our TrueCar certified dealer network. Here's another fun fact. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles and are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states.
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We make craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Take responsibly.
Geico presents a voicemail from your friend, Electricity.
Hey, it's me, Electricity. So I'll keep this short. Get it? Never mind. Anyway, I just want to make sure you're not, still mad at me about that electrical fire in your kitchen. I mean, obviously you're not, but I'm just checking to make sure. It's no big deal if you are. It's not like you're asking me to pay for the damage. Right?
Electricity won't pay for an electrical fire. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency makes getting coverage a snap. Visit geico.com to see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Hi, I'm Craig Morgan. You might know me for my songs, but before I sang country music, I served in the United States Army. For almost 20 years, I served side by side with some of the most resilient men and women I've ever met. They taught me that we all go through challenges, and one small act can make a big difference during tough times. If you're a veteran or a service member in crisis or even having thoughts of suicide, the Veterans Crisis Line can help. All it takes is one call, one chat, or one text to connect. Caring, trained responders are available 24/7 with free confidential support for veterans, service members, and the people who love them. Call 1-800-273-8255 and press 1, or chat online at veteranscrisisline.net or text 838255. One call, one chat, one text, one conversation can open the door to support. Reach out today. Learn more at veteranscrisisline.net.
Blue is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours? Red is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours?
Well, yeller's sweller for this little feller.
And me, I'm keen on green. So what's your favorite color? Tell us, please.
Kids will spend 20 minutes listening to songs like this.
Your favorite color? Tell us, please. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite?
How about 2 minutes to brush their teeth? Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. 2 minutes twice a day. They have the time. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives and the Ad Council.
There's always a moment of truth where it's either put up or shut up. We were yelling our hearts out. Even in our weakness, even in our pain, we continued to push. I don't know where the pain went to, but all I know is that I had what it took. I am a United States Marine.
PFC Darrell Willis serves his country as a Marine. Will you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES.
Diabetes Research Foundation International and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Your holiday shopping has begun. And when Mama brings you along,
My mama here. I love you, Mom.
take us with you. We're Fox Sports Radio on the iHeartRadio app.
It's free. Free. What's this?
The ultimate gift for everyone. It's the most wonderful time of the year, so share it with us.
Go to iHeartRadio.
Get the iHeartRadio app.
Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeart, baby!
On Fox Sports Radio. Okay, FS1.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
It's the Broussard and No Show here on Fox Sports Radio. We're coming to you from the Geico Studios. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. Chris, earlier today, just didn't go my way in the Oklahoma game. So, your man had an in-game bet on the total. I went over 64.5, okay? And it was 58 combined points at the very end. And so Samaje Perine, it was a 4th and 1, and they went for it. I believe that was the scenario from about the 10-yard line. See, the 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, I can't remember. But the seas just parted. Right? I could hear doves chirping and like the Gregorian chant, like, ah, the total is it's going over, Chris. What does Perine do at the 1-yard line? He takes a knee and doesn't run up the score, and I lose.
That's tough. I feel for you, brother.
Man.
I feel for you. It's worse to get your hopes up like that.
Yes.
And then have them sliced down that way.
That's brutal.
I have faith in you that you'll survive, but that's a tough one.
Yeah.
That is a tough one.
Now, the Dr. Pepper, did you pay attention to the Dr. Pepper throws?
One guy he did a few underhand, right?
Uh-huh.
I will say this. I mean, first of all, they were making a good amount of them, right? Most of them they were. It looks like it is that 5 yards looked like a long 5 yards to me.
Yeah.
Didn't it? It's only 5 yards, I see, but
it's only 5
yards.
longer
than I thought.
In the Big Ten championship game, people are listening like, this guy, no. He just needs some more hobbies in life. But I don't know why, Chris. It bothers me when they don't throw a football like a football. It's just on Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper needs to move it back so you can't do a basketball push pass.
That should be a rule that you have to throw it like a football.
Yeah. So the Big Ten championship game, they did the basketball chest passes, which I hate. But in the ACC one, Chris, we had one guy go lefty underhand like it was skee ball.
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
He crushed the guy who was throwing the ball like a football. But Tim Tebow has a quick delivery compared to that guy. Did you see? He was just waiting and winding up. He took forever.
It was like he didn't know the rules.
Yes.
I mean, really. It was like he didn't know that they were on a clock and all that. That's what it looked like.
Just breaks my heart. The one dude out of all these games that threw it normally took forever.
It's probably, maybe it's quicker to do it underhanded. The bottom line is get it in there any way you can.
Right.
Any way you can. Underhanded, push shot, Rick Barry, whatever it takes. Get the money.
Hey, I'm good with all that, but this is like the Hack-a-Shack. I blame the NBA instead of the coaches, taking a loophole and using it to their advantage. I blame Dr. Pepper for allowing this loophole to be utilized. Move it back so you got to throw it like a football. How's that?
No, I hear you. I'm not going to argue too much with you on that one.
Okay, so, Chris, we touched on this, but we didn't get a chance to really get into it. And I want to get your take on it. I'll just state my position quickly with Tiger Woods. He's at the Hero World Challenge. He's doing well, but you get all these people screaming from the mountaintops. He's never going to be the same guy again. We know that. Newsflash, that happened years and years ago. You got to recalibrate what you think Tiger Woods is really capable of. And I would compare it to the end of Kobe Bryant's career. When Kobe last season wasn't near his prime form, we didn't crush him for it. We didn't say, he's never going to be the same guy he was when he was in his mid-20s. We just understood he was at the end of the rope. So it's the same thing with Tiger Woods. He's closer to the end than his prime years. So I don't know why you got to shout about it and harp on it as if he's capable of reliving those years again. That day is dead.
No, you are wrong. I do not agree.
So you think Tiger can go back and resettle his prime years?
Here's the difference. A more appropriate comparison would be Derrick Rose.
Okay.
Or let me even hit it harder. If Kobe Bryant, remember when he had the scandal with the sexual assault and all that in 2003, and he played the 2003-2004 season, going to court and all that stuff. If after that event, his career had totally fallen off. If he became Nick Young after, that scandal, that would be appropriate. The problem with Tiger, Kobe his career ended naturally. He got older. He could no longer play at the level we were accustomed to. So we understood it. He was, 38 years old. Okay, Tiger didn't just age. This is not the result of just age. This was a scandal that hit him in his prime. 32 years. His last major, he was 32 years old. He still should have been in his prime. We all thought he was going to break Jack Nicklaus's record. And less than a year, about a year, a little more than a year after his last major victory, this whole scandal happens with his wife and all his mistresses and all that. And he has not won a major since. And that is the difference. So that's why.
But that's not what I'm comparing. That's not what I'm talking about.
Tiger is not, even his age, he's at the age now where Jack Nicklaus won 2 majors. Or actually 2 majors at 40, Nicklaus won, and then another one at 46. Vijay Singh, Ernie Els, Phil Mickelson, all these guys have won majors older than Tiger is right now.
Right, but you haven't seen the same injury history. Yeah, you haven't seen the same major injuries with some of those guys.
But my point is just that Kobe's decline was due to his age, which came naturally. Right. Tiger's decline is not due to age. It was due to him falling apart after that scandal.
That's fine.
That changed his whole image.
That's not my comparison. My comparison is right now with Tiger Woods aging, getting older, clearly not in his prime anymore. It's just a waste of time to yell from the mountaintops like he's never going to be the same guy anymore. And yet you still hear people saying this. And it's like, why? We know he's not going to be. It would be the same thing as Kobe Bryant old, 38 last season, yelling, well, he's not going to be the same guy. It's like, yeah, obviously, we know that. So why do we do that with Tiger? We never did it with Kobe.
But my point, Kobe was old. Tiger's not that old. He's not the equivalent of what Kobe Bryant was last year. I mean, guys have won major titles, major events with at the age that Tiger's at.
Yeah. That's play a lot older in golf. Sure.
It would be like, I think it's really comparable to Derrick Rose. As I said, like, some people still, even though I don't think it can happen, have in their minds that he could be something close to what he was when he was an MVP. Because he's still young enough, and his decline came abnormally due to injury rather than just age, just naturally. And I think it's the same thing with Tiger. That's why people are, one, holding out hope that he could get close to what he used to be. And two, not ready to completely write him off. I mean, because he's still he's not young, but he's not like totally, old, too old where we could think he could win.
Yeah.
So I think that's what it is.
It's just, you have to remember how truly dominant he was. I'm not saying you forgot it, Chris. I'm just saying, I'm speaking generally, is this guy was on another planet. The clip that he was winning majors and just PGA events at, there's no way he could come close to duplicating that with major injuries, being much older. So to say he's never going to be the same guy anymore, it's like saying the sky is blue and grass is green. It's like, what other hot takes do you have that aren't painfully obvious? You're just speaking the complete obvious. Why? It would be like Peyton Manning last season saying, he's not the same guy he was in his prime. It's like, he's an old guy. Well, he's had major injuries. Why would you? Of course he's it's not going to be the same guy.
I'm with you on that. But, it's It's an interesting take you have. I don't totally agree, but I give you that little bit of it. And looks like your boys. Did Penn State just score?
You know what? Our guy, the gangster of love, Stevie DeSager, is going to tell us all about it.
Right.
Coming up next from the Geico Studios, there's one aspect where it's okay to have trust issues with the one you love. We'll explain. First, though, here's what's trending.
Two quick basketball notes. Memphis has just edged the Lakers 103-100 despite 40 points from Lou Williams. And in college hoops, UCLA ranked 11th this week, a winner at number 1 Kentucky, 97-92. The Bruins led by 11 with 30 seconds left. UCLA beat number 1 Kentucky last year also at home. On to college football, and on Fox TV, about 11 minutes to go in the third quarter of the Big Ten championship game in Indianapolis. Top 10 matchup, Wisconsin holding on 28-21 over Penn State now. Star running back for Wisconsin, Corey Clement, 15 carries, 130 yards, and a touchdown. In the ACC title game, it's early third quarter. Clemson 21-14 over Virginia Tech. Deshaun Watson with 3 touchdowns. End of 3 quarters in the Mountain West title game at Wyoming. San Diego State ups its lead to 24-10 over the Cowboys. Earlier, Alabama and Oklahoma got wins. I'm Steve DeSager.
We are FS1. FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
And no show here on Fox Sports Radio. We're coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. It's easy to save 15% or more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part, figuring out which way is easier. I thought our guy, Steve DeSager, Chris, was going to come in off the top rope and just start screaming, Penn State touchdown, only down by 7. He gives us the Grizz edging out the Lakers. I think I've turned everybody against Penn State these last couple of weeks.
In fairness to him, it's still only the third quarter. So I think he wanted to give us finals, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. In fairness to Steve.
In fairness to Steve.
You're just more into this Penn State scenario than anybody else. Anybody that's not in Happy Valley, you're the most excited guy outside of Happy Valley.
I'll tell you what, Chris, there's a lot of ball left in both these title games where we're around 10 minutes, 9 minutes in both games, ACC and Big Ten. It just seems like we're going to get a little bit of controversy somewhere. Doesn't it? Like maybe Clemson loses, maybe Penn State comes back and wins. There's got to be some type of debate.
No, it's fun. It's a better game, and it's more exciting and dramatic the way it is right now. I mean, Penn State is obviously starting to play well and has the momentum. They're within 7.
Yeah.
And look,
Clemson goes up by 14, by the way. I do tend to
agree. You know, we had Bruce Feldman on earlier, and he said that he thinks Clemson is the toughest challenger for Alabama. As much as I like Ohio State, I think Deshaun Watson's passing ability, because you're not going to run on Alabama. So it's got to come through the air. And obviously, I think your best bet to run is to scramble. And obviously he can do that, So
sure.
I think they're probably the best, challenger for Alabama. So, but that said, just for the drama, just for the argument, just for the debate, I wouldn't mind seeing Clemson lose, because it would really be interesting to see would they still put Clemson. I think you could make an argument that Clemson still gets in, or would they put in the Big Ten winner, or would they put in Michigan? I mean, it would really get interesting and be incredible. Yeah, you're right.
Also, who goes where? Yeah, and I was mentioning this too, where I really think that Bama is going to end up winning the national championship. I trust them more than any team. I don't trust any other team in college football other than Alabama. I've said that weeks and weeks ago, and I've maintained that. But I don't trust their passing game. It's a little bit different than a relationship, where it's not good to have trust issues with the one you are supposed to love, right?
That's definitely not good.
That's not good. But in football, I think you can have trust issues in aspects and still trust that team more than others. So that's how I feel about Alabama. I trust them the most. I don't trust anybody beyond them. But with that being said, I do not trust their passing game.
No, I'm with you. I mean, basically it's just saying, look, as great as they are still vulnerable in certain areas. I mean, look, you got a freshman quarterback. Let's face it. And he's very good. He's had a very good season. But, he's not your traditional drop-back passer. And if you can turn him into that, if you can stop the run game, which is easier said than done, but force him to become kind of a traditional passer where he's got to throw the ball to get them in the game or keep them in the game, then, your chances are enhanced of beating them. Yeah. But that said, I'm with you. I don't think anybody will be able to do that. But, Clemson, they would, look, if Watson could go, and we've seen Alabama give up some points. All right, we've seen them give up some points. Mm-hmm. If Watson could really get that scoreboard rolling and get that thing moving, then maybe you force Hurts to drop back and throw the ball a little more than they like, and that's when maybe you get a great game.
Yeah, just don't give up defensive scores. He had another pick 6 today by Alabama. They've had 10 this season. So
they're so good on that end of the ball. Yeah.
If you don't kill yourself and you don't let the running game just demolish you, and you force them to throw the ball. Jalen Hurts had a Dak Prescott-like 138 yards passing today. Very Dak Prescott-like.
Look, you cannot rip Dak. There's nothing the dude is 11-1.
He threw for 139 yards against the Vikings.
I don't care. He did what he had to do to win. That was a good win. Well, let me go here. I think it was Michael Irvin, Cowboy great, all-time great.
Sure.
Who said that he would like to see Dallas lose a game. Just because it's probably better for them rather than to go in the playoffs on this great winning streak that a lot of teams, have suffered, by doing that. What's your thought on that?
I completely disagree with it. I don't think this takes any of the stress off. It's a little bit like the Golden State Warriors argument, which is it better to have 73 wins and this ungodly pressure on you as if winning 72 or 71 it'd be a cakewalk, like no pressure whatsoever when you get to the NBA Finals? It's just a joke to me. It's the same principle when it comes to the Cowboys. It's not as if there's going to be this ungodly pressure with them winning 15 in a row compared to them going in at 14-2 or 13-3, where if you go in at 13-3, it's like, oh, no pressure whatsoever. There's still massive pressure. It's so overrated how much pressure it alleviates.
Yeah, I think there can be more pressure. I think look, like you said, there's pressure no matter what. You're trying to win a championship, for goodness sake. So if the Warriors had won 71, you're right. It still would have been pressure to defend that title. I do think it adds a little bit just because, you had this great season, 73 wins, or in this case, maybe you go 15-1 or whatever, that now you're expected to win. I think it adds a little bit of pressure. But where my problem is, what are you supposed to do? I mean, you got to go out there and try to win every game.
You throw these games?
Exactly. And you can't. And in football, you can end up getting really damaged easily, getting hurt badly if you don't go out there 110%. So, and I think in any time a team is in that position, I don't care if they've never lost. We saw it a few years ago. Remember with Kentucky when they were undefeated going into the Final Four with that great team with Karl Anthony Towns and those guys, and they lost in the Final Four. But when you're in that position as an athlete, you're not thinking, man, we haven't lost in a while. One is probably coming. You're thinking we're
on a roll, baby.
Exactly. We're rolling. Exactly. And some people argue, well, that's what you need, a loss here and there to let you know that, you still got some problems and issues and you still got to, work really hard and don't get overconfident. But I just think it can work both ways. So I would agree with you on that. If they lose, it's certainly not the worst thing in the world. But you just can't manufacture that. You have to go out and try to win.
Yeah. Yeah, it was funny. They showed Nick Saban for a second during the SEC title game. He's at a press conference, and in true Nick Saban fashion, he's banging the podium, and he's like, nothing good comes from losing. And there's a lot of things that you would apply that to professional sports. Yeah.
That's right. I like that in Nick.
Yeah, I do too. All right, coming up next from the Geico Studios, getting to know Bruin No. We close it down in style. And also, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. We'll let you know what that's all about. It's the Broussard and No Show right here on Fox Sports Radio.
You know what I want to talk about? College football. Batted up in the air.
It's college football, and we've got it covered. From the top 25.
He makes a tackle at the 10. He's in.
To the teams making that statement.
A hard-fought win here for Clemson.
Your college football coverage is here on Fox Sports Radio.
Offer not valid in all states or were prohibited by law. See website for details.
Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 35cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000 with any type of credit discreetly from your computer or smartphone and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow as our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history. Visit 35cash.com and you can have up to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income and you can get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 35cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 35cash.com. Type www.35cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 35cash.com. 35cash.com.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year. But parents, educators, and concerned adults can make a difference. It takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Victims need an adult that will listen, will stand up for them, and most importantly, show them they are not alone. Bullying and cyberbullying have far-reaching effects, from a decline in academic performance to physical illness, depression, or worse. Help us create a safe, bully-free learning environment for all students in Pennsylvania. One caring adult can make all the difference. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bully-free.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
There's always a moment of truth where I say, look, it's either put up or shut up. And it was time to put up. I had crossed that thin line. It was 100+ degrees. We were hot. We were on fire. We were yelling our hearts out. You could feel the intensity rising. Even in our tiredness, even in our weakness, even in our pain, we continue to push. I told myself, you can suck up the pain for another 1.5 miles, and you will be a Marine. Not many people believe that I could do it. I don't know where I got the energy from. I don't know where the pain went to. But all I know is that I had what it took. I am a United States Marine.
PFC Darrell Willis serves his country as a Marine. Will you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next, we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, and of course, companionship. Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
Fantastic cat. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to report a
bear sighting?
Location.
In the forest near the side of the road.
No need for alarm, sir. The forest is where bears live.
But this was no ordinary bear.
No ordinary bear?
Yeah, 1 second I'm having a smoke taken into view. Next thing I know, I am face to face with Smokey Bear.
Let me guess, Smokey had a tip for you.
He did. He must have seen me toss my cigarette on the ground. He told me never to do that because it only takes one spark to start a wildfire.
He's a smart bear. Did you know that 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans? That means 9 out of 10 wildfires can be prevented.
That's what Smokey said. I had no idea.
That's why Smokey's famous, and you're not.
Good point.
Get your Smokey on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference, because 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans. Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
So how do you like it?
This is great. We're not in Kansas anymore.
You like it like this?
Big news today out of the NFL.
Or like this?
Great is great. That's the reality of sports.
And what about this?
We're going to bring you the funny. We're going to bring you the news.
Whatever it is that you like.
Sex, underwear, and bras.
We've got it covered.
Yeah!
It's sports the way you like it.
With the radio on, I like it like that.
Do you know who this is?
We are Fox Sports.
Everybody needs a little time away.
You may need some time away.
Whoa!
But never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd on FS1.
I ain't talking, just a tease.
It's the Broussard and No Show here on Fox Sports Radio. We're coming to you from the Geico Studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance at geico.com. Let's check in on this brouhaha in Indianapolis.
Let's head to the sideline. It's the grind of the game. With our Fox Football Saturday reporter.
We've got the Big Ten championship game, the Nittany Lions perhaps showing the heart of a champion. What's the latest there, George?
Okay, it appeared this thing was over when Wisconsin jumped out to a 28-7 lead right before intermission. But it's been all Penn State since then as they scored a touchdown right before intermission to cut the gap to 28-14, and then a touchdown pass from Trey McSorley to Ced Blacknell, his second touchdown of 70 yards. That cut it to 28-21 at the start of the third period. And then Saquon Barkley, their leading rusher, who scored 16 touchdowns this year, got in the end zone on a 1-yard run, and we're all tied up at 28-28 with 4:22 remaining here in the third quarter. Trace McSorley, the quarterback for Penn State, he is having a phenomenal game here, especially in the second half. On the day, 16 of 24, 281 yards and 3 TDs. The quarterback for the Wisconsin Badgers, Bart Houston, is 8 of 12 for 78 yards. He is substituting for Alex Hornibrook, who is out with concussion-like symptoms. Once again, 4:22 to play here in the third period, and we're all tied up for the Big Ten championship. It's Wisconsin 28, Penn State 28.
All right, that's George Montgomery. How about the grit, the drive, the fight of the Nittany Lions, Broussard? How are you feeling about this?
I love it. I am not a Penn State hater.
No?
I just think Ohio State is the better team and deserves to be in the playoff. That's all. That's all. I mean, even as a fan, I think this is great because now we have an exciting game. So I'm happy. I'm very happy.
You're happy, huh?
I'm giddy up in here.
You're giddy, huh? They played the sound effect. They're calling the fight off. You guys giving up way too easily on the Nittany Lions. You kidding me?
Look, I've stomped you all day. I mean, just back and forth, jabs, hooks, uppercuts.
Buckeye
I see Gavin and the guys in the booth laughing. They're like, yeah, boy, you've been wearing him out.
Yeah, you got him with that straight-up loss to Penn State and not even winning the division. Great points, Broussard. You got him on that.
This feels like if Conor McGregor did get in a boxing match with Floyd Mayweather.
Thank you.
I mean, come on,
you
Brad.
know who's Floyd. You know who's Floyd.
What?
You know who's Floyd.
That's
Got to
crazy.
mix it up a little bit more. Come on.
I'm telling you, man, it's the brand name recognition. I'm telling you right now, if Penn State goes on to win this game.
Penn State would have 2 losses.
Yeah, Penn State
Your
would
whole
have two
argument was based on Penn State routing Wisconsin.
Right.
They're not
but
going
I'm
to
just
rout
saying,
them.
if this was role reversal, let's say Penn State wins this game, right? Then let's say, Ohio State's body of work is actually Penn State's body of work, where they had the head-to-head win. They were conference champions. They were also the team with 2 losses. They would be going in regardless.
I don't
you take Ohio State either way.
First of all, you don't know. Secondly, they would have 2 losses and Penn State would have 1.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Penn State would, be in. I really do.
By the way, has Ohio State transitioned from Cheetos to Chex Mix? Where are they watching the Big Ten championship game at home?
I think it's wine
have they
and
transitioned
cheese.
to s'mores?
No, I think it's wine and cheese because they know they're in. They may not even be watching this game. They're like, look, we getting ready for, who's it going to be? We're getting ready for Clemson. That's what they're doing. They're getting ready for Clemson. They're watching the Clemson game probably, which, by the way, 35-14, it's over.
It's over. It's a wrap.
So it's going to be Clemson, Ohio. I think it's going to be one, Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, and Washington in that order.
That's crazy. It's crazy to have Ohio State that high.
Which I think that's great. How is it crazy?
While the Big Ten championship game is being played. It's
you,
crazy.
Gary Danielson, and Danny Cannell are the only people that think it's crazy.
Come on, Nittany Lions. A few more touchdowns. Let's go. Give us the strongest argument here.
Is that Clement? Somebody's running for daylight. I got these tiny TVs in here.
Little
black and white,
little
12-inch black and white up in here. Gavin's working the antenna, the hanger on the antenna.
To the left. A little to the left.
Actually, I could get in trouble for that, right? It's like, hey, don't be making fun of the Fox studios.
Yeah. All right, we close it down in style. We give you a little peek behind the curtain, something we call getting to know Brew and Know. Let's do it.
Now is the time.
My mind's telling me no.
Let's get to know Brew and Know.
Chris, I got a question for you because I figured out I'm really bad at blowing my nose. I've been fighting off a cold the last couple of weeks, and I blow my nose so hard, it's like your ears when they have to pop when you're on a flight. That's how my ears are consistently. I'm blowing my nose way too hard.
When you blow your nose?
They need to pop. Like I plug my nose up. I plug my ears up because I blow my nose that hard. So I'm pretty bad at that. It made me think, what are you bad at? What's something Chris Broussard is bad at?
It's going to take me a while to think of something. I mean, if my wife were on the line, she'd come up with something pretty quick. She's looking at my flaws. But
we know you're hideous at just kicking possibilities to the curb when it comes to Penn State. Not even open-minded.
You know what I'm bad at?
What?
Golf.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at golf. And I've never played it a lot. I used to play maybe once a year, when family got together and I had family that played. And then I got to a point I was like, look, I just want to get the ball in the air consistently. And I realized I had to either take lessons or play consistently. I don't have the time. So I've pretty much given up golf. I'm bad at it.
They make it look so easy on TV. I'm the same way. I went with my dad years ago, and it was just worm burners, one after another. It's absurd.
So you're not a golfer either?
Oh, no, not even close.
Wow, okay.
Hey, we got Arnie Spanier coming up next. It's Chris Broussard and Brian Noah.
Message and data rates may apply.
Imagine your life 5 years from now. Are you on the path you want to be on? It's time to take control of your future by getting a world-class education from one of the nation's top universities. Arizona State University is now offering over 100 top-tier degree programs 100% online. It's the exact same degree our on-campus students receive, but you can learn from anywhere in the country on your own schedule.
For information, text the word TALK to 37913.
Learn from ASU's world-renowned faculty and use ASU's global recognition to improve your visibility, professional network, and gain real-world experience you can start using today. The Wall Street Journal ranked ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates. Now discover how ASU Online can stand out on your resume and help separate you from the competition. We're ready to help you learn to thrive in your life, in your career, and beyond.
To learn more about ASU Online degrees, text TALK to 37913. Again, that's TALK to 37913.
Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Smile. Smile, buddy. Come on. Smile. Oh, honey, he's still not smiling.
Maybe he's not a smiler.
Yeah, maybe he's just not a happy baby.
Maybe he's just being a boy. You know how boys are.
Or maybe he's teething. Oh, poor baby. I think his gums hurt.
Maybe he's just tired.
Or maybe his tummy hurts. He didn't eat that much.
Maybe he's not ticklish.
You think maybe he's scared of the dog?
Maybe he'll outgrow it. Maybe it's a phase. Maybe he just doesn't like smiling.
Maybe he has autism, and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs or see a doctor today for an autism screening. The sooner it's diagnosed, the better. And it can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present. When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium. When I grow up, I want to be a warm place on a cold day. When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash. I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail. I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch. I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound chihuahua-looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Right, that it makes it easy to cheer for him, even though ultimately he took my job. But I don't think anybody saw him as one of the all-time greats kind of quarterback, for a number of years after that initially happened. But going into that season, I signed a 10-year extension, and, as far as I could tell, as far as anybody else knew, I was going to finish my career as a Patriot, but I got some great experiences after that, and it was a lot of fun.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
It's the end of the third quarter of college football's Big Ten championship game. Wisconsin with a field goal goes back in front 31-28 against Penn State. For Penn State, quarterback Trace McSorley with 3 touchdown passes. At the ACC title game late in the third quarter, number 3 ranked Clemson leads 35-21 against Virginia Tech. Star quarterback Deshaun Watson, 2 touchdown passes and 2 TD runs. And mid-fourth quarter of the Mountain West Championship, San Diego State driving and leading 24-17 at Wyoming. Donnell Pumphrey over 100 yards rushing again. We're brought to you by TrueCar. Find the new car you want, see what others paid, and lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers. Save time and save money. Download the TrueCar app today. Earlier football wins for Alabama and Oklahoma, for Temple and West Virginia. College hoops, UCLA wins at number 1 Kentucky. I'm Steve DeSager.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Yeah, boy!
How was your Fox football Saturday?
Ah!
You mad, bro? Get in, represent your team.
Woo! Oh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
877-99 on Fox.
We gotta protect this part.
Plus, we look ahead to your Fox NFL Sunday. This is Fox Football Saturday. It's football, and, oh yeah, football. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Woo-hoo. Here's Arnie Spanier.
Good evening, everyone. Arnie Spanier right here on Fox Sports Radio. And I should tell you, we're coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Did you know that 15 minutes could save you 15% or more in car insurance? What do you got to do? Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Are you guys ready to roll? Are you ready to roll? It's a busy show. Let me tell you how to be part of the show. First of all, if you want to send me a tweet, it's real simple. Stinkin' Genius 1. STINKIN. Genius. GENIUS and the number 1. But if that's not good enough for you, if like, no. I've got to do it the old-fashioned way. I've got to pick up the phone. I've got to talk to you. 877-99 on Fox. 877-996-6369. Coming up, bottom of the hour, Dave Miller will go ahead and stop on by. Who's Dave Miller? He's our college football expert from Campus Insiders. We'll clear up nothing, really, I guess, because everything is self-explanatory. But we'll tell you the 4 teams that are going to be in the playoff. We'll tell you where they're going to play, who's ranked 1 through 4, who's left out, who's in. All that coming up with Dave Miller at the bottom of the hour. And I got to tell you this, Vegas Runner, in hour number 2 is always on Saturday night. Which way the lines moved in the NFL, which way the sharps went, which way the public went, that's coming up. DeSager will wrap up the entire day in sports, including some college basketball in there. Hopefully we'll get a hold of Nick Ferguson in the power hour of the show, former NFL player, as we start taking a look at Week 13 of the NFL. So we do have a lot to get to, but I want to go ahead and start with this. A little college football, because today was really supposed to be one of the best days of college football in the entire year. That's what this is about, the lead into who's going to play in the 4-team playoff. This is what we're all excited about, the conference championships. This was a whole year's worth of work, and the 2 winners in each half of the conference would get together, play, and the winner would move on. That's the way this whole thing was intended to be. Let me give this an analogy. It's like you're dating a really, really pretty girl, but she has a few problems, a little self-esteem problem. She looks in the mirror and she decides, you know what, I want to get a little bit of Botox, I want to get a little liposuction, I want to go ahead and get a boob job. Next thing you know, even though she thinks she looks better, she really doesn't. All the plastic surgery, the liposuction, the Botox really didn't work out. I think we dressed up college football so much and so bad. We tried to make it better and better and better. We gave it Botox, we gave it liposuction, we gave it a boob job. And let me tell you something. We made college football worse. We made college football worse. Today was supposed to be one of the best days of the entire year. And it really was not even one of the best. It was one of the worst days of the entire year. Remember that first weekend when we had the USC Alabama and everything after that with LSU and Wisconsin and all those great games we had that opening weekend? From there on, it feels like it's been downhill, and that's not what college football is supposed to be. You're supposed to have great regular seasons. You're supposed to have a fight to see who's going to win each half of the conference. You're supposed to have a conference tournament. You're supposed to have the winner of the conference tournament advance. Now, we did have Washington win the Pac-12 tournament. They got to go. It looks like Clemson is going to win, but I never thought in a million years we would make the Big Ten Conference Championship irrelevant, and that's exactly what we did. We made the conference championship in the Big Ten irrelevant, and don't even get me started on the Big 12 because they discussed the hell out of me. we've done so many bad things for college. We've taken away the rivalries. We've taken away not only some, but a lot of the great rivalries. We hardly have any national rivalries that we're interested in, besides maybe the Michigan-Ohio States, maybe a little bit on the Auburn-Alabama. We've lost so many of the great ones with these super conferences out there. And you know what? It's just not going to stop growing. But like I said earlier, we took what was supposed to be one of the best days in college football, and it really was ho-hum. I mean, what Alabama did to Florida, I don't ask me what happened after like 45 points or something. I couldn't watch it anymore. I'm like, it's disgusting the hell out of me. How Alabama is so much better than everybody else, I really have no idea. And it's not just this year. It's every year, year in and year out, because there's supposed to be so many great players in college football. So even if Nick Saban got like every best player in every position in college football from every high school out there, you would still think that somebody's good enough to get some of the other kids out there, the thousands and thousands and thousands upon thousands, and put up a good fight against Nick Saban. I mean, this guy is going to go ahead and waltz to a college football championship unless there's something I don't know. Unless there's an Ohio State, a Washington, or a Clemson that you think could beat Alabama. I don't think there's going to be a game within 14 points against Alabama. Alabama's going to go ahead and score early, often, late, in the middle. Every game's going to, no matter who goes up against this team, they're going to blow them out. This 14 playoff is going to be boring as hell. I hope maybe you might enjoy one half, one semifinal, but anybody who plays Alabama is going to get crushed like they've never been crushed before. Trust me on that. It's not even going to be close. Real quick, let me update some of the scores for you. Clemson 35, Virginia Tech 21. They just started the fourth. Virginia Tech with the ball, so they still have a little bit of hope because you got the whole fourth quarter. They've got the ball. 2nd and 9, and they do have the ball inside Clemson territory, so who knows? They get a touchdown here. You got the whole fourth quarter to go ahead and tie this thing up, and who knows what happens after that. So, again, we'll keep our eye on that. I'll let you know what's going on. And, of course, Penn State and Wisconsin in the Big Ten Championship. I don't even know why I'm getting all excited about that because we pretty much made that irrelevant, like I said. But last check, Penn State has taken the lead 35-31. They had just scored a touchdown, so they now lead Wisconsin. Remember, Wisconsin had a 28-7 lead in this game, and it was 28-14 at the half, while Penn State now with the lead, 35-31. Again, that's early in the fourth quarter also, 13:41 left in the game there. And I know I heard Brian and I've heard a few other people make a case for Penn State, but with Clemson winning, there won't be any Penn State. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, though. I would be interested to see what's going to happen if Clemson somehow chokes this game away, because if they do choke the game away, I'm ready to put Michigan in as number 4. I'm ready to. Can you imagine that? I got Ohio State and Michigan in, neither team playing in the Big Ten Championship, and Wisconsin and Penn State out, no matter who wins that game. And I know it sounds screwy, and I know there's going to be people that actually agree with me, and there's going to be people that actually rip me for that, and it's probably going to be 50-50, but that's the way it's going to have to work. And like I said, I never thought we would make some of the conference championships irrelevant, and that's not what college football is supposed to be about. That's not what we made this system for. Like I said, we dressed it up. We said, hey, let's give it a liposuction, and I'm talking about college football. Let's give it a liposuction. Let's go ahead and give it a little Botox. Let's give it a boob job. Well, after all that, college football doesn't look better. It's actually looking worse from from many, many years ago. It's actually worse. And like I said, today was a horrible day. Yeah, we're getting good games now. Penn State with a 35-31 lead, and actually the Clemson-Virginia Tech game, if Virginia Tech can score, we'll actually get a little intrigue there. But 2 games as we get right before this 14 playoff. And by the way, am I supposed to get excited of all these bowl games out there that's going to be leading to this 14 playoff? What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with these bowls that are coming up around Christmas or the 26th or the 27th, where I got 2 teams that are irrelevant? Heck, they were thinking about getting Texas into a bowl game, and they were 5-7. What am I supposed to do with these bowl games? Am I supposed to be excited? Am I supposed to watch them? Am I supposed to watch them because I've got nothing else to do? I mean, they're actually irrelevant. They're absolutely irrelevant. They've got nothing to do with the 4-team playoff, a championship. They don't help decide anything. It's like I feel like we're playing exhibition games or something. I don't know, really. We've now made all the bowl games irrelevant also. So all the bowl games are irrelevant. National rivalries have become irrelevant. The Big Ten championship has now become irrelevant. I mean, really, we've screwed it up. We have destroyed college football. Well, guess what? Virginia Tech gets in the end zone. It is now 35-27 extra point pending. They get that, and there'll only be a touchdown behind and still plenty of time. 11:35 left in this. Boy, I root for chaos, and chaos happens to be wearing a Virginia Tech helmet today and wearing what is that color? Maroon, purple? I don't even know. Puke purple or whatever it is. Whatever it is, that's the color of chaos. That's the color I'm rooting for. All right, we'll get a little bit into that Alabama. No, I'm not lying. I was going to say we'll get a little bit into the Alabama game. Why should I? 54-16. Can somebody tweet? Can I get what? And I'm getting a lot of tweets now, but can somebody tweet me and tell me who's going to beat Alabama? How you can beat Alabama? I mean, do the Buckeyes even have a chance? And I don't think so. I think Alabama just whitewashes them. They boat race them by 2 touchdowns. I think Washington, oh my goodness. And I'm a Pac-12 guy. I don't even think that's close if they go up against Alabama. And Clemson, I think we get destroyed. Out of all the teams between Ohio State, Washington, and Clemson, I think Clemson would get their backside beat the most out of those 3 teams if they had to go and face Alabama. And they would get absolutely destroyed. That's how one-sided that one's going to go ahead and be, to be honest with you. Again, and I got to get to some tweets. Stinkin' Genius 1, STINKIN, Genius, GENIUS, and the number 1, or 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369. Like this one from Avondale's Finest. Geez, dude. You come on the radio and start complaining like some old man stuck in the 60s. Get over yourself. Hashtag get off my lawn. Do I sound like that, guys? Gavin, my producer, do I sound like old man? Get off my lawn? And
you are the old man. I thought you broadcasted from your lawn.
No. I thought I was making good points. I thought, nobody agrees with me on that? We didn't make all this. Was this a good day of college football? Everybody enjoy. I've been sitting around all day doing nothing. I mean, I actually had to switch off college football. I mean, I paid attention to the college. I was watching UCLA, Kentucky. I was watching Arizona, Gonzaga. I was watching like Stanford, Kansas. Where was all the intrigue? Am I wrong about that? I didn't find any intrigue in college football today.
The day in college football is not over. We have 2 games that are very close that are conference championship games.
The Penn State-Wisconsin game means nothing. Unless somehow Virginia Tech wins. So maybe there'll be a little bit of an argument if Penn State should be the 4th team in. We'll see what happens. We'll come back. I want to take your thoughts on that. Hopefully Virginia Tech pulls it off. Like I said, I root for chaos. Chaos is in a Virginia Tech helmet. 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369. I'm Arnie Spanier. This is Fox Sports Radio.
College fan.
He runs it into the end zone.
Yeah, you.
Touchdown!
From the tailgates to the final score.
This fight is over. That's a go.
When it comes to NCAA football coverage on your radio, nobody beats us. This is Fox Sports Radio.
With TrueCar, you can see what others in your area have paid for the car that you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. But you know what? There's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part. And if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to TrueCar Certified Dealer. There are over 11,000 certified dealers across the country, and they're there to help you find the car that you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar Certified Dealer and get on the same page before you ever get to the dealership. That makes things really easy when you show up. And it's a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar Certified Dealers. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states. Message and data rates may apply.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus from wherever you are on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits.
For information, text the word TALK to 35517.
Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University.
To learn more about ASU online degrees, text TALK to 35517. Again, that's TALK to 35517.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Rolling down this road in
Anbar Province.
all of a sudden
There's a huge explosion.
we knew right away.
It was an IED.
Then we started taking sniper fire
and RPGs from the hills.
Today's servicewomen face the same combat dangers as men.
It's pretty amazing.
We made it out alive.
But at home, women veterans face different challenges. DAV understands this and fights to get women veterans the health, disability, and financial benefits they were promised. Visit DAV.org for free help.
Families come in all sizes and shapes. Sometimes your friends are your family by choice. Or sometimes you're just stuck with Uncle Charles. Sometimes you've got an office family. And sometimes Team Family has got your back. But what we know is that you want to protect the people that are close to you. The flu can unravel everything. Your flu vaccine protects you and your family. No matter what draws your family together, protect yourself. Protect your family. Everyone needs a flu vaccine.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
I burnt everything.
And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window. And then, somehow, my hand. My hand!
And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right! It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org/PA. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In a small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
And let your school colors fly high.
I had a succession 3 years.
College football is on and cracking through your speakers.
He's on 25 to 20. They dive at him. They miss him. He's in the end zone.
The plays.
How about that?
The breakdown.
You know what I want to talk about? College football.
And all the action that makes you scream. All of your teams are covered right here on Fox Sports Radio. Okay. FS1.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
I was told, and I want to tell the world before I get too old and don't remember it.
All right, what does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance? What does it mean? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. Good evening, everyone. Arnie Spanier right here on Fox Sports Radio, a Saturday, 3rd day of December. coming up on Christmas, not too far away, 3 weeks away. Keeping my eye on the Clemson-Virginia Tech game. Clemson up 35-28. Let's see how much time is left here. 8:15 left. And it's going to be 3rd and 14. So this is a major third down play for Clemson. Virginia Tech just come up with one stop. I'd love to see a little pressure on Clemson. Just a little bit, tie this thing up and see what happens after. Give us a little bit of excitement today. So, and I know there's people like, well, wait, what about Penn State, Wisconsin? Oh, that's a good game also. I'd pay attention to that if it had any significance. But since it doesn't right now, and I got to worry about the Clemson-Virginia Tech game, I'll just worry about that one. But like I said, it's going to be 3rd and 14 for Clemson. 8:13 left in this one, and major play. So we'll see if Virginia Tech can come up with the stop. And you know what? Of course they can. So Clemson gets a major play. Getting a lot of tweets at Stinkin' Genius 1, STINKIN. Genius, GENIUS, and the number 1. And I'm going to get to them right now. Jeff says, hey, excuse me, he didn't say Oklahoma. That's not Oklahoma, is it? But he is. He says Oklahoma, Wisconsin, and Penn State should be in over Ohio State or Michigan. Especially over Michigan, because they have played terrible there the last 3 games. First of all, Michigan's not going. So who said anything about Michigan? Forget about Michigan. They're not going right now. Now, if Clemson somehow loses, then yes, then Michigan gets to go. I'm sorry, that's the way it's got to be. Because, I mean, really, Michigan beat Penn State 49-10. You can just stop there. But anyway, it doesn't look like Clemson's going to lose. But they scored a touchdown now, so it's going to be 41, extra point pending. Otherwise, it's going to be 42-28. 7:33 left. So barring a miracle by Virginia Tech, it looks like Clemson's going to win this game. And by the way, my top 4 is going to be then Alabama number 1, Ohio State 2, Washington at number 3, Clemson at number 4, so they can have the matchup where Clemson's going to play Alabama out on the east. Ohio State will play Washington on the west, so they can make it better for the fans. And that's exactly the way it's going to work. Mark my words. They'll have it Alabama, Ohio State, Washington, then Clemson. Clemson will get beaten so bad by Alabama, they'll wish they didn't even make it into this 4-team playoff. Alabama wins unos, 3, maybe 4 touchdowns. I mean, it's an absolutely just blowout there. And actually, Ohio State, Washington could be a pretty good game. That could be a pretty close game. People not giving Washington as much credit as they really should out there. Arnie, I thought you'd be watching Law and Order because of some of these college football games. Yeah, they've been horrible. I mean, Alabama beat Florida. How am I supposed to come on the air and say, let's break down that 54-16 victory of Alabama over Florida? Matter of fact, Carl tweets in, the only team that could beat Alabama is Alabama. And maybe a loss of rhythm in the a time off or a huge storm on the final game day. See, it's got to take somewhat natural disaster to beat Alabama. Jackson tweets in, hey, to beat Bama, you have to win the turnover margin, prevent non-offensive touchdowns, and run the ball outside, not downhill. Let me tell you something. Alabama's offense, I'm watching them today. They had like 7 yards offense. They had 19 points. They blocked a punt for a touchdown. They had an interception return for a touchdown. That garbage has got to stop if you want to beat Alabama. You can't give them the cheapies. None of these, there's a fumble, some big fat offensive lineman scoops it up and runs 5 yards for the touchdown. Or there's a pick 6 out there. Or the block punt for a touchdown. Or 2 points on which Florida got today, actually. 2 points on a blocked extra point, run back the other way. You can't give Alabama the cheapies. That is the first start. I totally agree with you on that. But that's easier said than done. I mean, everybody talking now about how USC is a whole different team from the beginning of the year, but they went to Darnold as their quarterback, their starting quarterback. Can you imagine if they got another crack at Alabama? But, of course, they don't deserve another crack after losing 200-0 in that game. I mean, it was embarrassing. That game couldn't get over fast enough. I thought, actually, USC was going to pull off the upset, and they were thoroughly embarrassed. Another tweet coming in. I think we're supposed to laugh at these bowl games. I don't think anyone will beat Alabama. Yeah, these meaningless bowl games that are going to happen way before this 14 playoff. And he's probably right. Nobody's going to beat Alabama. I just don't see it. And do I really sound like get off my lawn, dude? That guy's got in my head now. I didn't mean to sound like old guy, but that's okay if that's what it takes, because that's what we've done. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me when you look at what's going on in college football that we didn't make today irrelevant. I mean, seriously, first of all, how many games did we have today? And the games we had early were really all blowouts. The only thing we got going was this Clemson game, and now that's a 2-touchdown lead, and we got the Penn State-Wisconsin game, which we've deemed irrelevant because it doesn't make a difference now. It doesn't make a difference who wins. Right now, Penn State leading 38-31, I believe, with about 5 minutes left. But it's a meaningless game. Can you believe that the Big Ten has now become a meaningless game, the Big Ten championship? So either we have to make some major we must make some major corrections. We've got to do it. Otherwise, people are going